Know, which famous musical duo also recorded under the name Tom and Jerry. And we're going to go to Jim, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Jim, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Jim, who also recorded as Tom and Jerry, please?
That would be Simon and Garfunkel.
He's right, yep. Simon and Garfunkel. Hang on, Jim. Got you a pair of tickets to see comedians Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee of the Bad Friends podcast Saturday, June 17th at the Met, Philadelphia. And tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster, and complete details at WMMR.com. And now, Tom and Jerry. It's a brilliant song, but we don't have time to go through the whole thing. No.
Just play the first 8 minutes.
So we're going to start with this story. Speaking with Women's Health for their April cover story, Hayden Panettiere detailed the unsettling symptoms that she experienced while battling an addiction to alcohol and opioids. She shared that she became especially dependent on these substances as she struggled with postpartum depression and a neck injury in 2014. She said, I was in a lot of pain. My tolerance got so high so fast that it became a problem. And at one point, she said, my body was like, enough. And she added that I hit 30. My face was swollen. I had jaundice. My eyes were yellow. And I had to go to a liver specialist.
Jeez, you know, the image you have of her, or like the one we were first introduced to, is like an all-American cheerleader, and her life has been pretty miserable.
Boy, she was hitting it hard.
Yeah.
You know, and if you've got, if you have jaundice, man, you have drank yourself to a really dangerous
Well, that's
place.
your liver not working.
Yeah.
And the custody of the kids went to the husband.
Yeah, so she said, I was holding on to weight that wasn't normally there. My hair was thin and coming out in clumps.
Jeez.
After enrolling in a 12-step program and receiving trauma therapy, the actress relayed that she is in a better place now. She said, I did a lot of work on myself. After 8 months of intensive therapy, I felt like I had this blank canvas to work with. So she's
wild.
Starting from scratch.
Yeah.
And doing way better. I don't know when she went into recovery and how long she's been on a better path, but hopefully that will continue. Speaking of being on a better path, this is cool. A guy we've had on many, many times and love to talk to, Mike and Molly actor Billy Gardell, told Entertainment Tonight in a recent interview that he no longer has type 2 diabetes after losing more than 150 pounds.
Have you seen him?
Since the start of the pandemic.
It's insane how I mean, the face is there. You can tell it's him, but it's a whole other guy.
Yeah, but also you can't. Like, I was like...
I've not seen him.
Yeah, I mean, and it sucks because they say, like, when you lose weight, you end up looking a little bit older. So he does look good, but he does look older.
Well, yeah, you take a look at, like... from TV, Weatherman.
Al Roker.
Al Roker.
Yeah.
Lost all that weight. He's kept off that weight.
Right.
Much more healthy. But because we knew him of that particular size for so long, something looks a little incorrect. You know what I mean?
I also think the weight sort of softens out wrinkles.
I think so, too.
And so
kind of stretches out your skin a little bit.
And then, exactly. And so that's what we're looking at here. Yeah.
Hey, you want to look young? Just put on a bunch.
Just get fat.
Put on 100 pounds. You look fat.
What are you, 800 pounds? You look great.
So he said no diabetes. Resting heartbeat went from 113 to 68. Walking out pretty healthy these days. He said, I think that you got to find peace with yourself. And at some point, look in the mirror and you go, it's probably time to take care of you. And I didn't get that note early on. So I'm a big believer that when you get it, you get it. It doesn't matter when, as long as you get it. He added that he's tired of hearing other people's opinions when it comes to his body. He said, of course, there's always people online that, when I was heavy, they were like, you're too heavy. And now it's like, are you sick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his comment is, can I just walk the earth, please? That's what he says.
But you have to understand, like, John Goodman went through the same transformation, and it doesn't, it's still weird to see John Goodman these days. Last time you saw him, he had a hooker on his back. Right?
Yeah, I know.
But as somebody who's struggled with their weight for most of my life, I know, like, when somebody does lose weight and they do it on purpose, like, I want to be, like, very, very selective with the language that I use, because I don't want to compliment them in such a way that makes it sound like
you were a mess before.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know exactly.
Yeah.
I was thinking about you. I had gotten lazy over like the past year and a half or so and started to see my numbers slowly go back up. And I just, so in January, I started cracking down, eating properly, exercising, and that stuff. I've lost almost 25 pounds
Right.
since the end of January. And I was thinking about putting together my little, I have a method. I have a little system that I use and getting into a zone. I'm thinking about writing that down and maybe sharing that.
Really?
Little digital content from Preston Elliott, if you will.
Nice.
But it's worked for me. And the key is like I would imagine Billy would say, is getting into a routine.
That's
if
it.
you can get into a routine,
Absolutely.
you can do it, man. And it's diet and exercise.
Once you
and
see your first little difference,
Yeah.
then you're off and running.
I'd set these little goals along the way. Once I start to hit one or two, I'm like, yes, okay, it works.
January said by March, I want to lose 150 pounds.
But and
Yeah.
look at that.
And there you go.
Look at me. No, because we got beach season coming up, man. You got to get ready for it.
Absolutely.
Does it any way mirror what you did to stop smoking cigarettes? Like, can we eat a ton of something?
I actually, I started doing cocaine.
Yeah.
Heavily.
It's actually
And
really
it
good.
helps a
It
lot.
speeds up your
Really?
system.
Yeah.
It always
Your
hits
metabolism goes through the
Dropping
roof.
the
Yeah.
pounds.
Yeah.
I mean,
Crack.
some people think there are downsides, and maybe there
You
are.
got to look at the positives.
yeah.
Preston's going to be that crazy guy on the beach.
You know what you are? Glass half full kind of guy.
That's what I try.
Yeah.
That's what I try. All right, so I have unfortunate news that has to do with drugs, but the cause of death for Aaron Carter has been determined. The musician drowned, but it was after inhaling difluoroethane and taking Xanax. Essentially, it was compressed air. He was huffing and he was taking Xanax at the same time. The report states that Carter was incapacitated while in the bathtub as the drugs took effect, slipping under the surface of the water, and ultimately drowning was what killed him.
Makes you wonder if it was on purpose.
Interesting. Didn't Whitney Houston die the same way?
Well, yeah, I've got a little bit more
Yeah.
on a few people who have died that way. But you know what? I mean, that's a pretty...
I mean, who huffs in the bathtub? I don't know. I don't know the
Yeah, I don't
benefits
know.
of huffing in a bathtub, but
I mean, there's a clear danger. Yes. So as Steve was saying, Whitney Houston died that way, and Dolores O'Riordan died that way from the Cranberries as well. But they were determined to have died in accidental drowning.
Right.
But Houston had cocaine in her system. O'Riordan had alcohol and prescription medication in hers. So, yeah, if you're sedating yourself and you're in the bathtub,
I think that's a problem.
There is a
Yeah.
chance that you could, but I don't know if consciously doing that or not.
Yeah, I don't
I've never
know.
really heard of that as a like
should-
someone left a note and,
Yeah.
and indicated this is the way I'm going to die. I don't know, Case. That's an interesting concept. I'm not sure. So Carter was found dead at his home in Lancaster, California on November 5th. Police sources said at the time that he was found in his bathtub by a house sitter and that there were prescription pills and drug paraphernalia in his bedroom. Drowning, by the way, is the third leading cause of unintentional injury death around the world. So his apparently he was still reeling from the sudden deaths of several family members, including his sister Leslie, who died of an overdose in 2012 at age 25.
It's a effed up
and
family.
Dad Robert, who died in 2017 of an apparent heart attack.
A lot of pain. There was a reality show I remember a while ago, and there was a lot of dysfunctionality going on there.
Yeah. He himself had faced legal troubles and struggled with addiction over the years, for which he sought treatment. He was pulled over for suspicion of DUI less than a week before his death, but officers found that he wasn't under the influence after conducting a field sobriety test. So that's just terrible news all the way around. All right, something lighter.
Happy.
And more interesting than that. I wouldn't call this happy. It's pretty weird, but Nicolas Cage is recalling a rather nasty on-set treat. While Cage and his Renfield co-star, Nicholas Hoult, spoke with Yahoo Entertainment recently about their new vampire horror comedy flick. The actor recalled that he once ate live cockroaches while filming a scene for his 1988 cult movie Vampire's Kiss. It's actually in the movie.
Yes.
Where he does it. And he says, oh, yeah, I ate it twice because the director did it just to prank me. He told Holt about the experience after he was asked whether he gave his co-star advice on eating bugs in Renfield. And he said, I'm not one to give advice, but Nicholas ate a potato bug. So he took it to another level, to which Holt replied, the cockroach is worse than a potato bug, I think. The cockroaches I got to eat in this were caramel cockroaches.
Well, and also, they're too, if you're eating like a Madagascar cockroach, that's a whole meal. But smaller regular cockroach, possibly.
I remember that scene. It wasn't like a giant one, but it was a pretty good sized roach. It's sitting there wriggling around in his hand.
That is the quintessential over-the-top, wonderful Nick Cage performance.
Yes.
If you want to see him just chewing up the scenery and cockroaches. That's the movie.
Yep. I mean, he ate that live thing.
Yeah.
It's crazy. We're
We had-
watching video of it right now.
Chocolate-covered crickets. So we did that.
Holt's Renfield character eats bugs to gain superhuman powers granted to him by Dracula. And though Holt's cockroaches had caramel flavorings, Cage said his co-star's potato bug cuisine was terrifying to him. He said he ate a real potato bug, which is terrifying to me. And so I ate cockroaches. He said, I'll never do it again. I'm sorry I did it at all. Holt added that the crickets he ate for the film were actually quite yummy due to various flavors added to help them go down easier. He said the potato bug didn't dry out so good, and that tasted every bit of bug. I don't even know what a potato bug is.
No, I'm not familiar.
I
no.
wasn't sure if those are like pill bugs or something like that.
I would imagine it's bigger. If Nicolas Cage said
I
it
think
was
you
more
bo-
disgusting than a cockroach,
They're like crickets.
Are they?
Oh,
You boil them, then mash them, and stick them in a stew.
I need to see what they look like. So, yeah, it's a potato bug. Okay, this one, it looks like a beetle of sorts.
That's right.
And actually, there's a couple different kinds.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. Interesting. He said, if you could get rid of your fear, your phobia of eating insects, you could solve world starvation. This is according to Holt, I believe. Or
was
no,
it
no,
Nick
this is
Cage?
Nick Cage said this. He said high protein, no fat, excellent nutrients, abundance, they're everywhere. I mean, why not? And then he said, but nope, not going to happen. A Vampire's Kiss had followed Cage as a literary agent who falls for a vampire. And in one scene, his character is shown talking to himself and eventually eating a cockroach that he finds in his kitchen. Pretty wild scene. Ali Wong and Bill Hader are giving their relationship another chance. The pair were first linked late last year before they went their separate ways. However, the Barry actor's rep told Entertainment Tonight Bill Hader and Ali Wong are dating again.
It's her birthday today.
It is her. I missed her
Is it?
birthday today. Yeah, she's 41 today.
She's also in that beef thing on Netflix.
This comes after he mentioned his girlfriend in an interview with Collider, and it turns out, yeah, they're together, and apparently they're giving it a go.
Who was he with before? He was with somebody,
Anna Kendrick?
Anna
Yeah,
Kendrick, I
that's
think.
it.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's making the rounds.
Yeah, he is.
Dog.
At Monday night, the premiere of the new film The Covenant, Jamie Lee Curtis told people that she lived with Jake Gyllenhaal, who is her godson,
What?
during the pandemic. And
That's her godson?
I guess so, yeah. She said he made a lot of sourdough bread.
Does Tom Papa know this?
She said a lot of sourdough breads. She said, so singing, acting, sourdough. And he did that test where you do a handstand against the wall and take your shirt off and put it back on. For his part, the Southpaw actor said, I'm still eating sourdough. Yes, I haven't stopped. Even though we're out of the pandemic, I'm still making sourdough as well. Yeah, I wonder if Tom could have him on his Breaking
Yeah.
Bread podcast. That'd be perfect. According to Entertainment Tonight, a handful of Gen Z influencers joined Kim Kardashian and Khloe Kardashian, along with the leaders from Reform Alliance at the California State Prison in Lancaster, California, on Monday. Kim, who has been involved in criminal justice reform in the past, spoke about their time at the prison.
Look, I'm wearing stripes because it's prison.
Oh my God.
She said, it's always an honor to be able to visit the men and women living behind our prison walls. She said in a statement, hearing the stories of people trapped in the prison system is what drives my commitment to advocate for reform and find ways to leverage my platform to help change lives and laws. The Skims founder added, today I was especially thrilled to bring Reform's Future Shapers Advisory Council inside the prisons as well. And we are building up the next generation of leaders and influencers who will join us in this fight.
So while they were there, Preston, there was a prison break, but Chloe put it down herself, which was amazing. Yeah. She was able
She
to
just stood in the front door, didn't let anybody out.
Going anywhere.
I got a nice letter from a prisoner the other day. Sometimes you get weird letters from
Yeah.
prisoners, and this one was actually a really nice
What did it reference?
He was referencing each and every one of us and just some of our little isms or little things.
Maybe we're
pretty
changing
Kathy
lives.
is.
What's
How
that?
pretty Kathy is.
I think he did mention that
okay, yeah.
at some point. So
And then you got one a little while back where the guy, he wrote a joke in there, basically, I think he said something about, maybe there was like a chisel in the cake or something like that.
yes,
And
a
then he's
file
like,
in
I'm
the cake."
kidding around because they all have to
I think he
read.
wrote, for those of you who are reading this, I'm joking about the file.
They still, obviously, they do scan the email or the mail going in and out of the prison, correct?
I think
Do they
guess
do
so.
do they do likewise? Do they have email capability?
That's a good question. I really.
These questions.
Why? You know what should happen? One of us should commit a felony
All right.
as a
Not me.
case
Or-
study and go into the prison system for a year or so and report back to us.
Let's start the Preston and Steve Correctional Facility.
We could do that. A private prison. They are there. Priyanka Chopra has a vision for her future beyond acting. In an interview with E! News published on Tuesday, the Quantico star said that she wants to go back to school. She said, I want to
Elementary school.
either go to business school to understand the nitty-gritty of how my industry works and the other industries work. She said the business of entertainment really interested me, or filmmaking.
Wait, she's an
those are my
actress?
two choices.
She's an actress.
Yes, she is. She's married to.
I know
Nick
the Jonas guy,
Yeah.
but I for some reason, why did I think she was a food chick?
No, you're thinking of what was Salman
Padma
Rushdie's? Yeah,
I'm a
Lakshmi.
Lakshmi.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
No, Priyanka Chopra. So the Citadel actress also added that I've always wanted to go back to school. I don't know if I'll ever do that, but it's been a passion of mine. My career started when I was 17, 18, so I never got to the academic heights that I wanted. So she's interested in furthering her education.
At points in your life, you think, maybe I should go back and explore that, or go back to school. And you did it for accounting, and you found yourself an accountant. You hired the teacher.
Yeah. It was financial planning.
Financial planning.
I went and took some elective classes at Delaware County Community College.
Yeah.
And I realized I'm never going to understand this. But I tried, and then I ended up hiring the teacher, and he's been my financial advisor for the past 25 years.
So you
So there you
worked
go.
out.
Hey, it worked out great.
You did learn
He
something.
does amazing investments
You
for
learned
us.
to hire your teachers.
That's what you do. The penthouse apartment that serves as the on-screen home of Roman Roy on HBO's Succession has hit the market, and it is good. This is an apartment, $38 million.
38 mil.
Yeah, it's incredible. The apartment rose to fame in the latest season of the HBO show, serving as Roman Roy's newest residence as he plots his rise to grandeur. Roman Roy's spacious 4-bedroom, 4.5-bath Upper West Side duplex. Okay, so for $38 million, you only get 4 bedrooms and 4.5 baths.
Sounds like a deal.
Right? Yeah. So it's located in real life on the 49th and 50th floors of 200 Amsterdam Avenue, the tallest building in the area. The building previously drew criticism even before it was built, after its planned height was felt to be out of character within that particular neighborhood. A judge ordered the developer, by the way, to remove 20 floors from the top of the
Take 'em off.
52-story building since it violated zoning laws.
There's a scene in the latest episode where there's a real estate discussion about selling a private home, and I don't know spoilers or anything like that, but it's staggering the amount of money that they're talking about. It's in the $60 to $70 million range. But I was sad to learn that the place that serves as Logan Roy's home is a set. I thought that they actually shot in a home somewhere in New York, but they actually built that set, which shows the attention to detail on building sets like that.
Dude, so one time there was a movie with Bryan Cranston and Kevin Hart, and they were filming in Delaware County, the studios, Sun
Studios.
Sun Studios.
Yeah.
And they had built inside this soundstage the interior of a millionaire's New York City apartment. It was amazing.
Yes.
It was incredible.
What do they do after
And from the outside, it looked like nothing because it's a facade.
Right.
It's just the inside is the only thing. They will. So I asked them about that. They will take those materials. They literally built all of this stuff, and they can either sell it or donate it to other theater companies.
Okay.
And people that might need set structures. And so they find a way to move that stuff on to somewhere else. But they had fake artwork that was done up to look like, Jackson Pollock works and things like that. And there was a full bedroom and living room and a whole section of this.
It's amazing. You said Nicole Kidman was made out of wood too, right?
No, but she was there.
She was there.
She was real. I didn't get to talk to her, but she was there.
What is the highest end residential building in Philadelphia?
Probably something on Rittenhouse Square.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Brian Roberts? Building.
Yeah.
Marissa is, she's our city beat.
They just opened up a new place called The Laurel. It's right off of Rittenhouse Square. It's the tallest building, and I think the penthouses go for some crazy multi-millions.
It would have to
like
be.
25, 30 million.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. right off Rittenhouse Square.
$1,500 a month.
Yeah, Brian Roberts has he's in the second Comcast tower, is he not? He's got his own.
I heard that, and then I think somebody disputed that case.
It's not true.
No,
Okay.
he does. He has
Oh,
a
he does?
residence. So if you look at the second Comcast tower, like if you look at the top, it's the Four Seasons, and then right below it, you can see like a outdoor area. That's his residence, or like a residence of his.
I have a question about one of the buildings, and it's the newest, the really big Comcast building.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so my dad was asking me because we were driving through the city, and the really big part, the tallest part that goes all the way up, the one that looks like the cigarette.
Yes.
Fire.
Yeah, okay, that looks like a cigarette coming out of a cigarette pack. Is that an elevator shaft?
That's where the elevator to the Four Seasons goes up and down. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you go up to there, which by the way, anybody can go up to the Four Seasons. I highly recommend it. The elevator ride is really cool.
Okay.
You know, they had to slow it down because people were getting like nauseous going up to the top.
Oh, man.
It's not
Keep up
no
the speed.
No. It's still a fast ride, but they had to like ramp it down just a bit because people were walking off and like not
Vomiting.
feeling good. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, got off the vomit comment.
So, Steve, the building that Marissa was referencing, the Laurel and right off of Rittenhouse, condos start at $2.8 million, go all the way up to $25 million
Okay.
for a completely customizable, nearly 9,000 square foot penthouse.
Jeez.
That's gigantic.
I mean, within another building.
Just gigantic. So Roman Roy's apartment, by the way, has views from the penthouse that offer the Hudson River, Central Park, the city skyline. The new owner can reach their home using a private elevator that opens up into a vestibule area. The penthouse includes floor-to-ceiling windows offering stunning views and also a chef's eat-in kitchen, sliding glass panels. Outside of the apartment, the building also comes complete with various amenities, including 3 floors of indoor and outdoor space, complete with a spa, saltwater pool, gym, private club, and a library with a grand piano.
Well, that's what that money's for. The places that also have their own car elevators, those are pretty amazing as
That'd be
well.
nice, right? Hold on a second. Josh was in jail in Florida and wants to share some information that we may have asked for. Hi, Josh. Good morning.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, buddy. All right, so.
What'd you do?
All right, what's up, man? What do you want to tell us?
No, I was just saying that you can. I mean, it's more of a text message than an email, but there's like big tablets that you can get, at least in Okeechobee, Florida.
Okay.
And it's free to send the text messages, but then the people have to put money on to send the text messages back to you, and they definitely do read them.
Oh, they do read your email, your text messages. Okay, so there is oversight on that as well. All right.
Yeah, and you can even actually like video message people with them in lieu of like in person.
Okay.
Which is great for me because I could video the people back in the great city of Philadelphia. Well, Upper Darby, but
So we have to ask, how did you end up in prison?
I got caught with an empty bag of that diet powder you guys are talking about.
Diet powder.
Yeah.
Wait, an empty bag.
Which isn't even a felony up here, but down there they don't play with diet powder.
They just don't like thin people, and it's a disgrace.
I know. It's too bad.
We got a new euphemism for Coke.
Thanks, Josh.
Diet powder.
Diet
Absolutely.
powder.
I'll see you guys. Rage on.
See, rage on,
But
buddy.
meanwhile, like, they have a dude who like. Did you see the dude who opened fire on the other guy on the highway because he brake checked him and then
Oh, yeah.
he didn't do any jail time because
he
of
walked
this
away?
because of stand your ground. So he thought he was like under attack or whatever. And
Two people got shot. Two girls got shot. If you're
Yeah.
talking about the one I'm thinking
No,
of,
it's
their
a different
own daughters.
No, it's a different one. But
Yeah.
no. But God forbid you have an empty bag of diet powder.
I know.
Just you open
prison.
fire on an open highway, but
Right.
like
An empty bag of diet powder for crying out loud.
I'm just
Get
happy.
you 3 to 5.
He was from Upper Darby.
All right, I have a couple other.
all right, fine, Kathy.
Thank you.
Speaking of people and criminal issues, Jonathan Majors has lost a number of projects
Oh, boy.
after it was reported that his manager and publicist have cut ties with him. The Creed 3 actor also is no longer expected to star in the forthcoming feature, The Man in My Basement. He's also been dropped from an ad campaign for the Texas Rangers baseball team and an unannounced Otis Redding biopic for 5th season.
So if they're doing all of this, and you know that they're checking out, they're hiring people, and they've got to tech because there's such an investment in him. They're not going to drop him just on a whim. So
Yeah.
they must be aware of stuff that does not look good for him.
But as you alluded to yesterday or the day before, Steve, like they are building the entire next phase of the MCU
Yeah.
around this villain, around Kang. and I think he's a great villain.
Yeah.
I don't know how they'd go forward
Well,
with
how
it.
much is already in the can?
Not a ton of it, but
No.
it's all announced and it's all written around him as Ken.
I mean, listen, if there isn't anything in the can and you're, dude, just put another person in there.
Sure, in the can.
Don,
Yeah, in
Don
the can.
Cheadle became, took Terrence Howard's role,
Yeah.
and did probably a better job as Rhodey. So yeah, they can do it. It's just interesting to see that they're building it around this guy.
Mark Ruffalo took Ed Norton's character
Exactly.
as well. So it can be done. It's a main character.
All that's right now in the can is the season 2 of Loki in which he appears.
Okay.
All right, a couple other quick things, and we got to move along. Let's see. Deadline reports that the forthcoming legendary film Animal Friends has quite the cast. Ryan Reynolds, Jason Momoa, Aubrey Plaza, and Vince Vaughn have all been cast in roles for the part live-action, part animated film. Plot details are being kept under wraps for now, but the film
I'm not
has been
familiar.
described as an R-rated road trip adventure. Yeah, I don't know anything about it either. All right, and then the last bit of information I have for you is Entertainment Tonight reports that Michelle Yeoh is returning to the Star Trek franchise.
When they greet her on the set.
That's
Now she's
Rocky.
Academy Award winner now. She was a captain on Discovery.
The Everything Everywhere All at Once. By the way, can you find the full? We haven't had the situation.
Oh, yeah.
The whole thing. The Everything Everywhere All at Once star will be reprising her role as Emperor Philippa Georgiou in a new movie called Star Trek Section 31.
All right.
The film will pick up shortly after her character's departure from Star Trek Discovery, by the way. So
Is that J.J. Abrams?
it
gotta be,
does
right?
not say in this story, but more than likely, I would think. All right, here's the full Pituation clip. This is where Hey Yo comes from.
Hey, yo.
Hey Yo. Pituation.
Hey, yo. I don't want to bring up part of my Rocky impersonation, which is really bad now that I'm hearing myself. All right, never mind.
You hear Kathy, she's like, oh my God, that laugh of like, oh, I'm so embarrassed for you.
Hey, yo.
Hey, yo, I don't want to bring up part of my Rocky impersonation. Like, what the hell?
Which
He's great.
is really bad now that I'm hearing myself.
I love that kid.
I miss Pitch.
Yeah.
Rich Liebing.
When's he?
How much Bill disliked him.
Oh, my God.
Made me like him that much
Bill
more.
came around, though.
Did he?
Yeah, believe it or not. When he left, Bill came around.
Okay.
Yep. All right. I think we're ready for clips now. Let's roll these. So the Power Rangers are teaming up once again to fight an all too familiar villain in the 30th anniversary special Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always. Here, actor Steve Cardenas talks about his experience as the Red Ranger.
For me, honestly, I'm just so humbled that it's almost been 30 years and to this day, people still come out and they want to meet me. They want to get autographs. They want to tell me how I impacted their childhood and whatnot. So, I mean, it's just an incredible thing, I just feel so blessed to be part of that Ranger, experience,
Shut the up!
Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Once and Always is available today on Netflix. Here's the next clip. Artificial intelligence is used for many things, including writing the new show Mrs. Davis. In this clip, creator Damon Lindelof talks about AI in our lives.
AI is always just trying to kill us. That's infamously that's the arc of it is. It's just a matter of time before it shoots you out the airlock. What if there was an artificial intelligence or that was actually trying to make the world a better place?
Mrs. Davis is out now on Peacock. By the
I
way.
have not seen it.
No, me either. All right, there you go. That's what I have. Entertainment report for today, Wednesday, 19th day of April.
We just got 2 days.
We did. We got an extra 2 days, and how about that bonus? Now, an extra bonus on top of that would be you winning $1,000 and tickets to the Barbecue. So we're going to have that in less than an hour, 8 o'clock, your first opportunity. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just seconds, so hang out with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. 93.3
Choices.
Yes.
These are clothes?
Clothing, yes.
Okay, sartorial.
It's what she likes to eat at the food court.
Oh, okay. No. Frequently give fans a double take, generally for their stunning elegance. But some are wagging their fingers at the Duchess of Sussex for the skirt that she chose to wear on the final day of her royal tour of New Zealand, Fiji, and so on.
It was a full cooter shot.
Well,
it was up above her waist.
No, it wasn't. She paired a stunning royal blue Givenchy sweater with a sheer blue pleated skirt. So there was some see-through to it.
Well, you know what? She has.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. But she has had a higher than they usually like the skirts worn with members of the royal family, but nothing outlandish. Whenever she's out, but she still looks elegant.
You can see the shape of her panties.
Yeah, I mean that's a little
Does
sheer.
it matter that there are sexy photos of her on the internet to the royal family, do you think? Because, when she did Suits and she did some modeling
There's a whole
stuff,
bunch of it.
Yeah.
And Nick, she had actually just done one prior to this whole...
To meeting Prince Harry?
Yes, and it's excellent.
And the whole family received a portfolio of all of this stuff and said, here's what we're dealing with.
She's a beautiful woman.
If you need me, I'm going to be reviewing these photographs in my chamber.
How long is that going to take?
Wappa. Fwap.
That's it.
The fappening.
Wappa.
By the
That's the
way,
royal family version of fap.
why does this all have to rest on her shoulders? Like, why doesn't she have people looking at her going, "Yo, dude, I can see your panties"?
But she makes the final choice.
Yo, dude, I can see your panties.
By the way, Shake Shack,
Yep.
love their burgers, but I might as well eat them while I'm sitting on the toilet because that's how quickly they go through me.
Just for some particular reason?
Yeah.
Do you get the special sauce?
Dude, so
He makes the special sauce.
I literally ate it one time, and I was driving home. I ate it by Helium. There's one right there.
Oh, no.
And I ate it.
Oh, no.
And I had to race. Oh my God! I'm trying to get home. I was trying to get home.
Yeah.
And it was late. It was probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night.
I can make it.
And by the time I got to about Route 1 on 76, I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it. So let me get to the radio station. Quick.
Oh.
Stat, right?
Yeah.
Got to the radio station. Couldn't make it to the fourth floor. I had to dump by outside next to the...
Dude, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did you take a dump?
You crapped outside of the building?
I had to.
How long ago was this?
This morning.
God.
Kathy,
I
it was either that or in my pants. What do I do?
Sometimes I don't know.
Right? So I had to do it next to the...
Couldn't you at least pick a competing station?
Yeah. Well, no,
I mean,
because
I'm also just so open to tell the story. It's amazing.
Oh, not right away. I had to wait a couple of years before the security footage was deleted. You know? What I'm saying, Kath?
More FM's right over there.
Right. Q102 is right down the street.
Q102 is down the street. You crapped there.
Oh my God.
The story does get a little bit better.
Funny.
How?
How could it?
Ow.
But could you have imagined had he been stopped at another radio station simply because it was an emergency?
Yes.
Right.
Local broadcaster in a clear attempt.
Like a superintendent of a school.
Right, exactly.
Right?
He would have been raised to heroic levels here.
Now, how does the story get better?
Oh, man. I think I'm just going to end it there.
No. You started down the path.
Just say it quietly so we can't hear it.
Just whisper it.
They're not listening.
So,
Yeah.
So I had to
smeared it on someone's car.
I had to leave it there in the grass.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it with me.
Right.
Oh, you didn't want to take it with you?
No. I couldn't. So what
You
ended
take
up.
your dog for a walk.
So,
I left it there.
all right. So a little bit did end up in my underpants. So I had.
That was just like a bingo.
So I had to put. Luckily I had. Nobody can hear this, right?
Right, no, we're good.
So luckily I had all these T-shirts in the back of my car.
Did you fashion a makeshift underwear?
I literally wore a pink T-shirt as underwear on the drive home. Oh no! It gets better. Okay, so then I'm on my way home and I'm thinking, dude, there is like T-shirts and poop and all this stuff next to the building. All right, so I can't. Like if security goes and they see that on Monday, they're gonna go, well, who pooped here
And look at
Check the
security.
and they're going to look at security and they're going to see me like all ashamed crouching next to my car. So on Monday, I came back to work with a giant trash bag and I had to like collect it all.
Oh my God.
And then throw it in the dumpster.
So he cleaned his spot.
yeah, I cleaned my spot.
hate you.
I hate me too, Kathy. When I got home,
And this was all because of what?
freaking Shake
Guys.
Shack.
Oh, Shake Shack.
No, not Five Guys. Don't you talk
They're
bad about-
fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
Where in the building was it? That this-
On the over
By
at
the loading dock.
docks.
Well, you unloaded.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I,
Wait, and
I
I'm
had to
sorry.
go. What's that?
Why didn't you come inside?
He couldn't get in.
I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it.
Yeah.
I do believe me. I'm not.
don't.
This is not a proud moment here, Kathy.
Yeah.
Though you would assume it could have been a proud moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you came back. And that's noble.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily noble. It was self-preservation.
The last thing you wanted is that footage to end up. But what's worse, the footage of you doing it or the footage of you collecting it back up in the bag?
They watched both and they were like, okay,
Yeah,
well, he came back and cleaned.
You know, we'll erase this.
All right, so you should eat your hamburger upside down.
on the toilet.
That's what we got.
That's all. That's all I noticed. I didn't. There's
notice.
That's it. I can't top that.
No, it ends there.
I will not be able
Like
to.
a derailing train.
Right.
So nobody heard that, right?
Nobody heard that. People magazine is named its 2018 sexiest man alive.
Yeah.
And it is Idris Elba.
Kathy?
The British actor says the honor has given him a boost of self-confidence.
What do you think? Are you an Idris Elba fan?
Pull up a picture.
Okay. You don't remember?
You don't know what he looks like?
No, I do, but like, let me just look at.
Let her
examine.
drink him in.
I don't like. Is that the picture they use?
Let her take a sip of that chocolate.
Yeah,
milk.
that's from people.com.
I don't love the picture that they use. I wish they used a different picture, but yeah, no, he's good looking for sure.
He was surprised after being crowned this year's winner. I was like, come on, no way, really? He told the magazine.
You guys.
He said, look. Here, there's the cover picture.
Yeah, he's kind of like he's like Lovey.
Well, like Lovey from Gilligan's Island.
No,
Lovey.
like not where you would look at some of them and be like, oh my god, he's so hot. Like this
Okay.
guy's like he probably would give you a good hug.
Part of it is his voice and his demeanor. He is planning a wedding with his fiancee Sabrina Dahor. No,
Yeah, well, I don't
Sabrina Dahor?
Dower.
Dahore?
Dahor.
Oh, you mean Dahor?
Dahor. It's all the same letters.
Who are you marrying? Sabrina. Oh, Dahor?
Dhowre.
No,
And
not Dahor.
if you move the W to the beginning or in between the D and H, it looks like Dahor.
No, it's Dahor.
Dahor. Dahore.
No.
Anyhow, the actor has
I'm not marrying a whore.
a 16-year-old daughter named Isan and a 4-year-old son named Winston. What a great name.
Yeah, I almost
like
named my
that.
dog Winston.
From previous
him know.
relationships. Elba told people about his upbringing.
Yes, Idris. My name is Casey. I produce a show in the States. I almost named my dog Winston.
When you said let him know, I thought you were talking about let my dog know.
I did too. Come here, buddy.
Come here.
You're almost
Listen,
Winston.
Reggie, I almost named
Dog. I don't understand what you're saying.
We begin Wigapalooza.
I'm very excited.
If you just tuned in, we talked about this a while back. What would Steve look like with a head of realistic human hair and not goofy looking wigs? Actual hair. We want to see what Steve would look like with a realistic looking hairstyle.
These wigs are usually fitted to people's heads, so Steve's got a bigger head. I actually thought his head was a little bit smaller than that.
Should we bring him in?
Yes.
All right, let's have Steve come in and see what the actual. Wow! Dude, oh my God!
You haven't seen
You
it?
haven't? Kathy's got to have a mirror.
Get the big mirror from the office.
Steve, you look better bald, man.
Casey,
you know what
that does look good. You fixed the sides.
Yeah.
Do you know whose hair I immediately think of for some reason? Because
Oh, Jesus Christ.
he looks like Danny Briere's hair for some reason.
Wow,
Am I not wrong about that?
That's
Danny
absolutely right.
Briere,
Dude,
formerly of the Flyers.
No,
What? Who are you thinking of? Here,
Bachelor-
move your microphone over, Steve. So I can.
From bachelor party and
Adrian
Zmed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, how
It's
come
the
no
profile
sideburn?
that I love.
I guess you have to. Well, I look like a 60s pop star. Hey, everybody.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow.
This is one that's for the ladies.
Yeah.
It's what you call a panty dropper in the biz.
Yeah, Steve, we need a voice with that
That's right,
wig.
yeah.
What is that the voice?
I need
you
it.
think,
Yeah,
or-
I think that's kind of the name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
or kind of the voice.
The back looks good too, like
Does
the
the back look
neckline.
good?
Yeah, the neckline.
Yeah, the back looks real.
Am I making you wet, baby?
Looks totally real. Somebody says you look like Paul McCartney. Yeah.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody says Phil
I know.
Mickelson or Ralph Macchio.
Well, a little Ralph Macchio.
A little bit.
The Karate Kid on Hard Times.
And by the way, you'll need.
Hey, Mr. Miyagi, how are you?
You'll need.
What the hell happened?
There you go. Yes, Steve's doing the dance moves. And we'll put.
I could walk you home. Makes me feel fine.
Oh, Steve. The hair. Oh my God.
Summer breeze.
Nice.
Makes me feel
Oh, you gotta watch the webcam. Steve is singing directly to you.
I thought that was beautiful, actually. I have to go pleasure myself.
Hi,
I'm
Bree.
so turned on.
All right, well, let's bring him in and see what we have next. Let's have Steve. He's been out of the studio when he gets. Okay. The color is better on this.
Yes.
I think
actually like.
I like the dark.
Hey, I'll help.
You look like a stock boy a little
Right,
bit.
yeah.
I'll get that for you, Mr. Jones. What do you want me to do with the canoe?
Just put it in the back. Put it in the back.
I'll move that around for you, Mr. Jones. Hey, can I take lunch now?
every wig has to have a voice.
Right, yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
Wow.
My name's Toby.
This is a Toby, right?
Yeah, that's a Toby.
Yeah.
Toby.
Is that
Hi,
what
my
it's
name's
called?
Toby.
Is that what it's called? Seriously?
No. It's a Toby.
Oh, no?
Yeah. It intermatches with the Kunta Kinte.
Well, what was the last one? What should that have been? That was the
That was
Danny?
the Danny or
Yeah.
the Ricky.
The Ricky.
I like the Ricky.
That was Ricky. With a song for you.
No, it's
It's Toby.
Toby. Hey,
Yeah.
Toby.
Hey, you need any yard work? You need help? Don, I'll do it. I'm 17.
Should we do a new wig next?
Yes, dude.
Yeah, we only have
Dr. Wig.
We only have two more left. Let's bring him in. Let's see Steve's third wig of the morning. Wow, man.
It is the best one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve, and that's
little
real
bit of gray.
hair. What's that?
A little bit of gray.
Just a little salt and pepper in there.
Yeah.
That looks good.
I think he looks like either
I think I'm
Rich-
ready for the boardroom and the bedroom.
I think Richard Gere maybe.
She said she gave me three options: Richard Gere, Regis Philbin, and Eddie Munster.
What?
With the three hair.
Well, the one style we had going at first, he looked a little like Eddie Munster.
It's all sewn
Do I
in.
look like in the Cialis commercial? I say the man with the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do look like the
Yeah.
man with the plan.
Yeah, putting some more wind in my sails with Cialis.
Oh, is this the voice?
Yeah.
What-
Hey,
what's-
kids, we're gonna go mountain climbing and rappelling.
What's a
and
good-
I can get aroused too.
What's a good name for this hair? First
gotta be-
thing,
it's
first
gotta
thing
be a
that comes to your
doctor.
mind.
Chet.
Chet.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
Chet Wainwright.
All right.
Dr. Chet Wainwright?
Yeah, Dr. Chet Wainwright.
PhD.
Yeah.
What are you, a doctor?
Not DDS?
Gynecologist.
Of course. It
The
wouldn't be
ladies
anything
are
else.
stacked too deep
All
out
right,
there.
now put the headphones on,
Yeah.
and we'll see if this because
Radio chat.
Steve doesn't have sideburns.
I have
and so
no
that's the
sideburns,
one thing
no
that looks a little
eyebrows.
odd.
It's what happened was that
93.3
they-
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. I realized I haven't noticed anything this week at all. No.
The noticer, he's been away for quite a while, but he's back. The noticer noticed he hadn't been noticing.
I did notice that.
And now he's gonna notice.
Yeah. There's
Across an empty field. Ah, the hell with it.
all right. Hell it is. So I actually noticed this. I noticed that Nick pointed this out to me. Netflix is officially winding down the business that helped make it a household name. This fall, the streaming giant will officially say goodbye to its DVD rental service and all the red envelopes that made it possible.
To be honest, I thought
I didn't even know it was
I
still
didn't know
it
it was
happening.
still
ended,
around. Yep.
a while ago.
A lot of people sent this to me because my dad is still a fan, has been a fan of the DVDs for a long time. And so they were wondering what my dad is going to do. I am guessing he'll probably just go back to the library where he used to get his DVDs, which you can do for free most of the time.
Doesn't stream at all? No.
No, he does too, Steve. He's just, he's his own animal and kind of does things how he likes to do them.
I mean, I like the physical media myself,
well,
but I collect it.
I was curious if it was being of an older generation, not understanding how to operate the streaming platforms.
I think that's
or
some
that,
of it, but like he honestly, the other thing, and I mentioned this before, but sometimes you can't get certain movies on streaming services, and for whatever reason, Netflix might offer something up on DVD, or like season 5 of The Office or whatever, and then they'll send that to you, and so you can watch stuff that you can't get via streaming.
Nick, one of my Kathy, a favorite movie of ours, Casualties of Love, the Amy Fisher story.
Right.
You get it.
With Alyssa Milano. You can only get that on DVD, and so there you go.
You know what? I'm gonna email my dad right now, Steve.
If you could get one
Casualties
for
of
me.
Love. All right.
Yes, starring Jack Scalia and Alyssa Milano.
Okay.
But I do feel kind of bad for the youth because I really do feel like that was that time when the video store existed and I have vivid memories. It was after 5 o'clock mass on a Saturday night, we would go to the video store and you could each pick out a movie and there was something really
one porn each.
No, there was something really special and cool about that, and the kids don't have that these days.
We talked about this. There was a culture. You get up to the register, and they had these little popcorn theater buckets with Twizzlers and stuff, and it was a thing unto itself. And you would go back and forth, and then sometimes you'd get the Holy Grail, Preston. A movie you wanted wasn't there, but it got returned while you were there.
Yeah, that was the thing. You would go up, and they'd be like, "We're rewinding it now."
Oh my God!
Yeah.
What was the largest late penalty you guys had?
$1 million.
No, because
we bought a couple movies because we just couldn't find them.
At a certain point, you're like, dude, hey, just keep because we had a movie called The Willies, okay? You've never even heard of it. It was a horrible movie. It was like a series of short stories. I think we paid like $40 for that.
By the way, videos when they first came out, when you VHS or whatever, you're looking at for a movie $70, $80.
Yeah.
For and you'd get nailed for that cost. Eventually, you paid for it.
So I've forgotten so much about renting movies. When eventually we got to the DVD format, I'm trying to remember. You rented those at Blockbuster?
Yes,
Did you
absolutely.
rent those too?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember. I just remember VHS at the stores.
The whole Netflix thing was obviously ease of use from home, and you get it. The thing is that a lot of times what would happen with those discs is they would be dinged up, scratched.
Yeah,
and they'd F up your machine.
Were you guys so bougie that you guys had the rewinder, just a separate rewinder for your?
I was.
No, we didn't.
It was
either.
a common man.
Yeah,
regular blue collar rewinder.
So the company tweeted on Tuesday, on September 29, 2023, we will send out the last red envelope. It's been a true pleasure and honor to deliver movie nights to our wonderful members for 25 years.
Can we request that the last one go to Nick's dad?
We could.
Oh, please.
Right?
They can only say no.
So you have Marissa getting married at the Punk Rock Hall of Fame, the first in there, and then Nick's dad gets the last.
You know
I
what?
think we're looking at a threesome here.
We should send him the final season of Who's the Boss.
Oh my God.
What are the vending machines that they have where you can
Red Box.
Red Box, yeah. I wonder if those will start to phase out. I mean, I know they're not Netflix, but
And Preston, they're always in the worst strip malls and stuff like that. You'll see them there.
They're in my Walmart.
And that's a horrible mall. No, okay. No, so wherever I see them, it's kind of like in front of bad stores or just dilapidated areas. But they're around. They continue to be around.
They said, our goal has always been to provide the best service for our members, but as the DVD business continues to shrink, that's going to become increasingly difficult.
You've seen people have little libraries set up in front of their houses. People have, and I think it's in Philadelphia because I think Nick Murphy has seen it. Like they have DVD, essentially the same thing with DVDs.
Isn't it called the Little Blockbuster or something along those lines?
Maybe. I don't know.
Neighborhood Blockbuster? Yeah.
Wow, what a difference.
Yeah.
I've got loads and loads and loads of DVDs that we have not touched in years.
I'm selling all of mine. And I was asking somebody for hey, how much should I sell them for? Because listen, the deal is you have to take all of them.
So you're going to do a bulk sell.
Yeah. So
you will find somebody.
Yeah.
You'll find someone who'll come in, and they'll do that all the time. Like when they buy stuff out of storage facilities, they'll just buy in bulk. Yeah. They'll see if there's anything worthwhile. Now I collect a Blu-ray and 4K, and I have a large 3D collection, and I watch that stuff fairly frequently. But I mean, Yeah, I gave my laser discs, which
Yeah.
I had many of, to Nick Murphy and just take them, all of them, you know.
So I was asking, all right, so what should I charge? And my friend who's a yard sailor was like, do it like 50 cents a DVD, because some are DVDs, some are Blu-rays. And so I was like, okay, if I just do a blanket, all right, it's 50 cents a DVD, and I have 200 of them, that'll be $1 million.
Yeah, there you go. That's how the math works.
The math is spot on.
Yep.
If you can't sell all of them, Casey, I do know that some libraries accept donations. So if you're stuck, I know, but I'm just saying, if you're stuck,
I need to buy a lawnmower, bro.
I got you. Yeah.
Nick, how about just you know what you do? Get a shotgun and use a mesquite.
You can do that too.
You can do that.
All right.
Willies. Paul.
The company reported a miss for its second quarter earnings after market close on Tuesday. Shares fell by around 6%. So they're trying to unload some stuff, and that is one of the casualties.
I wonder how their Netflix commercial, their cheaper version of Netflix, remember it's going to include commercials?
Yeah,
what the status of that is.
That's a good question. I haven't noticed yet, but I did notice this.
Come on, man, get off the noticer's back.
All right, so Northern Lights enthusiasts got a surprise mix in with the green bands of light dancing in the Alaska skies, and it was a light baby blue spiral resembling
rainbow. Oh my God.
and a double rainbow. Resembling a galaxy appeared amid the aurora for a few minutes.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yes. Did you guys see the pictures of it?
It looks great. It's crazy.
It looks artificial.
It does,
It
yeah.
looks as if an artist painted that, but that is an actual photograph of what was happening in the sky.
It looks like like a Star Destroyer is about to come through it.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
Like some kind of a portal's about to open up. So what it was is simply excess fuel that had been released from a SpaceX rocket that launched from California about 3 hours before the spiral had appeared.
Oh, it looks so cool.
Yeah. What is this?
Aurora Borealis. At this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen. Yes. Mash it? No.
Right?
So, according to space physicist Don Hampton, he said sometimes rockets have fuel that needs to be jettisoned, and he said when they do that at high altitudes, the fuel turns into ice. He said, and it appears to be, and if it happens to be in sunlight, when you're in darkness on the ground, you can see it as sort of a big cloud, and sometimes it's swirly.
From what I know of Don Hampton, he's pretty accurate.
Yeah, while not a common sight, Hampton said that he has seen such occurrences about 3 times. By the way, he is the research associate professor at the University of Alaska Fairbanks Geophysical Institute.
So,
in case you were curious about Don Hampton's qualifications.
Right. I loved him with the Eagles, but obviously he's moved on to other things now. Oh, that was Don Henley. Well, anyway, we could conceivably create this. Right? Or, I mean,
I guess so. If the conditions are correct, they could do that. You don't need to have the Aurora Borealis. It just happened to be at that time. But I've told the story many times, and I'll tell it one more time. I was at an event, a block party one time, getting my buzz on with everybody, and I looked up in the sky, and I saw this pyramid shape happen to appear. It was golden. It came out of nowhere. And it freaked me out, and I thought I saw a goddamn alien ship. It blew my mind. And like one other person amongst the 100 or so that were outside for this, we were the only ones that noticed it, and it tweaked my melon. So I went home that night, and I called Matt O'Donnell.
It could be a full-blown show with a goddamn spaceship on it. Who knows?
Thank you, Ace. And so I called Matt O'Donnell, and he called the FAA.
Yeah.
And they had said, no, it was a launch that took place in Virginia. And what that could have been was a second stage or something like so. All kinds of from our launches and things like that. These weird little
optical illusion,
visible things can happen.
Only you can see us, Preston.
Dude, and that's what I felt like.
Yeah.
I felt it
We've
was
come
like
to Earth to take your top radio personalities back with us.
I thought that I had witnessed.
We don't have good morning radio.
On Queef's Flat?
Queef's
Isn't that
Flat.
your hometown?
Yes, Queef's Flat is the home planet. So you had one other person saw it.
Yep. And so I did have confirmation. I wasn't crazy, but so this swirl thing, people were wondering, they am I actually seeing this? And
you don't
so
want to call it a swirly because that's a different thing entirely.
So it ended up being this phenomenon.
Swirlies are two different things, by the way. One is sexual, and the other one I think is when you get your face flushed down the toilet. Is that not a swirly?
Or is it
in porn? It's a different thing.
What is it when you stick your finger in your mouth and then stick it in somebody's ear?
That's a wet willy.
That's a wet willy?
Yeah.
Okay, so a swirly is shoving somebody's face in a toilet?
Maybe.
That's what, and then you like dip them down, and then there's the chocolate swirly where there's already stuff in the toilet.
The chocolate swirly.
I never heard of the sexual version of a swirly.
Yeah, it's a,
happening.
That doesn't explain it to me.
It's a BJ.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
There's more.
There's got to be more to it if you're going to
listen, my buddy was a cab driver, and the lady
And that's how he got paid.
Offered him a swirly for free fare, essentially.
Okay, so here we have the actual.
This is the Urban Dictionary, which, by the way, the Urban Dictionary
hilarious.
It's funny.
Not accurate.
None of that stuff is legit.
So
somebody made it up, and nobody had done these things before.
Do you want to take a crack at euphemizing that, or?
The act of making a certain kind of love to someone in the bathroom while repeatedly flushing their head in the toilet is known as a janitor's daughter.
Oh, my God.
Okay. Form of torture, punishment in which the victim is held upside down over a toilet with his head in the toilet bowl while it is flushed.
There you go.
That's the swirl.
That's the version your parents are probably familiar with.
So, by the way, the appearance of the swirl was caught in time lapse on the Geographical Institute's all-sky camera and shared widely. It created a bit of an internet storm with the spiral. Hampton said that he's actually seen such occurrences about 3 times before.
So besides this, have you ever had an incident where you were sure you were seeing, no, a UFO or something? I remember seeing something that was so strange that it transcended, that it just simply appeared to be an unidentified. This is the category. You can't identify it.
Right.
But I jumped a little bit further and thought this has to be some sort of extraterrestrial vehicle.
Yeah.
Because it was darting back and forth. I remember clearly 3 lights on something that was sort of cigar-shaped. And we were in the backyard of our house that I grew up in on a clear summer night, and there it was. I'm sure since we haven't been invaded since then, I think
maybe
we're pretty good.
I don't know. Maybe their time works differently, and it's only
possible.
been an afternoon since that happened. I don't know. All right, notice some other things here. How about this one? We're going to completely switch gears. Researchers from Jumanji University in Japan, it's spelled a little different than the game, have figured out how to make swings go even higher. So if you're on a swing, how to go even higher.
So when you're a kid, that's the thing. You want to go as high as you can.
The equations were solved for different swing sizes and various sequences of upper body movements. And the result is that the best time to lean back depends on how high the swing is already going. So when you first start swinging, the best time to lean back is when the swing is at the bottom of the arc and moving forward. Once the swing gains some height, the best time to lean back is during the backswing.
Aha!
To test this, researchers built a swing in a lab and recruited 10 college students to test their theory.
I think that makes sense because the whole idea is when you're sitting up, you're providing wind resistance. But I would tend to do it on the swing through and not think about leaning back on the way back, which would increase your velocity, correct?
Well, I think that when you lean back on the backswing is you're almost at the top of the arc. You're not quite. You're not like at the bottom and then starting to lean back. You're starting your way up.
Yeah.
And then lean back and then wow.
So you're saying on the swing through or on the return swing?
So look at this. This is forward.
Right.
This is backwards. I'm facing that way. Sorry for you guys on the radio. But as you're coming back here, right about here, you're still going backwards. You start leaning back.
Yeah.
And then come through. So
when was the last time you were on a swing?
Last year.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a couple of areas near me that have those old style chain swings. Yeah.
It's been a little while, but I mean, I have kids and took them to the playground. And
They're awesome.
you know what? Yeah. They're a lot of fun. Now, Kids, on the other hand, like when there's kids at the playground, you have to be careful because they don't pay attention to anything.
Right.
You could really waffle them.
It's one of my favorite memories as a father, teaching my kid how to swing, like watching him learn how to jump, and you would, when you're a parent, sometimes you're out there for hours. And during those hours, it can get a little tedious.
Yeah.
However, looking back on it, super fun memories.
Yeah, we had a swing set in our backyard with the kids and loved it. I have so many great videos and pictures and memories of us doing on. I remember though when it was time when the kids got to an age where we're like, we need to get rid of it. It's just taking up a giant amount of space. And I came to my kids. I told Rochelle, I'm like, should we tell them that we're gonna get rid of the swing set? Oh my God, they're gonna be so upset. So I came to them. I'm like, hey guys. We're thinking about getting rid of the swing set. They're like, yeah, okay, no problem. I'm like,
You were like horrified.
my heart was broken. I'm
We
like,
just did that for you.
yeah.
We don't like that.
I'm currently
It
going,
makes us nauseous.
going through it. Like, Jace is coming. He's like, yeah, let's get rid of it. Let's get a trampoline. And I'm
my
like,
God.
no, we're not getting rid of it yet.
And a trampoline, you'll kill yourself.
I literally keep it for my niece and my nieces and nephews when they come over. Like, so there's something they have to play on. Like, and they come over once every 3 months.
You know, it's time to get rid of it when the kids have gotten to the size where they're swinging on it and the entire thing
Is
moves.
moving.
Like it'll rock it up on one side.
Yeah.
That's what happened in our first swing set when we were growing up.
Yeah.
My father had to put chains down into concrete because the thing kept almost tipping over.
So those were like a metal, like aluminum type thing. Yeah,
Right,
those
yeah.
things you can almost pick up.
Right, and move
now
around.
they're made of heavy wood,
Yeah.
which is harder to move around. But I remember those, Steve, when I was a kid, and you could knock
It's
them
going to
over.
go over. I love like standard park. Yeah, I love the seesaw for Christ's sake. The seesaw. And we had a thing growing up, and it was no one else in the neighborhood had it. I don't know how the hell we ended up with it because we were like, we were sort of low rent compared to the rest of the neighborhood. But it was called a whirly bird.
Okay.
And there were four people facing each other, swords, and a circle in the middle. There was a handle you'd hold on top. You'd sit in the seat, and then there was also a thing you'd put your feet on the bottom.
Yep.
And almost you'd pull back on the handle, and the thing would start to move around.
Okay.
So everyone, all four people, would be controlling the speed of it.
Yeah.
It was great. I've never seen it since.
Do you remember when Bobby and
Yeah.
tried to break the world record for seesaw?
Yes.
Yeah.
Stupid
Only they called it
bastards.
teeter-totter on the
Teeter-totter,
show.
that's right.
Which was odd to me because I'd always called it a seesaw.
Yeah, but those. I was going to say a bad word. They fell asleep.
They did.
Oh, yeah, that's
And then
right.
remember,
Remember
Dad
that?
had to come out and say, have you noticed that your sister's developing?
Wait, what? Well, it's not his kid.
Yeah, no. That's what I had.
Steve, we
Preston.
found a photo
Oh, wow.
of the four-seat twirl go round whirly bird merry-go-round outdoor child ride.
They need to make that title longer.
Yeah, they do.
$429. It's a lot of fun.
It looks like you would not fit on that.
No,
Looks
not
like
right
none
now.
of us would
No,
fit
I
on
would
that.
not. But I get it, and I guarantee you it'll break within a week.
Hey, I have a question for you. So you hear, and this has to do with playground terminology of the apparatus.
Yeah.
Because we were saying seesaw and teeter-totter. Merry-go-round.
Yeah.
Right.
Merry-go-round, that's the round thing with the handles on it that you can get on and spin around on, right?
Yeah, I think of it as a carousel.
See,
Yeah,
now that's what
same.
I'm wondering
Yeah.
because some people call it a merry-go-round.
That's what we called it.
And what?
That's what we called it. The
Run this
merry-go-round.
Carousel is actually the term, right?
No, carousel has horses and stuff like that.
that also-
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what
I'm
I call
talking
a
about that.
merry-go-round.
He said a carousel. He calls that a merry-go-round.
Right.
Let me.
All right, hang on.
Okay, so the round disc that you with the handles on it that you spin around on, you call that a merry-go-round.
Yeah.
Okay, and a carousel is with the horses
Yes.
and all that.
Okay, you're talking about the thing that has the disc in the center?
Yeah, that everybody
That-
can get
right,
on,
and then you- yeah.
just spin it. It's got a handle.
Till
and
someone vomits.
One person starts pushing with their feet, and then you
Yeah.
jump on. And then if you lean in or out, you could speed it up or slow it down.
So it's the same thing. This was they're saying that the one that Casey's calling a merry-go-round is basically the first versions of it, and then it progressed to what we see at amusement parks with the horses and all that.
I think
Yeah.
I think that doesn't because that's a
So the
carousel.
first records of merry-go-round came around in 1720. And that's what Casey's talking about, the circle where the riders got on and just held on.
Isn't this why we wanted to leave England?
Hang on a second.
My sweetest wife, today I got sick and threw up on the merry-go-round. All the other soldiers pointed and laughed at me. They called me a duty pants.
Oh, my God.
A duty pants?
That's it.
So here you go. This
Everyone loves hopping on top of the merry-go-round and spinning round and round to the sounds of the big band.
So this is from Wikipedia. A carousel, merry-go-round, roundabout, or hurdy-gurdy.
Hurdy-gurdy.
Never heard that.
Hurdy-gurdy, man.
Is a type of amusement ride consisting of a rotating circular platform with seats for riders. The seats are traditionally in the form of rows of wooden horses or other animals mounted on posts, blah, 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 blah. So I guess it's saying that you can interchange the term merry-go-round
My
and
dearest
carousel.
wife, I've joined the band, yes.
This is roundabout, by the way.
Preston, both of so I guess the classification is valid for both.
Okay.
Merry-go-round and carousel, though I always think of a standard carousel as being the more ornate, horses and stuff like that.
But if we went to Hershey Park and we said we're going on the merry-go-round, that's what we meant. We're going on the carousel. Steve, what was that song that you just sang, the Hurdy-Gurdy Man?
I forget who sings it.
Is that the Beatles or
No. Was it Donovan?
I think it's Donovan.
Who did Hurdy?
There goes the hurdy-gurdy man.
Because I'd heard that before and I hadn't thought of it until you just sang it, but he must have
My
been.
dearest wife, today I met Donovan.
Yes, there we go. Look at this.
It's Donovan.
Hurdy-gurdy man.
And so I didn't know until just now. I guess he's talking about the guy that works at the carousel?
I don't know. I don't remember lyrics.
The guy who doesn't wear underwear under his shorts.
Yeah, the lyrics are at the bottom.
Oh, there we go, yeah.
Thrown like a star in a vast sleep, I opened my eyes to take a peek to find that I was by the sea, gazing with tranquility. 'Twas then when the hurdy-gurdy man came singing songs of love. Then when the hurdy-gurdy man came singing songs of love, and then he repeats hurdy-gurdy man over.
About
History
400
seemed to
times.
pass, on light and shadow cast down through all eternity to crying of humanity. I hear nothing about a merry-go-round here.
Well, perhaps it is that, Nick, where he's this happy-go-lucky ex-con who sings to the children as they get on the carousel.
You're talking about like a carny.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
He flashes one nut from the bottom of his shorts.
It was originally called the Harney Carney Man.
Yeah. I'm the horny-gurdy man. Here goes the horny-gurdy man.
Use poetic license.
Come on, kids, get on.
All right.
Get on and get me off.
Oh, my God.
He actually wrote, Donovan himself wrote the lyrics. How
He
about
wrote
that?
Hurdy-gurdy?
It was on the same record as Mellow Yellow?
No. Sunshine Superman? maybe?
Yeah. Wow.
Okay.
How about that?
I liked
All right.
Donovan.
We made it about music.
All right.
Because we're about rock.
Moving on. I do have other things that I noticed.
It was a nice walk down memory lane.
Yeah. All right. How about this? Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro announced Tuesday that his administration will join 3 other states by categorizing xylazine, a powerful veterinary sedative, as a Schedule III drug. It's also known as Trank. You guys have probably seen this in the news.
Oh, yeah.
This stuff has been devastating people.
It's legal for veterinary use to sedate large animals such as horses.
Yeah.
But in recent years, the drug has spread into fentanyl supplies across the country, including Philadelphia and throughout Pennsylvania. Making it a Schedule III drug would allow the state to require tighter record keeping, require that the drug be stored in locked facilities, and give law enforcement the ability to prosecute people for illegally possessing and selling it. What's more, manufacturers must add additional checks to ensure that the person who ordered the drug is the one receiving it. So they're narrowing down on trying to get this a little bit more controlled. The Drug Enforcement Administration defines Schedule III drugs as those with a moderate to low potential for physical and psychological dependence. Pledging to stay ahead of emerging drug threats, Shapiro also announced that he would classify nitazines, a class of synthetic opioids up to 40 times more powerful than fentanyl, as Schedule I narcotics.
So is Trank used by itself, or is it mixed with something else?
Well, as far as drug use,
yes,
it's mixed. So epidemiologists believe that xylazine was initially added, that's Trank, was initially added to fentanyl to give the opioid a longer-lasting high, similar to that of heroin, except that xylazine is not an opioid and its effects are more aggressive. Users report blacking out, forgetting things, and developing wounds in places throughout the body where they never injected. So it just creates these random sores and wounds to open up.
Yeah, in fact, that's where it was
fun.
Flesh. In fact, some of the results medically are like the flesh-eating disease, Preston. That's what it said in one of the articles I read about it. And they also say It's so powerful that when you're under it, you can understand the lyrics to Hurdy Gurdy Man.
By the way, Brian has an explanation of Hurdy Gurdy here. I'm going to go to him. Hey, Brian, good morning.
A hurdy-gurdy is also a medieval musical instrument. It's like you turn it. There's like, I guess you could say almost like an accordion type thing where you turn it, it plays notes, and then it also has like finger keys, like
I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's got a little crank on it, and it continuously has like a droning. It continues the sound.
And apparently that's what Donovan was singing about.
Not a carousel operator with his left nut hanging out.
Well, thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
He's right.
All right, see you, bud. All right, there you go.
So stupid.
By the way, overdoses where tranq is present are harder to reverse because the drug won't respond to Narcan. Users say xylazine, tranq can overcome the body quickly and aggressively, which can complicate the treatment. The drug does not respond to traditional opioid withdrawal medication.
Didn't they just expand the distribution of Narcan to like CVS's and things of that nature?
I'm not sure. I remember we said...
I was half listening to the story.
Well, we had a report a while back that they were going to put it in a vending machine.
Yes.
As well. So, yeah, I would think it is. So.
Imagine if it gets stuck. You're like, God damn it. I
can't
get this overdosing here.
Yeah.
Get this thing out of here.
All right.
Well, I got a Kit Kat.
I'm the noticer, and I noticed the time. Are we going to make it for Fox?
We have to give money.
No, yeah. We got.
All right, we're going to take a break. Sorry to wrap this up quickly, but we also
Santa's got to go.
Yeah, no, Santa's got to go. But we have to get to the cash word for MMR's Concert Cash, and we're going to go live on Fox Good Day. So we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
That looks real,
Let me see. Look at me.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait.
Say, hey, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Oh, wait, no. Sorry, you got to do it. Dr. Chet Wainwright.
Hey, Chet.
Right?
Yes.
All right, do it again.
One more time, ready?
Hey, Dr. Wainwright.
Can I help you, ladies?
Oh, my God.
I think we got a yeast situation.
Casey wanted me to play this music. All right, so...
It's an African-American wig.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah. It's real hair.
Yeah.
It's real hair. I mean, it's just like a $1,500 wig. And this particular wig is going to a politician.
All right, somebody who's running for office.
So it's a short crop.
Okay.
You know, it's a short crop.
All right.
Yeah, just take a look-see.
All right, Superfly, come on in. Let's take a look and see. Yeah! Yes! Oh, dude, Steve!
Out of sight.
Yeah! That looks real!
It looks pretty real. I think this looks the realest. Apparently, I would be a really good black dude.
It's a tight curl.
You know what this reminds me of, though? And see if this frames you a little bit. Like Mr. Brady.
A little bit.
A little Mr. Brady in the latter part of the series.
Okay.
Sort of what they would call an Isro.
Yeah. No, you know what it looks like? It looks like my friend Nolan, who's Jewish.
Now, Peter, Bobby, someone broke that vase.
All right. So, other than the Brady affectation, what kind of can you need to look at yourself in the mirror?
Yeah.
Take a look and see what name, what voice, what your style is going to be.
Wesley Python. You like that?
Yes.
I love the name, Wesley Python.
My name's Wesley.
Yeah.
Wesley Python.
So are you kind of? Oh, then you're kind of like a Billy D.
I'm like a Billy D.
Okay.
I'm like a malt liquor drinking.
All right.
Wannabe.
Yeah. Smooth.
Wesley Python. Smooth.
Yeah.
I go down like my ladies.
Hang on, I want to try something else. Yo, Wesley.
Is that good?
No, he's Isaac from the Love Boat.
Yeah. I'll do it again.
Yeah. Yo, Wesley.
Fell over.
With the headphones on.
Yeah, there we go.
I love
even
it.
better.
Oh, that looks good.
Hey, all you boppers out there.
Oh, that's beautiful.
All right.
Wigapalooza on the Preston Steve Show.
From Funkadelic. Wesley Python with you. Let's get the funk on.
Hey, Wesley, do you have a favorite?
Hey, if you want to hear the song, send me a fax.
Do you have a favorite
that'd
so
be
far?
a self-addressed stamped envelope, probably.
Send a self-addressed
Stacey.
stamped envelope, and I'll try to get it on for you in 3 weeks when it arrives.
Do you have a favorite so far?
Was that, little man?
Do you have a favorite wig so far?
Let me see. I'm kind of like, for the one that looks the most real, this one.
Yeah, right.
And the last one. They're both the ones made with human hair. The synthetics, I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it.
I'm thinking the Chet was my favorite.
The Chet was good.
I'm the man with the plan.
The last birthday I saw is an actor named Adam Devine. And
Yes.
he was in Pitch Perfect. So,
Yeah.
Casey, I'm sure you got something queued up. Is him singing?
No, this is actually Ben Platt singing. He took over for Adam Devine because Adam left the band to go be a backup singer for John Mayer, if you recall, in that particular movie.
Okay, so this is the end of the movie, and they do that song Magic.
Yeah.
You love this version of it.
Oh, my
so
God,
that's
dude.
why
I
we're
get
playing
so
it.
welled up.
Do it. Play it. I want to see you cry. He went on. He also had a role on Modern Family for a while.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I like him. He's good.
He's very funny.
Good, cool, comedic actor. He was also in a movie that I like a lot, The Intern.
Yep.
And he was in Why Him. He's been in a whole bunch of stuff. So here we go.
All of it, man. Like, it just builds to a crescendo, and these guys, and then the Barton Bellas, and I just get so happy.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
There's also a scene in Madagascar 3.
Oh, my God.
Where I think it's the hippo.
That's when the series hits its stride.
Oh, my God. When the hippo comes out and like, because they're working towards this big show, this big circus, and then the hippo comes out and Firework is playing from Katy Perry, and I got so happy that I started crying.
Listen, it's very impactful. I think even Gene Simmons got a little teary-eyed. when
That
that-
hippo makes the appearance in Madagascar 3. You need to understand it's the culmination of everything. This very large creature you would not think would be so adroit on the stage wows everyone, including a group of meerkats.
Even kind of, stone-hearted Gene Simmons crumbled to that.
Melted this icy heart. My face, I was smiling so hard, my surgically reattached face slid off my skull.
Oh my
There's another crescendo.
There's an incredible scene where a platypus sings, "I was made for loving you."
What were you going to say?
I can't well, I just know it's at the end of the new Muppets movie that has Jason Segel in it. Right. Because they're doing this like telethon to save this theater. Something is it the chickens? I don't know.
Happening?
Of course, the famous chicken scene.
I get so happy. Yes, they're doing the Gnarls Barkley song.
Oh.
It's F.U.?
Yes.
Okay. When they do that again, I'm so happy that I start crying. I don't know why.
It's just the way
I cry out of happiness sometimes. Back to you, Preston.
From this made you cry? That one did?
I don't know. Maybe I was
Do you want to bawl like a little girl?
Yeah.
You want to see a chipmunk sing Gnarls Barkley? Now that's incredible.
It's just a crescendo, and when it gets to that part, I don't know why I'm.
You
so
like
happy.
those? You like
I
those?
Love it.
Tug at the heartstrings.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, how about at the end of Coco, where he's singing the song to the grandmother, Coco? That one puts me in absolute tears. Now, it's a little different than a chicken singing Gnarls Barkley.
You gotta understand, it's a crescendo that builds to that, right? Okay. It's there's a whole like sequence, and then it gets to the chicken singing.
Okay, I'm sorry. We have it on the video screen. Now that I see it, yes, wow, what a tearful moment.
Those incredibly talented chickens.
Well, the holiday season begins in earnest when Oprah Winfrey's annual list of favorite things arrives, showing America all of the wonderful things we probably can't afford this season.
Do you remember how huge this used to be when she would have that episode?
Yeah. And by the way,
in fact, our favorite things when we first did the Christmas Miracle, that's what it was based on.
Yeah.
The original name was Things That Make Us Explode in Our Pants.
That's correct. By the way, Kathy's holiday activities list will be coming sometime soon, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much ready. Marissa and I were talking about yesterday.
We're waiting on some musical accompaniment for that, so it's on the way.
Strange
My God, that was sexy the way she said that.
Ew, really? Don't ever say that.
But you went, yeah.
That's how I feel about holiday
I know.
activities.
That's what turned you
She
on.
bites her lower
sex,
lip
no
like
thank
Kristen Stewart.
WMMR. You're listening to Preston and Steve.
Oh, no.
WMMR.
Okay, this is all set up totally wrong. I'm just jumping in. All right, it's 7:56 because it's starting to play a song and all kinds of other things. So it's all right. It is 7:56. We should be tuning in and hearing our friends from Fox Good Day in just a moment. I'm looking for a signal from Marissa. She says we got about 30 seconds before we do that. Make sure you stay with us for the entirety of it because after that, we're going to have MMR's concert keyword and your opportunity to win $1,000. So we have 1 minute. All right, we have a whole minute.
That's 2 30-second
We
periods.
can do traffic then.
2 30-second. We can do traffic in 60 seconds.
Kathy, can we?
Kathy?
There's a lot of black on that screen. It means a lot going on.
No, we're gonna come back to that.
Okay.
We'll get to that in a moment. I got a couple other things that I can mention. So, secret text word today as well. We're giving away a $50 Metro Diner dining card, and if you text the word secret to 39333, you'll be in the running for that. And we just remind you, going back to the concert cash giveaway, that not only $1,000, but we have the tickets to the MMRBQ, of which tickets are on sale. September 16th is when the show is happening. And we will now we have 10 seconds. I'm sorry, I'm fielding hand signals and all kinds of other things. All right, I hear the music. Here we go. All right, we're going on Fox Good Day. That's how you do it professionally, folks.
It's a good-looking day. I got to tell you. Okay, Preston and Steve, forget about texting. Have you been doing this new thing where you leave a voice like memo instead of just printed words and numbers?
I mean, it's not really a new thing. I mean, I guess people are starting to do it more often now. I receive those from time to time. I've gotten a couple recently, and I don't do it. Listen, I used to leave voicemails until people stopped leaving voicemails. Now, why is this now acceptable?
I always thought this was considered lame to do that, to use that feature. Right? That was you don't do that. And Preston's right. And so now the thing is, you don't even leave a voicemail. They just see that you called and they call you back.
Well, I just did this yesterday, and it was like one of the first times. I have a friend who does it all the time. It's how she communicates, and I did it because the text message was going to be way too long. So I just way too long. I had just seen my friend. There was no need for me to call her and be in the conversation. It was a follow-up to our conversation. And so I sent this voice memo. I sent 2 of them, and it worked out. However, I was like, at one point, I was like, period, exclamation point. I'm like, wait, you don't have to do that in the voice. Like, I was doing it like voice to text.
They were sexting each other.
No, you know.
Sure.
No, it was advice for her. I had to ask somebody who was a professional in what we were talking about, and I was passing along the advice.
That makes sense. It's too long to type.
Okay.
And that's why I did it.
If there's an emotion that you want to convey via your voice, I think that I can see it that way. But then why not leave a voicemail? I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Because it was intended to be a text, and the text would have been too long. That's why I said, you know what I mean? As opposed to me calling and her being like, we just spent an hour together talking. Why are you calling me?
We just spent decades putting together the most comprehensive emoji collection possible so we can convey everything without words. And here we are going back to just recordings.
Yep.
I like the silly things where you can look like a cow or something, and then you can make like really funny looks. So I like to only talk in those animals.
My question is, when are we going to have a Morse code app on our phone?
We'll start retrograding back to
Smoke
that.
signals. Absolutely.
I don't know.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, guys. We'll see you later. Thank you. All right.
Wait,
yes.
Just get married on the show.
Oh, yes. Marissa got married. She went off to Vegas. Come in here, Marissa. She went off to Vegas without telling anybody. Like, we had no idea. None of us did. Her family didn't know. Nobody. Went to Vegas, got married at the Punk Rock Museum.
So cool.
And is now a Mrs. Hang on.
Get on with Kathy.
She looks hesitant. You don't want to tell your story?
And if you want to see pictures of it, go to her Instagram, Marissa.
Oh, thank you, guys.
Congratulations. We're so happy. It looks like the best wedding ever. We were all saying your pictures win the prize.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh my God, guys, my husband and I
First time I've heard that.
had a blast. Nobody knew. We just went out there and surprised everybody, and we just did it for us, and it was wonderful.
Oh, good for you.
Aw, thanks, Mike, and thanks for the
congrats
love.
to you and to Matt.
Oh, I appreciate you guys. Love
Look
you.
at that. You got a TV mention,
And he's
too.
the luckiest man alive. Hey, good day, everybody. It's April 18th.
All right, there you go. So they, sorry they called you out, Marissa.
Yeah, no,
but-
it's all good.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
April 19th. He said it's April 18th.
Oh,
at the end
no.
of that segment.
It's okay. Now people are going to the wrong events
I
and
know.
meetings and people showing up at the hospital for surgery they're not getting.
All right, we skipped traffic. No, actually, it's 8:01. We got to do this.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
All right. It is together.
Together.
TOGETHER. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, and you can do that on the contest page at WMMR.com. Or you can go to the MMR app and use it there, or you can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and all MMR winners get 2 tickets to the MMRBQ. Saturday, September 16th. Tickets are on sale now, and winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com for MMRBQ details. Text the word finally to 39333 for a link to the information. It's sponsored by Meineke, and don't forget the word is together. TOGETHER. Do that now. We have to get a look at traffic, so let's go for it. Kathy, what's happening so far this morning?
Stop traffic on the Blue Route southbound between St. David's, Villanova, and Westchester Pike, and it's because of an accident. It's a jackknife tractor trailer and an overturned vehicle. The left lane is blocked. They've got the tractor trailer straightened and off to the shoulder, so you are able to pass by this now, but you're crawling along. Northbound jams 95 to Westchester Pike. 95 southbound, we've got stop traffic here as well. Academy to the Betsy Ross Bridge, the left lane blocked with an accident. Northbound side, heavy from Allegheny to Cotman, an accident off to the shoulder. Also North 95 slowing Chichester Avenue to 320, Gerard Point Bridge to Broad Street, and then Columbus Boulevard to the Vine. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound jams Route 1 to Virginia Drive. The debris, the rocks that were in the roadway, they've been cleared. Out in Chadds Ford, Route 1 northbound at Creek Road, the right lane is closed. PennDOT maintenance is on the scene because a steel plate on the roadway moved. And then on the Schuylkill Expressway, you've got your normal delays there. Nothing out of the ordinary to report. 42 freeway, we've got a lot happening here. Stop traffic northbound between Blackwood, Clementon Road, and 295. There was an accident. It's just been cleared. Northbound jams 295 to 676. It's road construction with lane shifts. South on 42, the exit ramp to Route 130 southbound is closed for construction. 55 northbound, heavy 47 to 42. This traffic report brought to you by Acme. Hey, it's me, Food, from when the pros at Acme hand me off to when I'm cleared from your plate. We go through a lot together. I'll keep showing up fresh. Sincerely Food, sincerely Acme. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Changed it up.
Brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal. J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Got junk, want it gone? Got floors, want them clean? Call J-Dog Junk Removal and J-Dog Carpet Cleaning. Veteran owned and operated. Started right here in southeastern PA. Call 844-GET-JDOG or visit jdog.com. I'm going to start with this intense story, and there's been some high-profile stories of this ilk lately, but a 20-year-old woman was shot to death by a homeowner in upstate New York after pulling into the wrong driveway. Kaylin Gillis was in a car with 3 friends looking for another friend's house in the rural area of Hebron, New York, or it might be Hebron, I'm not sure, on Saturday night when they mistakenly turned down the wrong driveway. After the vehicle had been in the driveway for a very short time, Kevin Monahan came out of the residence and fired 2 shots as the group of friends were leaving. They were exiting the property. One of those shots struck and killed the girl. She was 20 years old. The group then drove to the neighboring town of Salem to get cell service and call for help. Emergency responders performed CPR on Gillis, but she was pronounced dead. There was clearly no threat from anyone in the vehicle, according to Sheriff Jeffrey Murphy. He said there was no reason for Mr. Monahan to feel threatened, especially as it appeared the vehicle was leaving at the time.
It's all levels of paranoia and insanity.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Monahan, who is 65, refused to come out of his house, and officers arrived to investigate reports of shots being fired. After authorities spoke with Monahan through a 911 dispatcher and in person for roughly an hour, he was taken into custody. He's been charged with second-degree murder.
You could even go out and just shoot around in the air and say, get out of here or something.
Yeah.
Even
that's
that's too much.
I just, when I heard the story, I immediately thought of me and Bam Bam and cousin Kyle in New Mexico and in Philadelphia, Missouri. Because both in New Mexico, we were like, it was pitch black, and we were basically right outside of somebody's house.
But look at this. So this guy's clearly a lunatic. But I mean, even in lunacy levels, he could have had a sub-lunatic step up before he shoots into a car.
Crazy. A teenager has been charged. This is a wild story. Has been charged after the car he was driving went airborne and crashed on top of a house. Ended up on the roof. So according to the
pretty cool.
North Carolina State Highway Patrol, it happened around 2:30 a.m. on Friday. Court documents said the 17-year-old was speeding more than 70 miles an hour. Troopers say the driver, identified as Tyler Caudell, lost control, hit a tree stump, drove on top of the homeowner's car that was parked in the driveway. That catapulted him up, and it landed on top of the house. Wow. The car crashed into the living room and made the home unlivable. At the time of the crash, firefighters said a family of 4 was inside, 2 adults, 2 children. None of them were injured.
Maud, we have company.
Caudell was taken to the hospital where he's being treated for his injuries. He's facing 2 charges, driving after consuming under 21 years old and reckless driving. Both are misdemeanors. A stranger who entered a woman's apartment and stared at her while she slept on the couch before fleeing after she woke up and stealing a pair of socks on the way out has
had 3 testicles.
Has been charged with burglary. Dan Abimana was seen on home security footage inside of the apartment of a woman who says that she did not know him. Abimana apparently entered in the residence, spending some 30 minutes inside. During that time, he was seen walking through the entire apartment at times, staring at the woman who lived there. She slept on the couch.
30 minutes.
He was also seen organizing some shoes and placing them next to the couch. So
that's good.
Kathy would be okay with that. I mean, he tidied up a bit.
Yeah.
Abimana later turned himself in after recognizing himself in reports by a local CBS news station.
So he took care of everything.
The woman said, I sleep with
your junk drawer.
Said, I sleep on the TV. I sleep with the TV on. And she said, offering a reason for why a stranger was able to get into her apartment without waking her. She said he was super quiet. I think the combination of the two is just how I kept sleeping. And apparently her door was unlocked. So she said that Abimana woke her up after apparently bumping her knee while moving around as she laid on the couch. She asked him who he was. He didn't answer. And she asked again. She said, I'm the guy who dropped you off last night. At that point, I knew he wasn't in front of the kids or anything, and he grabbed a pair of socks on the way out.
Hey!
So they managed to get him after he turned himself in. Interesting.
Where are the socks?
In New York, an employee of a restaurant and sports bar did not want to go to work on Saturday, so she sent seemingly random Google voice text messages, we were just talking about voice text messages, to as far away as Texas, threatening to shoot up the New Rochelle location of a national chain located at a popular entertainment destination. So the person, a woman living in an apartment in the Bronx, was recently hired by the Buffalo Wild Wings location in New Rochelle. She called out sick on April 15th, allegedly made a series of text message threats the following evening. And the text message further stated that there would be a massacre and lots of people are going down. A subsequent message stated that today's a busy night because of the game. Don't take me as a joke. Lots of people will die. Don't call the store and ruin my plans. I'm going to make the news. This is somebody who wanted the day off of work, I think.
Can't you just fake a bellyache?
Yeah.
That same day, police received a call from a second individual who had received an identical text message from an unknown person threatening to shoot up Buffalo Wild Wings and commit a massacre as well. They got the phone number from the text messages and tracked it down and went to her house. Yeah. And they busted her. So she admitted she had sent the text messages. Jaylina J. Mota was arrested. All right, then we'll do one more quick story, and we will wrap up the beef file. How about this one? A woman on British Columbia's Sunshine Coast awoke to a sticky situation last Thursday when she found a bear with a sweet tooth had broken into her car and crushed dozens of cans of soda that she had left there overnight. Sharon Rozelle said she was awakened by her dog around 3 a.m. She looked outside and saw a black bear surrounded by shattered glass, from her car window, and she said he was drinking massive amounts of soda.
Love Dr. Pepper.
Roselle said that she watched.
It's not too sweet, but it's just awesome.
Roselle said she watched from her balcony for an hour and a half as the bear used its teeth to break open the cans and slurp the contents while making a sweet mess of her car's interior.
Yeah, that just happened.
She said that the bear started with orange soda before making its way through cola and root beer, only it stopped when it reached the diet soda.
Oh my God.
That's funny.
Not on a diet. Don't need it.
Roselle said she had 72 cans of soda in the car, and the bear drank 69
Wow.
of them.
Wow.
Like the soda version of Cocaine Bear.
Yeah, she said that she tried throwing cold
Don't
water.
mind if I do.
Ooh, what's this? Yeah.
Ooh, cooler soda.
She said she tried throwing cold water on the bear from her balcony, but no. She then tried.
Dumb bitch.
She then tried reasoning with him, explaining she needed her car to get to work the next morning. She's talking to the bear.
No, I'll drive you.
She said, then I tried psyching him out by telling him that I was a bear hunter.
So you sure you work at Buffalo Wild Wings?
And that didn't do anything either. So I had to stand by and just watch him devour my car, she said.
They're clever, man.
She said the bear ripped the car's leather interior, broke the window roller handle from standing on it, and spilled soda everywhere, including inside the gear shifter. And she's hoping her insurance will cover the damage. By the way, she owns a food truck, and she had bought the soda for her business, and that's why she had 72 cans of soda in her car. So
those bear claws, man, will F up a car.
Oh, yeah. All right, and that is the Bizarre File for now. A reminder, you got about, you got about 2 minutes left to enter the word together for MMR's concert cash giveaway. So make sure that you do that now. Again, the word is together. Now, if you miss out on this one, you can't do it now. We're going to do it again at 10 a.m. But hang in there because we got a lot of money to give away and a lot of tickets to get to you. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a second. Hang out, all right?
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Oprah Winfrey's annual list of favorite things arrives. Showing America all of the wonderful things we probably can't afford this season.
Do you remember how huge this used to be? When she would have that episode?
Yeah. And by the way,
in fact, things our favorite things when we first did the Christmas Miracle, that's what it was based on.
Yeah.
The original name was Things That Make Us Explode in Our Pants.
That's correct. By the way, Kathy's holiday activities list will be coming sometime soon, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much ready. Marissa and I were talking about yesterday.
We're waiting on some musical accompaniment for that, so it's on the way.
Strange
My God, that was sexy the way she said that.
Ew, really? Don't ever say that.
But you went, yeah.
That's how I feel about holiday
I know.
activities.
That's what turns you
She
on.
bites your lower lip
no,
like Kristen Stewart.
Yeah.
Activities.
So
Floral and Hardy.
And she followed that up with, ew, don't ever say that.
Because it came from you. That's
I know,
weird.
I know. And on Wednesday,
Oh my God, I'm so moist. Winter activities. This year including Hanukkah and Ramadan.
All right, so, and on Wednesday, even the 64-year-old admits that the list has gotten a wee bit out of hand in recent years. She said, these days, choosing my favorite things makes me a little cuckoo. What started as an organic extension of wanting to treat people to some of the things I truly love has turned into an annual list that takes a team to curate. I then go through every item, picking my favorites and narrowing the selection to my own. It's a process, but because it's important to me to remain as true to my original inspiration as possible. My guideline, do I really like it enough to want to receive it myself? So that's how she decides what's going to be on here.
Look at the judgment parameters. She's a multi. What is she, a billionaire now at this point?
Yeah. But she still likes fun stuff.
Yeah.
You know, little
Maseratis.
Yeah, little Maseratis you can play with. Perhaps the most infantile is a onesie sweatsuit for adults, dubbed the jumpsuit. In L.A., relax.
I already have one.
Onesie, we're running $168.
I have one that has Michael Dukakis' picture on it.
Yes. Like a onesie for grown-ups, this jumpsuit is a pleasure to wear on a long trip because you can curl up in it and still look fresh when you get where you're going. The stripe down the leg sure does slenderize as well, she says.
Hey, have you seen anything that's this year's Snuggie? You remember like a couple of Christmas seasons ago?
Yeah. Did you see it's like an oversized hoodie sweatshirt?
No, I have not seen
it. You can kind of like snuggle into.
So like you can pull it all the way up over you
All
and
right, so
everything?
you know how like you and I don't do things like this, or like guys, we don't like cuddle up on the couch and crawl up into like a little ball, right? and sit up straight. So it's meant for girls
Who bend their
knees?
Who bend their knees, and I know.
Yeah, who bend their knees.
So pull the end of it down over like a full blanket. I got you.
Yeah, like kind of put the legs
I
over
do.
to the side.
I sit like this. With like,
yeah, it's called a huggle. Is that what it's called? Yeah, there it is.
The huggle hoodie.
Huggle hoodie.
Case, go do it on our couch.
I can. I'm not flexible enough to do that.
I can't bend my knees up like that. I do pull my arms into my shirt from time to time, though.
Yeah, you do in meetings sometimes too.
Yeah,
What I found out on
there are a couple things. The hand tuck under the thighs as you're sitting there. I like to build a pillow wall along my sides to keep airflow at a minimum.
Right.
And when you really want to get in cozy mode.
Yeah.
So that way I can sit down and fall asleep during the shows I'm watching.
Yeah, right, exactly. Case, this looks like a good idea for like maybe 3 minutes, and then I just start to sweat and like would not be able to get out of it.
I'm stuck.
I'm dying in here.
I bend my legs. I'm stuck.
Because I got I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Holy Jesus! I need water.
Start having a panic attack.
Yes. I love when you go. I can't breathe.
I can't breathe.
I can't breathe.
So those are Oprah's, some of her favorite things
That's
this
cool.
year.
Okay.
What about the $1 billion? Is that one of her favorite things? No.
Please welcome the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
All right.
Morning,
Okay. Wow, I love the way you did that.
Well, thank you. I love the way you're
that was really great. You had rhythm. You had rhythm.
See?
Thank you.
You know,
Who could ask for anything more?
let's get right into that. I love that you love rhythm so much. It's a huge part of your life.
It's everything.
Yeah.
It's not melody and it's not harmony, but it certainly is rhythm.
You were exposed to percussive instruments and rhythm early on. Your dad was well known and well respected. And
I wouldn't go that far.
He was a musician?
He was a musician?
Okay.
I wouldn't go that far.
Oh, really? All right.
But he did dabble.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
More
And
than
then,
dabble,
and then
actually.
you were working in a you had a job and you were it was
I had a job once.
a jazz club
Once.
Yeah.
A long time ago. I can't remember having the last time I had a job. Just thinking,
You don't call this a
thinking
job?
of the idea of having to have a job just gives me the willies. I mean, what would I do with the job? Oh my God.
You wouldn't be a 9-to-5 guy working the cubicle?
No, I doubt it. But if I had to, I would.
You would.
Yeah, but I don't have to, and I won't.
Yeah.
But so you don't view what you do as a job?
Oh no, it's a service. It's a service industry. I mean, that's what music is all about. You know, you provide a place where people can come and have an emotional moment,
Right?
And ritualize. So, yeah, I know, and I think it's very profound, and I'm very, what should I say, honored or blessed or whatever you want to call it, to happen to fall into this universe as a percussionist or a drummer. You know, to be able to do that is,
But maybe even people.
It's a good thing.
But people who are maybe in the same situation as you, viewing it as a job. The fact that you don't view it as you view it the way you do.
It's not easy, but it's not like a job. It's like when I get up in the morning, the first thing I do is think of, the new day and what kind of new rhythms there are in it and how I can interpret that. And that's what musicians do. They interpret, society and whatever, you've seen or whatever it is, and they lay down that groove. And every 5-10 years you find a new groove, and you work at it. Yeah, you do work at it, but you work at play. You work to play.
Sure.
You have to keep your skill up. I play every day 2-3 hours.
Do you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you kidding? Absolutely. In order to get up there and do what I do.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an athletic event. It's not like lounge drumming and stuff. This is the power stuff.
Well, speaking of reinventing and finding new grooves, I want to ask you about John Mayer, because he's been with the band and touring with you guys for a stretch now. And I think a lot of people initially dismissed him as poppy and not the really great, incredible guitarist that he is. And from my perspective, he seems like the perfect fit for the Dead, because he holds you guys in reverence, but he can also hold his own. What are your impressions on John?
John's a sharpshooter.
Yeah.
You know, he's a gunslinger, you know, as it were. And his guitar, he's beautiful. He plays great. He fits perfectly in the band, and he's a nice guy. I mean, I know he has this reputation and all that stuff, but I've never had a moment of weirdness with him. He's just a very pleasant person to be around, and he plays his ass off. You know,
before he was a star, he played in the conference room down the hall in these offices. And I went to see his show that night, and one of his strings broke during the performance. He tuned the guitar to itself and he didn't miss a beat. And right then, I knew this guy had it, and I was so impressed by his ability.
I'll tell you when I knew he had it was one day when he was just joined the band, and I had gotten him into this droning things, feeding back, you know, getting a little crazy. And so during the drums and bass part, he got down on his knee and he put the guitar into the speaker and he started feeding back. And I was looking at him and I was saying, oh, okay. So I walked around to the front of the speaker, sat down right next to him, and I had on one hand I had what do you call it, lighter fluid.
Yeah.
And the other hand I had a Bic.
Okay.
And so he looked at me, I looked at him, and I said, I went like that. And for a minute, I thought he was
going to do it.
You know, and then so he took it. He did take it while he was feeding back, and he put he put the Bic on his amplifier, and he took the lighter fluid and used it as a slide. And so he played slides without lighter
didn't go
fluid.
full Hendrix on
and I said, John, you were going to do it, weren't you? And he said, you know, I was really thinking about it, but the guy who makes my guitar is in the audience. I couldn't do it. But he almost lit his guitar on fire, so I knew right then he was okay.
Wow. I was wondering if you had watched the Grateful Dead documentary that was on Amazon and what your thoughts were.
No.
It was very in depth.
Oh God, it was just awful. I just did not like it.
You didn't care for it.
It was just a one-sided affair. It was not for me, and it really didn't show the Grateful Dead in its totality. It was more like a Jerry, you know, whatever that is, memorial thing or whatever. He was trying to do, but it wasn't really. It didn't have the heart of the Grateful Dead.
Okay.
That's for sure.
There's been a lot done about it.
They made me watch. Oh, I watched it once.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to say I didn't like it. But that's it. I didn't see it at the premiere. Me and Bob and Bill, we went out and had dinner.
Yeah.
While they showed the movie.
That's funny.
We came back right at the end when they all started. And we go, okay.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you about some of the things that you do like. I was listening to the concert in Paris, 1974, this morning.
Yeah.
What was it besides the United States? What was your favorite country to play in?
Oh, Jesus, that's a good question. I think that I can't answer that question because they're all good when you play good. You know, every country is the same.
Yeah.
If the music is played well and we have a great time, France is great, England's great, Germany, it's all good if we play well. If we don't play well, the city sucks.
This place,
we blame it on the city.
Blame it on the city.
Of course. Franklin Port.
I also, as a fan, I there's an ebb and flow to the way I listen to your music, and so recently I flowed back to I guess I ebbed back to I ebbed back to studio albums. Do you I don't know if you ever listen to your own music.
No.
But do you have a favorite studio album?
Yeah, I would have to say it would be, it was half studio and half live. It was called Anthem of the Sun. I think it was our second record, back 3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And that was probably my favorite. American Beauty, Working Man's Dead. They were nice, fuzzy, warm.
See, my first album I ever bought was Mars Hotel, so I automatically go back to that one. And Unbroken Chain. And
we were never very good in the studio. We never could cage the animal in the studio.
When did you realize that? It seemed to be early on.
Yeah, well, we thought we could make, no one knew how to make a record. But I mean, we didn't know how to make anything. We were just musicians at the time, and we weren't really savvy on the studio. No one had a studio.
Right.
Now I have a studio. Everybody has a studio. So we just weren't producible. You know, there was too much anarchy in the band. Too many people wanting to do, you know, they had strong opinions of it. So, and we never really liked it in the studio with the four walls. You know, it was too captivating. We were like a captive in the studio. And it just, we never really made a great record.
You guys had a pop explosion in the late 80s when you hit with Touch of Grey and Hell in a Bucket, you know, In the Dark. Was that fun? Was that cool? Was it neat seeing a whole bunch of people who maybe had not been turned? You always had legions of loyal fans, but here all of a sudden, boom, you had fresh music. And the tour was gigantic. Was it fun?
Oh, yeah, it was fun, but it wasn't quite like that.
Okay.
What happened was we were already playing stadiums at the time. That was in 87.
Yeah.
So instead of playing 1 or 2 days at the stadium, we were playing 3 days at the stadium.
Yeah.
So it really didn't affect us much. We just
You guys were touring sold-out shows anyway.
We didn't feel it, which we were playing stadiums. And
Yeah, but you know what? I
was
found
more
out about you guys
incremental.
because of the Touch of Grey. There was a music video. I was young at the time, so you know, so you guys had a music video, so you were totally reaching an audience. That,
we never did the videos or anything. We never did a single. So we weren't really part of the music industry. You know, we never played that game. And
WMMR.
All right, thanks, guys. So, yeah, we got a bands where we couldn't say anything about it, but yes, brand new Foo Fighters music to debut right now as we speak on the Preston and Steve show. The album is going to be coming out on June 2nd. The title is called But Here We Are. Dave is drumming on this track. I don't know about the rest of the album as far as parsing out all of the tracks and how many there will be and who's playing drums. And all of that. But we do know that this song is called Rescued, and we're going to play it for you now. Foo Fighters on MMR.
really didn't affect us much. We just
you guys were touring sold-out shows anyway.
We didn't feel it, which we were playing stadiums. And
yeah, but you know what? I
was
found
more
out about you guys
incremental.
because of the Touch of Grey. There was a music video. I was young at the time, so you know, so you guys had a music video, so you were totally reaching an audience. That,
we never did the videos or anything. We never did a single. So we weren't really part of the music industry. You know, we never played that game, and. You know, if we lived by the single, we would die by the single. You know, if we didn't have a hit.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
It's funny because I remember becoming aware of the Grateful Dead, you know, through the iconic artwork that was associated with the band.
Yep.
What's that about? What's that about? So that predates, obviously, videos, but still a visual medium brought me into the awareness of the music, which is very cool.
Exactly. It mirrored the music. In the old days, how that started was these artists would come to the shows, and we were all getting high, you know, and psychoactive drugs, taking acid and whatever. And these were physical representations of what the music sounded like. They would go home and they would start painting, and they're still high, and that's what these things were representing. They were representing the music.
How were you vetting that, or was it just sort of if you want to do it, or would you guys kind of consciously say, I don't like that, doesn't represent our band right, or was it just an open source?
Well, luckily in our case, the people would come up with these incredible, you know,
iconic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we just had to choose between the good stuff. I mean, it was so much good around. And a lot of people went home and just did it, and it was uncommissioned.
Yeah,
they just went out and said, "This has to be done."
Wow.
And so then all of a sudden we looked at them, we go, "That's us." And they go, okay, cool.
That's cool.
That's it.
Let me ask you with the art and your painting. I mean, did people automatically take to it? Were you afraid you were going to get here's a musician trying to be a painter sort of deal?
I'm not afraid.
Yeah. So what was that jump like, and how well were you received initially? Because I mean, honestly, we were looking at the stuff. It's pretty amazing looking.
There it is.
Yeah. So what was that initially like?
Well, I didn't think of it as it's art. You know, it came out. It's you follow the muse. I mean, you're an artist. You know, the thing that turns you on, makes you do things artistically. And first time I did it, I walked into the house and my daughter looked at it and he said, "You know, Dad, this got legs.
That's pretty good.
Legs. He liked it.
Yeah.
And so if my daughter liked it, and she doesn't like much.
Does she like the dead? Does she like
that?
Okay.
So I said, okay, I'll paint. If you like it, I'll paint it.
You can take a look for yourself and see Mickey Hart's work. It's called Vibrational Expressionism, The Art of Mickey Hart. And Sunday, back out this way, King of Prussia, noon to 2. Is there a spot where we can go to get all this information, a website or anything, you guys?
I just want to meet the King of Prussia.
We all do.
And I want to see Mrs. Prussia.
Sure.
Mr. Prussia. And all of the little Prussias.
All the Prussiettes.
Yeah.
I'm actually Mrs. Prussia.
She is.
Yeah.
She shops there all the time.
I heard that she cooks.
Oh,
You heard wrong.
have heard wrong, sir.
Wrong, Mrs. Prussia.
She makes reservations. Yeah.
I can make a mean reservation.
She makes a mean reservation.
She makes a mean Romanoff.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give some love to the one and only Mr. Mickey Hart.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming by, man. So let me go to here, and more broken ribs. I have, it says Walper. Is your name Walper?
Walter.
93.3 WMMR. Yes, that is brand new music from Foo Fighters. It is called Rescued, debuted right here for you. The new album is coming out June 2nd. It will be titled But Here We Are. Dave is playing on that track. And I'm not sure what the status is of the entire album. We do have a track listing here if you want to hear the titles. You have Rescued, Under You, Hearing Voices. But Here We Are, The Glass, Nothing at All, Show Me How, Beyond Me, The Teacher, and Rest are the names of the songs. So apparently there's a lot reflected in this of Taylor's passing and Dave's mom passing as well. So it's supposed to be a very emotional and raw album from what the description says. So
I listened to that and I had a feeling of nostalgia. To me, it reminded. It took me back to years ago, Preston, when we were just hearing the Foo Fighters initially, and I really liked it. And it was actually a nostalgic, warm, and sort of. Listen, I'm a Foo Fighters fan. I'm not ravenous, but I really appreciate the Foo Fighters. That hit. That reminded me of a point in my life where. That sound, I love that sound. I love that Foo Fighters introductory sound.
Somebody had texted in, and I agree. Consistent.
Yeah.
Absolutely consistent sound. You know the Foo Fighters when you hear them. And what I was thinking personally as I was listening to that, I'm like, okay, this is one I'll be singing along to.
Yeah.
In no time, 2-3 listens, I'll know the melody, and I'll be singing along with it. That's what Dave's got. He's got what great songwriters have, the ability to create a tune that is catchy, and you will sing along to it. And the great thing about it is, you can do all kinds of catchy pop songs that come and blow away in the wind.
Right.
But his kind of have a
durability,
staying power, which is it's impressive.
I
the
agree.
songwriting is impressive. So I like that. So brand new Foo Fighters. Not the only time you'll hear it today, I guarantee. Jackie, I'm sure, is going to spin it for you later on this morning. I don't know if we'll play it again before we get out of here. Who the hell knows? But it's brand new. And the closest we have as of now of Foo Fighters making a Philadelphia visit, as far as I can see, is Asbury Park for the See Here Now Festival, September, it's the day after MMRQ.
There you go.
September 17th. So I don't know anything about them coming into town yet. Maybe they'll squeeze something. I got to believe they'll find a hole in the schedule to come by to Philadelphia and play.
Are they doing any one-off shows anywhere? Because I know they're doing several festivals. They're doing the Ohana Festival in Southern California. They're doing this one that you mentioned, See Here Now. I think they're doing that one up in Boston, too. But I don't know if they're doing any actual Foo Fighters shows.
I believe they are, Nick, because a few of these say that it's them featuring the Breeders.
Oh, all right.
So that would be an opening act, and it looks like I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 of those shows. So those don't sound like festivals to me. But they're doing some shows overseas as well. They're in Germany, and I think those are solo shows as well. But I'm not sure about all the other ones. But Dave, come on, man, come on, Dave, come on. We love you, you love us. it'll work out, and we hope to see you here. But new music.
Love a chance to see the Breeders
from Foo Fighters. Breeders are cool.
I'm a Breeders fan, I have to say. Yeah.
All right. Anyhow, so there you go. New music. Love bringing that to you. Real quick, can I do a shout out?
Yes.
To someone I just met yesterday. His name is Dr. Ross Zimmer, and he is in cardiology with Penn Medicine, and got referred to him from Dr. Mike. And I took my dad to see him yesterday, and he was just the greatest guy in the world.
I'm so glad to hear that.
You know what's wonderful is people that you meet in the not just medical industry, but caring for other people. What's what I'm looking for. But anyhow, if you're tasked to care for people, there are some people that do the job and they do the job.
Bedside manner?
Well, yes, but a legitimate caring for someone's well-being.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Dr. Mike.
Absolutely. They're committed to helping people because on a basic level, that's who they are. That's what Dr. Mike is all about. He wants to help people. And there are some people.
There are a lot of great doctors who do the job well and they get the job done, and that's what they do. But then there are those who take it to another level of just, I'm here to help you. I'm here to care for you. I legitimately feel that way. That's the impression we got from this guy.
And then there are guys like maybe who'll do the barium swallow stuff. Who,
oh, my God.
Kind of dicks.
That guy was a dick. Steve and I both were the same guy.
Seriously? I thought you meant because he gives you the barium.
No. Steve, I mentioned something.
And I knew exactly who he's talking about.
And he was like, the swallow. I'm like, yes. I'm like, that guy was just a jerk. For no reason.
So much so that I went back at him. Like I had to. I'm like, honey, listen.
good for you.
Yeah. I'm like, not gonna, the anomaly, the exception, everyone else, especially in Dr. Mike's sphere, really cares about you.
Absolutely. So I wanted to send him a shout out.
All right.
Thank you for the thank you for the attention.
Yes.
This is wonderful. All right. Speaking of all things medical, there was a medical mishap of sorts that happened.
Could have ended in tragedy.
Could have. Kathy, we're talking about you.
Oh, God. That's the medical mishap we're talking about.
Not necessarily medical, but self-care.
Oh, man. I feel like we always go here with me. I apologize to male listeners.
No, we like it.
The female listeners will
they commiserate.
they'll understand.
And the male listeners can pleasure themselves too.
Oh, my God.
No, I don't think
no, not this.
no. Mm-mm. All right, I guess I'll just say it, but a tampon ripped in half. So part of it was left behind.
Oh, no. You never leave a man behind.
Never.
Oh, no. Now,
and
listen,
I had
I know one. Have most women had this? It's not necessarily the ripped in half, but maybe put two in or something like that.
This has never happened to me. And I, at first I was like, oh, geez, because they were new tampons that I was using. And I was like, oh, geez, these are terrible. And then I was like, oh, my God, wait. What? The rest is still there. What do I do?
What do you do?
So I
salad tongues?
No. So here's what happened. I have this, and this all goes back to when we talked about the cup. Like I've been on this quest to find a better way.
May I just speak? So many people have responded to your candor with that, and have actually gotten turned on to that and had success with it. So this, I know Bill's probably running up the walls, but people do respond to this. So your candor with dealing with these issues is much appreciated.
I mean, let's not forget that half of the planet goes through this type of thing. So, it's not like it's uncommon.
It's everyone does. A good portion does. Exactly, Nick.
So I ended up having a conversation with this woman in the middle of Target prior to this happening, and we were talking about...
Guess who's got a tampon party?
No, we were talking about organic products, and she was like, I can never find good organic tampons. And I had never tried those. I had always used the same one. And so I was like, oh, maybe I'll try that since the cup isn't working for me. And so that's what it was. It was an organic.
Have you tried a corn cob?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, they used to.
It was an organic product, and I don't know if that had anything to do with it or what, but I will never use those, and I'll throw them out. And
probably.
Not ever using it again.
Or maybe they're novelty tampons.
I don't know what the hell it was, but
you got to pull it out.
These ones explode.
You go to pull it out, Preston, and it snaps on your finger.
No, like think of like a cotton ball if you were to try to rip it in half,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
And
So is
that's
that the
sort
organic?
of what it was? That's sort of what happened.
What makes it organic, Kathy?
I don't like just like some of the product that I used for years, like they're saying
Was
now
made of
there's
mulch?
No, they're saying now that like there's some things in there that probably shouldn't be. So it's just how they're made and what's used to make them.
You want to be smart with it. I got
Kathy,
that.
Somebody recommends. Have you ever heard of the Flex Disc?
Yes. So
Okay.
after we talked about the cup, I got like 900 emails about the disc and that maybe I should try that instead of the cup.
What is that?
I have yet to. It's a similar concept, except Steve, it literally looks like a disc. Like it's
Okay.
just
So so it'll sort of be concave when you put it in the proper place.
Yeah, like it captures
no.
all of it like a cup would. It's just a different shape and it's a little shallower.
This actually looks a little bit more like a quasi pool skimmer.
Right, Steve? Yep,
Yeah.
you got it.
Yeah.
A mini pool
All right.
skimmer.
So you realize that this happened, and then what do you do?
Yeah, so like at first,
Mother, I have a stroke.
oh, by the way, I was in a public bathroom.
Oh
no!
Yeah.
At Target, right?
We have a young lady up front here who's had an issue with a tampon.
And like I said at first, I was like, well, geez, that's weird. I'm never getting these again. And then like had a moment of like hot flash, started like sweating, freaking out. Like, what do I do? And like, without getting too graphic, it was easy enough to get out. Like part of it was still kind of hanging out, and I just whoop, and like ripped it out.
To be honest, though, all this, and we talked about this, all the stuff that you have to put up with because of your plumbing as opposed to what we have to deal with.
Yep.
I imagine you'd be borderline passing out because what do you do? What would you do for a Klondike bar? No, what would you do? How would you?
Well, I'm fortunate enough to have a good friend who is a gynecologist. So I, immediately called her and she was like,
Okay.
look, she goes, this happens all the time. I see it all the time. She said, most of the time, like the majority of the time, you're able to get everything out yourself. People don't
Okay.
think so. And she said, I'll bring them in just to like check and make sure. But she said, you likely have, everything. And the
All
way
right.
that it was still, the rest of it was still intact. So
Yeah.
she was like, you're good. Everything's out.
Okay. I have a question. This is, I'm a guy. I don't know this thing. When you or when you use one, do you, I'm sure at first, like the first few times you did it, it felt odd. It was strange. It was uncomfortable. Does it become so commonplace that you don't even realize, like you can't even feel that it's there?
Yeah, well, that would be the ultimate goal. Like if you really feel it and it's like uncomfortable, then like for me, it's either there's different things. So yeah, you would take it out, maybe use another one or something like that. But yeah, for the majority of the time, I don't really. I mean, it's there, and
Right.
there's maybe
You're
a little
just
bit
used
of
to it. So it's
a sensation,
the desired
but
result.
yeah, there's no sort of like pain or discomfort or anything.
I will. I'll phrase this delicately, but I had a friend in college, Preston, who had a fear of that, the feeling with a tampon, and so for a long time she used pads instead. And part of it for her, believe it or not, was sexual in nature. That she thought that a tampon had a bit of a sexual connotation, and so. And she was a virgin at the time, and so that fear prevented her from using those. And for a long period of time, she used pads instead, and looks back on that and regrets it. She was like, "This was a silly fear to have," and she wishes that throughout college she didn't go about that route.
Okay.
Yeah, but a lot of people, that happens to, like, I mean, I didn't use them for years. It takes a little while to get used to using.
Right.
I'm so clueless when it comes to the products because, and I have no embarrassment issues whatsoever. If I got to run to the grocery store and grab one, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm at the aisle. Who cares? Some people are embarrassed by that.
Yeah.
But there was one time when
I love playing with it right there.
My youngest needed a pad, and it was in the bathroom. And where are they? They're upstairs. Okay, I'll go get them. And I bring down. I don't know what I brought down. I brought the wrong thing down, and I got laughed at because of that.
That's a curtain rod.
You don't know what you brought down?
Maybe it was like liners or something like that, and not a pad.
Oh, I've
Is
had
there
that.
a difference?
Yeah.
So
It wasn't tampons, but
I got laughed at.
Preston, but you're right. We're idiots. We do not know this stuff.
know that.
Just even on a basic level, my wife sent me. I told you the story to go. We're going on a trip. Go get me some. If you're there, can you pick up some panties? Some, just do like regular. The way we would pick up our jockey shorts.
Yeah.
I picked up something that was suitable for an 800-pound great-grandmother.
way wrong, right? Yes.
And I'm like, I didn't. I felt so stupid, but you just don't know. Yeah,
I don't know.
Wait, and so there's a newer product that's out there that I have not gone to yet, but that some people are saying they're the greatest things. You have to get them, but it's period underwear. So it's like basically full underwear, and you don't wear anything. You can go to sleep in them, and then I think you wash them. I think they're reusable.
That sounds like incontinent pants, like Depends or something.
Yeah,
kind of, but I don't think it's diaper-esque.
May I tell you though? So when I had the prostate removed, I had I wore what are diapers. It depends, but they're not. They are really the state of the art right now. Just briefly, as I was getting my system back online, and they're super comfortable. They're very thin and very absorbent. So I could see that.
Well, I think that's what it is. It's absorbent, but they're able to keep them thin enough that it's comfortable.
It absolutely did not feel. It felt like my regular underwear.
Marissa,
Kathy, a woman next to me in line at Victoria's Secret. Just the other day, we were looking at them. We both kind of like felt them. They just look like bike shorts. And then we started reading the sign, and we both looked at each other, and she was like, "Oh, hell no." She's like, "You just those and nothing else." But people are loving them. I guess they must work. It also, every woman is very different.
I'm going out for a special night tonight. You can't tell I'm bleeding like a gutted pig.
God. Oh my
God.
Manthe, it sounds
It's like a slaughterhouse in my shorts right now, but no one knows.
It sounds like they're not made for you, Manthe.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I could see that actually being a way to go because again, the state of the art. Now, I tell guys who are going to get the surgery and have to deal with that situation where they're getting their ability to urinate and control it back online after surgery. That they do not. The worst thing in the world. It breaks my heart when I think of people, being very embarrassed by these things. We all do, at some level, if we're dealing with something like this. But they really, to have it that thin and that comfortable, you would not really notice much of a difference between this stuff and regular, as you said, Marissa, like bicycle shorts.
Yeah. Okay. And the ones at Victoria's Secret had like a little bit of a leg to them, so like they were more like boy shorts, but even longer. They were like bike shorts. But I've seen them too, where they're just like regular undies.
Interesting. I wonder how well those work.
Well, I just saw one. It has like a reusable liner in it.
Okay.
That you take out. I don't know if they're all like that, but
okay. Let me go to Mary. She's got advice for you here, Kathy. Hi, Mary. Good morning.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, Mary, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, sorry,
Okay.
first time caller. I don't usually call these things, but Kathy, I work for a large consumer products company, and a tampon is a medical device. And you should definitely take that box, call the 1-800 number, and report this. And you should report it to the FDA as well because it's a product failure. It's officially an adverse event. And it could mean that the entire lot of tampons is bad, and this could be happening to someone else, and they should do a recall.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be wild if you're in front of the Senate reporting on that, Kathy? This young lady here had half a tampon. Are the C-SPAN cameras on? Please describe to us the embarrassment of having half an organic tampon in your cooter.
Those senators, sometimes they throw a lot of
those
regular
accents.
language.
They don't know.
Yeah.
They're indelicate.
Yeah.
all right, Mary, thank you. I will do that.
That does make sense. Spare someone else potentially from that.
I mean, I did send it the brand name to my friends. I was like, don't use this.
I'm going to go to Cindy because she's used this, or I think her daughter's used this kind of underwear before.
Cindy!
Hi, Cindy.
It's actually Sandy. But
Sandy!
Okay.
Oh, it's Sandy. I'm sorry.
We got that.
Sandy!
All right, that's better. What's up, Sandy?
So my daughter actually has eczema, and when she first started menstruating, the regular pads, the chemicals in them, actually caused her to break out even more. So we go on Etsy and we buy them natural pads, and they're washable, reusable. They come in different, designs and stuff like that. And
so wait,
she
is this
loves them.
this is the underwear?
It's not the underwear. They're actually pads. She has looked at the underwear, but she's not like comfortable using that. So she just uses reusable pads. And, you know, she likes the idea that it's environmentally friendly and stuff like that, whereas I still use regular pads.
Okay,
myself,
but they're external, right? And so okay, all right, but it works well for her, and she's doing well.
Yeah, she's doing really well. And,
All right.
I mean, they come in all shapes and sizes for different flows and stuff like that, and they're really comfortable for her. So it might be another option.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate it. Kathy, when you go to the gynecologist, is it like when you go to the dentist and you leave and they give you a little toothpaste and
No, you don't leave with
brushes and
parting.
stuff?
You don't
They
leave with
give you
parting gifts. No, you get nothing from them.
Here's a sampler.
Yeah, dermatologist does.
Slap a few of these up there.
Yeah, Marissa.
Wait, Kathy, I was there the other day. I had my annual. I thought of you.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you.
Because she was down there and she just went, perfect.
Oh, wow.
We need to do a big collection of women with perfect vaginas an event some night. That'd be great. The PV prom or something.
PVC,
like that.
Perfect Vagina Club.
Yeah.
It's like the Babysitters Club, Perfect Vagina Club.
No, I'm surprised they don't give you some sanitary items as a little, like a parting gift.
not. I go to Penn, and no, we don't leave with parting gifts.
Casey, dermatologist will give you what?
Yeah, I mean, they
A
have
lacrosse stick. Sunscreen?
For some reason, lacrosse stick. I don't understand why they do that, but I'll take one. No, they have like Dove soap and stuff like that. Yeah, you know, there's usually. We go to the same derm.
We do.
And yeah, there's usually a basket. When you check out, there's a basket right there. That has some stuff.
Yeah. What are there any other doctors that give you little parting gifts other than dentists?
Proctologists give you golf tees.
They do?
Yeah.
All right,
I will say, and I love my dentist, but the toothbrushes that they give you, they're terrible.
Oh my God, I love my dentist toothbrushes.
Yeah. So
I get
Kate,
good ones.
If you're listening,
So do I.
You got to step it up.
Yeah, they really do.
I
They're
go
just
back
not
for
good.
extras.
I always feel like I'm going into the prize closet, when I'm at the dentist because they open it up and they're like, okay, what all do you need? And I'm like, ooh.
You want some of the gas?
Yeah, I take some of that too.
Nick, last time I went, they forgot to give me my goodie bag to the dentist, and I'm so mad because I wait for that toothbrush.
Did you have a cavity last time? You didn't have a cavity, right?
No.
Oh,
No.
Casey, I used to go to this place right off of 252. It was Dr. Soffer's office. It was the same dentist as Harry Callis, which I was always felt very lucky to be there. And Preston, at the end of the dentist visit with Dr. Soffer, there was like the toy chest, and if you had a really good dentist report, you could get more than one toy, and you got your floss and your toothpaste. But like you could dive in. It was like going to Disneyland.
Yeah,
it
you know
was
what's
so
the most bizarre
awesome.
thing, Nick? My childhood dentist, who I've talked about, a nice guy again, not the best, but and now it's all coming together in my mind. There was a jar of lollipops.
Yeah.
I mean, that's smart.
And a dentist office.
Here's some
I had an idea, and I was gonna pose this to Dr. Mike because we were in yesterday. I spent hours in doctors' offices. We're getting my dad checked out for a whole bunch of things, and I think that each doctor's office, if they're going to have you, especially if they're like a specialist and they're seeing a bunch of different people, and you know you're going to be sitting there for 10 minutes to an hour, who knows how long, where you're waiting on the doctor. I think they should have a little Bluetooth speaker in there that you can link up to and just have something, because it's deadly quiet in those rooms.
Wow.
And you are spending your time staring around at tongue depressors and swabs and trying to,
I hope they don't use that on me.
find something to kill some time. I think a little Bluetooth speaker in each one of those rooms would be really, as long as, people are respectful and they keep the music low.
What if they send a comedian adept at crowd work to each room?
Okay, to each room,
All right.
and they do, whatever's necessary.
Where are you from today?
We got to do 10 minutes here.
I always have my my headphones on me, so I'll just listen to my music if I'm in that room.
You're talking about the reception room or in the actual examination room?
If I'm in the examination room, what you were talking about.
Yeah, because that's when it turns into, so what now?
You're a percussionist, though. You could do like a little stomp thing.
Oh,
inside
there's
you.
plenty of things. There are plenty of things to play on.
You go
for
through
sure.
the drawers, right?
I do sometimes,
Yeah.
yes. And I try to be very quick about it.
Yeah.
But
Do you ever just wander over to the surgery and see, I'll just be back here just looking?
Yeah. No, but I never find anything interesting.
No,
indoors,
there's nothing cool, but
Try to read x-rays. That's fun.
Hang on. I want to go to this caller. It's Michelle talking about the tampons. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Oh,
yes.
Now, watch your language, Michelle,
I've been on hold. Hold on 1 second.
For a minute.
Is she putting us on hold?
No, I'm changing phones.
Oh, you're changing phones. Okay.
Yeah, listen, when I lived in Miami back in the 70s, my roommate, Susan, got... Are you there?
Yeah, be very delicate.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. She got 2 of them stuck in her.
Okay, 2 tampons. Yes, all right.
And she forgot they were in there when she had, with her friends. So we went to work at the golf course, Rogers on the Green there in Key Biscayne. She was a bartender, I was waitress. She had to go to the doctor before her shift to get them out. And afterwards, the doctor came in for lunch. I walked right by her and then I waited on him.
That had to be uncomfortable. And what did he order?
Yeah, all she did, she was from Kentucky. She was totally cool chick.
Oh my God!
You heard 2 hot dogs and ketchup.
Yeah.
She just laughed and turned around and like, what are you gonna do? Like she went, oh well, no big deal. She wasn't embarrassed or nothing.
Hey, your proctologist is at the other table.
No. I just wanted to tell
That's
you guys.
great, Michelle. That's funny.
All right, Michelle. What? How old are you, by the way, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 62. I'll be 63 this year.
Okay, so you don't need to use these products anymore.
No, you want to hear a crazy story?
Oh, yeah, sure I do. Yes, go ahead.
Real quick, no. When we got married 26 years ago, I didn't realize I was going to get my period. Here we were out in Hawaii, and we're going to do like a snorkel. Well, I couldn't go because I had it, right? So I'm changing actually out in the middle of the island in the water, in this little boat, changing my thing, and then after I came home, I never got it again. I was almost 37 years old. I haven't had a period since I was almost 37.
So how long did you go without a period?
Huh?
How long did you go without a period?
Well, I got it in June of 97, and then after that it kind of faded away. So I turned in October. I turned 37 then, and after that, so if we would have had kids, I probably couldn't have had kids.
Well, you're saying you got your period right at the height of grunge.
Yeah, like I got my period when I was like 10, 11. Everybody gets their period.
Oh, wow.
That's interesting. Yeah. But medically, you're okay, Michelle?
Yeah, you want to? Oh, I'm healthy as anything. I'm not on any medication or anything.
All right, good.
I had a physical, but I am healthy as anything.
You've never had a physical?
No.
Well, then how do you know how healthy you are?
Yeah.
She's not sick.
Listen, I do the gyno, I do the boob, I do everything
She
else.
does the gyno and the boob.
And I had my blood pressure. I could yell at my husband, put the cuff on, and it's 120 over 80 all the time.
Yeah,
all right.
Okay.
All right, well, cool. At least you're doing something.
It's not like you haven't been checked out, but you've just never had an overall physical.
I don't have cholesterol, high cholesterol. I don't have nothing in my body. I'm lucky. I take after my dad. But here's the thing about people. My mom couldn't believe that I didn't have. I went through menopause there right away too.
Wow.
So I went through menopause as soon as perimenopause right away.
Which is what now?
Which means you just start getting hot sweats and irritable, which I really didn't get. The thing is, people don't understand. They think if your mom got her period later, you get it. Everybody's a different person. My mom swore I was like kind of lying that I didn't get my period. Who's going to lie that they don't have their period?
Yeah. Michelle, were you ever on any type of birth control?
Yes. I was on birth control. Matter of fact, when I moved to Florida at 18, I went on because I couldn't control my period was just coming and going whenever I wanted.
Yeah, sometimes women will do that to regulate.
And the first time I went off it,
You know what, Nick? They'll prescribe it sometimes for skin conditions.
Yeah. Yeah, it has
birth
a couple
control.
of uses.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I went off it. I went off it later on. My husband said, "Stevie, you're being on the pill. We're not having, So he got a vasectomy a long time ago, which is the best thing. I recommend guys get vasectomies instead of women get tubes tied.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, they're very cool, Michelle. We appreciate all the info.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day, guys.
You too. We'll see you later, Michelle.
Bye.
Okay.
She's the best.
She is the best. I love when she
Straight up.
I need to meet her. Like, we've never met, right?
I don't think so. No.
I have her contact information. She offers, to clean houses and stuff like that. That's what she does as a profession.
I don't want her in my house.
No, I'm going to.
I bet she's probably pretty kick-ass. I bet she's like awesome.
Hang on. Amber wants to raise an argument for the Flex Disc. Hi,
Okay.
Amber. Good morning.
What's up, roast beef?
Yo, roast beef. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. What do you want to tell us?
So, I'm sorry. I have my little listeners in the back seat laughing at you guys. But So I used tampons for years, and I've always had medical issues down there to where I've always been really, really heavy. And I tried multiple forms of like birth control. I tried the cup. The cup was just like way too messy, and to me it didn't hold enough. But like 3 years ago, I started using the Flex Disc just to like try it out, and it is like ridiculously amazing. I haven't.
You love it. You love it. Could you use? Because I've seen the commercials for Flex Tape and Flex Seal.
Yes.
Could you?
It'll probably plug my boat, so.
But that's so you found your solution, and so and it works. So
good for you.
That's awesome. Yeah. See, look at what.
Thanks, Amber.
Women have to deal with.
I know, dude. I know.
I mean, it's just. I mean, you know.
Yeah, and we get to pee standing up.
Absolutely.
How's that?
And helicopters.
It's just not fair. All right. Well, anyway, I'm glad, Kathy. I didn't know you would just told us that.
Now there's another use for Flex Seal and Flex Tape.
That you had the issue with it breaking, but I didn't know you were able to take care of that yourself. That you were able to. It had a happy ending without any intrusiveness.
Yep. And by the way, I do tell them this stuff, guys.
You what's that now?
I do tell you guys.
Yeah, she
this
does. Absolutely. We're very close here. All right.
That's your gynecologist.
Get in the stirrups now. All right, we need to wrap up. I would like to remind you of a couple things. We're 1 hour away from your next opportunity to win MMR's Concert Cash. 10 o'clock is when we'll give you the Concert Cash keyword, so don't miss the opportunity. But right now, I would like to give something else away. Coming to town at the Met, actually, on November 3rd will be Eliza Schlesinger. And she is performing, and tickets are on sale this Friday. We have tickets before you can buy them.
We love her.
So you want to go to a great comedy show, be caller number 18 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will give them to you. So again, it's Eliza Schlesinger, who's going to be at the Met, and that is on November 3rd, and tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR.
Is this Judge Wapner calling in?
You got a nickname now, Walter.
Oh my God!
Yeah, you hear what happened to a Whopper.
That's not even a mistype. I'm looking at the T and the P are like nowhere near each other on the keyboard.
Walper.
Name's Walper.
Let me get that straight. Your actual name is Walter. And what happened to you? So what happened to you, Walter?
All right. Well,
All right.
I've broken my hand. I've fractured all my ribs.
Were these fights over your weird name, Walper?
It's not my name.
This guy's name's Walper. I'm gonna punch you.
But at least you got a great nickname today.
Walper.
Well, hang in there, brother, okay?
From Touchstone Pictures, the inspiring story of a man named Walper. I've seen him. He's got some medical issues, but the worst thing is his name is Walper. And then a young therapist came into his life. Hi, I'm Kathy Romano. We're going to change that P to a T.
Simple as that.
And then his life turned around.
I'm the head of a Fortune 500 company. And I can do the saber dance.
That morning show's not making fun of me anymore.
Oh, man.
So the Kardashians won big as well last night, and they had a weird speech. They were trying to thank firefighters and stuff, and they actually made their win a tribute to the firefighters. And listen, see if you can hash this out. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
This is
It's
Kim.
been a really rough week in our home in Calabasas, Hidden Hills, and our neighbors in Thousand Oaks and Malibu. Our hearts are broken from the horrific shootings and those who have lost their lives and homes, as well as the hundreds of thousands of us that have been evacuated from the devastating fires that are currently burning. So thank you so much to all of the people that have voted for us. This is such an honor.
Did you make that leap there? Did you make that leap?
Okay.
There's a lot of fire out there, but thank you for voting for us.
Are they dedicating the award?
It gets to that at the end, yeah.
All right.
I'd like to dedicate this win to all of the firefighters, the law enforcement, and the first responders.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay.
I'd like to thank the people what put out the fires.
Like, it just doesn't seem very genuine ever when it comes from them.
You can see the guys who are really, eating smoke and battling flames up. I got great news, guys! Kardashian was dedicated to us!
Like, I can just see them sitting around, like, when we win, we should, like, dedicate to somebody so it makes us look good.
Listen, I want to tell everyone up there on the mountain, you guys are doing a great job. The Kardashians just donated their win to you on a People's Choice Award. I just want to carry that into the fire with you.
That's the chief going on the radio to tell all the guys.
Attention everyone, Kardashians just donated their win on the People's Choice Awards to you. So I hope that inspires you to go marching into those flames and that super heat and that whipped up win. No word on Little Women LA yet.
Yeah. No. During the final night of the Experience and Innocence tour in Berlin, Bono made a comment that has fans fearing that this is the end of the iconic band. He said, "We've been on the road for quite some time, just going on 40 years, and this last 4 years have been really something very special for us. We're going away now." So that led people to think that maybe the band is done.
Doesn't mean that the band is breaking up or that we're going away or stopping performing. We're just taking a well-deserved trip to the Great Wolf Lodge. Where parents can drink while their kids ride down water slides.
It is amazing there.
It is amazing. Kathy says it's amazing too.
Yeah. Well, none of the kids would recognize you two, so they could be pretty, they could be in obscurity for a moment.
You can literally drink in the pools there.
You can literally drink in the pool and piss in the pool at the same time. If it's so chlorinated, it doesn't make a difference. I took a full level bowel movement and no one could tell because the water was so chlorinated, it just ate it right up. All the fecal matter dispersed. Okay.
I don't know.
What's that?
That's, no.
Oh, you did it as well, Kathy?
No, that's...
You dropped a bomb in the pool? You popped a landmine out?
That's not...
You put a depth charge in the deep end?
A full level bowel movement.
And no one was the wiser. Even the edge was standing right next to me. He was totally enveloped in my poop cloud and had no idea.
No idea.
That's a quality pool there.
Yeah, I think most people, upon moving into a house, remove all the demonic paintings. It's part of the deal. A lot of people will change the pentagram carpet for maybe like a light shag.
We had our house built. I like the fact that we're the very first people to own the home.
But are you?
Because
on an Indian graveyard, right? That's where you.
Yeah. They didn't remove the graves.
You know what? We had to blast to actually get to pour the foundation. So I'm pretty certain there was nothing below.
So it
where
was a lot of fun.
So what's that?
It was a blast.
It was a blast.
Yes. Where you saw bones flying and pieces of coffin.
But I like the fact that when we're done and gone, or when we eventually decide to move on, that that was we made that. We had a say in how that thing was put together. And
in here was where the owner was caught pleasuring himself by his wife, unaware that the light from his laptop was obscuring his vision. Follow me into the observatory.
I was wearing headphones too. I didn't hear her come in. Kathy shakes her head.
Headphone, like you were all in.
Oh, hey, you can't do that half-ass, man.
No, clearly.
You gotta go all
Sure,
in.
he was vigorously providing himself with pleasure.
Yeah.
His wife called out to him, but he could not hear because he was listening to his headphones. And here is the pool table, where pool is seldom played, but clothing is full.
My daughter and I played pool the other night.
Oh, there you go. All right.
First time in a while. She asked me to, but yes, it's become a laundry table. Oh my God! Yeah, what are the other wonderful things? What are the other
as they lead the tour?
Horrible things that have
no
happened.
one stays in this house after night.
The dining room where no one eats, they drink, right? Isn't there a bar in there?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, let's not forget the old house with the haunted litter box.
It was on a rainy night when the owner awoke from many hours of drinking and raised a shotgun to the automatic kitty litter cleaner, yelling out, "I want to see you."
I've got a gun.
I've got a gun. I gave him 10 seconds to get out of the house. Which I thought was,
We should all design haunted tours of our current houses. Dumb crap.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
My brother thinks my house is haunted. He's said that since the day we've moved in.
No
He said
kidding.
there's somebody that lives here with you.
Wait, your country house?
my
Really?
current house. Yeah, this is the day that my brother lived.
You're the
with me
first owners.
for a little while, and he's like, I hear them. He goes, they walk around.
Wait, did you have the house built?
Yes.
Okay, so you're the first owner.
We are the first owner. There was a house.
Place is too clean.
No, but Preston, there was a house there that was knocked down.
Okay.
And actually, the man who has since passed away, he was a wonderful man, lived across the street from
I
me.
hope you rot in hell.
No, well, he did the masonry work on the house. And he told me one time, he goes, yeah, when they were tearing down that house, he goes, I sat outside and watched. He goes, I did, all of that work on the house. And I was like, oh my God,
man.
I'm so sorry.
And now it's haunted by Slender Manthe.
Yeah, so it's...
Slender Manthe.
I mean, I think it's just the house settling, but my brother thinks it's haunted.
These jeans.
Slender Manthe.
Do these jeans make me look hippie?
Big J.O.
Yes.
That's right, everyone. I'm here. I'm not Miss August or December.
No.
I don't know, Kathy. Any of that traffic, did it seem like something that would have kept Miss December out of here?
Yes, I think so.
I don't know where she was coming from.
Hey,
Did
will
any of
you-
that traffic add up?
Were you here one time before when we rolled out the calendar?
He was.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
was
we
here for a
were.
calendar. I was here for Philadelphia's hottest trans.
Really?
Yeah.
right. You
Did we
sure
do
were.
that? I totally forgot.
Yeah, Philadelphia's sexiest lady boy.
You guys met, right? You guys got to hang out after.
So I've never seen more women in a room and not a pube for miles. I can guarantee it.
Yeah, there was a weird situation we had you in, right?
It was his friend.
Yes,
Yeah, it ended up being a weird situation for my friend.
But stories to tell your children.
Yeah. I mean, we all found at the same time, and I don't remember what time it was, but it was definitely too late.
That's awesome.
I noticed that, and I said it to you right away, you look like you've lost some more weight. And is it a bigger guy who has lost weight? Do you get tired of hearing that?
No, not at all.
Good.
I'll take it. I tried so hard. Yeah, I did. Every time I do a television thing, I'm like, well, this is probably the last time they're going to let me on television. So I should try to get one where I... it's already bad enough I do comedy sitting on a stool. So every time when I did my hour special on Comedy Central, I had already lost a bunch of weight to get to that size. And then sitting on a stool, every time they film you, you're like, this camera guy hates me.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't like me at all. Is that a pile of tires sitting on? So I knew for the Netflix special, I knew that I was going to be sitting again. So I tried again to lose weight. And then, I didn't lose that much, but then I also learned how to sit with my back arched.
There you go.
Oh, you're doing all the cheats. Yeah.
And I covered my nipples with suds. I guess some people stole my idea. But that's cool. That's
all right.
I said everyone jump in.
It's funny because and it happens. This is why we're on radio. I mean, Kathy and Marissa obviously are they're pleasant to look at, but we are not. And when we do any TV or anything, I'm like, dear God, do we look horrific? And people say, there's a different angle. There's some people who've had actors and actresses come in here. They know their angle. They know, what's the best way for them to be their side.
Yeah.
I'm like, really? I
think if you ask those things, it makes me feel like I'm admitting too much bad about myself.
Yeah,
so I'm
yeah.
like, can you not film me from, I don't know, obviously sideways and from the floor, please?
What we've been talking about news-wise, you familiar with this this scam that took place, this GoFundMe?
Oh, yeah.
So they came by.
Never try to help one bum.
They came by last year. They came by our Camp Out for Hunger right after that story broke, and we interviewed all three of them on the air. And we got word of this yesterday that the three of them were in on this together.
In cahoots.
Oh my
All of them in cahoots,
God.
and then the one who wasn't getting enough money, the guy who was the homeless guy, he goes to take them to court.
Yeah.
And that's
Tries
how
to sue him.
it
To
goes
sue
to
him for not giving him his part of the scam.
Yes! Of the stolen money.
Never help one bum. You ever try to give a homeless guy food? They look at you like you're handing them a bag of someone's dump. It's really, they're like, what am I going to do with this? Like you're like, eat it. It's hot. It's food. And they're like, I don't. Like what? They're so baffled by it. Do a GoFundMe for like an overall like shelter or something. Like to give it to.
There you go.
I've never seen that work out good where you help one person.
With everything else going on, the show and everything, what's coming up for you? It's been a while since we've seen you.
Yeah, pretty much just did the radio show's been doing great on Sirius XM. So pumping that out in the podcasts.
By the way, Dan, it was they were interviewing for something. They sent it over to us, and he was very complimentary about the show. You guys are always very complimentary when you're on other shows. We appreciate it.
Yeah,
getting the word out.
Oh yeah, for you guys. Yeah, you guys are. I always think it's the coolest thing. The best nod you guys get is Joe Rogan, who needs no press anywhere he goes, always like shouts you guys and still gives you guys the
it's
nod.
awesome.
That's pretty
It
awesome.
means the world to us.
I mean, I don't know if you saw Opie from Opie and Anthony sent like a cut of wrestling promo for him not doing his show. Did you see that on the street?
No.
Oh, it's very uncomfortable.
No. You know, it never understood those dynamics. It was never anything that we got involved with. You just try to do the best. It's like what you do. You just do
your show.
Do your show.
We tried to start a radio war with Bob and Tom, but then they disbanded. That's a shame.
Bob and Tom. You for the Bob and Tom have been around for a long. Well, used to be around for a long time.
They're garbage.
Keep it up.
They're junk.
Yeah, I'm like, and I look
it's the
at
worst radio show I've ever done.
Really? Why?
They want you to do bits.
It's a yuck fest.
And I mean, and I was like, yeah, you don't want me to do bits. Like my bits are too. And they go, well, that's how it works here. I go, well, I'll leave. Like it's fine. And they go, we need you to do bits. I go, well, what do you want me to do? The one about this, and I'm just saying like vile things. Yeah. I'm like, if you want to do bits, it's gonna be like I can't. I'm like a dirty comic.
It's gonna be bad.
Hey, do the latest bit about your daughter. That.
Yeah. They got the things people.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. I have some survey information to share with you. So, survey says, and actually, before I go to survey says, I do want to mention this that Bill had said, let's play the Foo Fighters song one more time before we wrap today. Right. So we will get that in. We had brand new music from Foo Fighters we played just a little while ago. We'll play it again later on. Okay, so surveys. In this particular survey of 30,000 U.S. adults. Wow. When you were a teenager, how many physical fights did you start? Yeah, start. All right.
When I was a teenager, So from 13 to 19.
Yeah. Which would what grades would that put you in?
Like 8th grade, senior high school.
8th grade to senior in high school. All right, so you want me to give you the results here?
Oh,
yes.
No, 8th
All
grade
right.
to college, really, because I forgot 19 as a teenager.
Okay,
We're talking physical fights.
Physical fights. How many physical fights did you start? None. 59% of the people surveyed said that they had never started a physical fight. 10% said one physical fight. 11% said 2 to 3. 6% said 4 to 5. 3% said 6 to 10, and 2% said more than 10.
From their prison cells.
So I'd never started a fight in my
I never
life.
did in my life. I was in a few fights, and I had a good run. I was usually not picked on for fights because I've been slightly bigger, throughout my life. So that was I assume part of the issue, and also I was on no one's radar in particular.
Okay.
Press, have you ever been in a fight?
What I was going to say, so the next question is, when you were a teenager, how many physical fights were you involved in? One. And you know what? And that wasn't even, that may have been preteen.
Did anybody call you out? Because that was
I call you out.
That was my fear, to get called out.
I got called out.
Yeah.
I remember hearing, somebody wanted to fight me, and I avoided it. I was total.
I want to fight.
I want
Frank Rizzo.
You're old, guy.
Yeah.
I don't care. Take it out back. I don't care how old you are.
I want to fight you.
I'm a teenager.
Skipping off to school, la la la
You
la.
are a lush. I can tell by looking at you.
Going to school, minding your P's and Q's.
As a teenager, never was in a fight, and I remember hearing people that wanted to get into fisticuffs, but I wanted nothing to do with it. I was a total wuss, and avoided any physical confrontation.
Which honestly, you should try to do that unless it's something that's unavoidable. Yeah.
But my ego hurts a little from it to this day.
Yeah.
To this day,
Go fight
like
that
you didn't
guy.
even step up.
Yeah.
I didn't even try.
Could you fight that guy now?
I don't remember. I don't know. I mean, yeah, us as adults, maybe.
You want to call him out?
No, I don't want to call him.
You're a black belt.
I don't remember who it was.
What if this guy's a quadruple black belt?
I know, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I remember being on the bus.
Very impressive. Why don't we take this into my karate school?
I remember being on the bus and these two boys, we were in high school, they were getting into it, and then they were like, all right, we're getting off at the next bus stop, and we're fighting, right?
I want to fight you.
And they got off, and clearly neither of them wanted to fight. You know what I mean? They just did. And we all got off the bus at that
Case,
bus
of course,
stop.
you reminded me. Kyle Mooney, one of my favorite SNL skits,
Mm-hmm.
is him, Preston, the classic high school fight. Come on. And really, chest out and all
Mm-hmm.
that stuff. And they're doing all the quasi-fight moves. And then
they bailed.
And when they start, they're later in the principal's office and they're both crying. And it's it's that kind of thing, though. The fights, would it even be fights? Here, the clip is running in the studio here. But it was more like a 5-10 seconds, They don't last long. It's not like movie fights.
Yeah, so Steve, how many as a teenager? 3 fights?
Yeah.
All right. And did they last very long?
No.
Okay.
No.
Couple of punches
I
and that's
almost
it?
would consider them shoving matches.
Yeah. Right.
Not in a classic, not a John Wick way.
God, I remember a number of bullies, though. I wish I would have just popped in the face. I wish I would have had the even though I probably would have lost the fight, I wish I would have had the gumption, to use a word, to just haul off and smack him.
You've never seen Dazed and Confused, right?
No.
So there's a scene where Adam Goldberg, not the Goldberg's Adam Goldberg, but the actor Adam Goldberg, does that to a guy, and it's captured so well, the writing, because he's stewing about it, and he gets bullied a little bit. And then he goes back and then he punches the dude in the face, and then that dude beats the crap out of him. But
in hopes that the fight would be broken up immediately.
Yeah, but the way that he describes the fact that he knows, having been bullied, it will eat at him not only for the rest of the night, but probably for the rest of his life. It's really relatable.
I wouldn't have had the presence, that mental presence to think of the future like that. At that age.
But you know what that feeling is like when the bully treats you that way, and it's you can see why sometimes, even if you're the underdog, you throw that punch.
Yeah, it's one of the most excruciating things. But people who are inclined to be bullies, are I don't know.
You know what? I know what you're going to say, and we've seen Sing Street, and there's a bully in Sing Street, and then you find out, he's getting his ass kicked by his dad on the reg.
A lot of times they're just reflecting what they're getting.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes they're a-holes, and sometimes and I was reading this not too long ago, like a sad list of facts that people don't want to. Sometimes bad people have a great life.
Yeah, it's true.
And it sucks, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes the bullies continue to be that way, and they live the life they want to live, and it works out for them. I like to think that every dog gets his day.
Oh, karma's going to get you one day.
And a lot of times it does, but sometimes it doesn't, and it sucks.
Sometimes you die with Donna D'Errico sitting on your face.
Yeah.
What?
Wow. I mean, that's a
Baywatch.
Yeah.
I know who she is, but I didn't.
Well, that's you don't want that to happen.
No.
Yeah. Not for a bully. Yeah.
I'd love for that to happen.
I would love for that.
Yeah, but you're good people, so you should get that.
Thank you.
All right.
But
Is that an
bullies
option?
shouldn't.
Can you sign up for that? Back to this fight survey. Do punches have to be thrown or do faces have to be hit for it to be a fight?
I think
you can wrestle.
Punches,
yeah. I think what you feel was a legit fight where you guys were both. You don't have to punch somebody in the face for it to be considered a fight.
But fights with your brothers don't count, right?
No,
I don't think so.
That was every night.
No.
I never fought really. I never had physical play fights. I never aggressive fights with my younger brother, and my older brother Gene never fought with me that way. So have you ever in your life? So have you ever punched someone in the face?
No.
Okay.
I mean, just with boxing gloves, yeah. But I never bare-fisted punch someone in the face. No.
Yeah.
So I have. It's weird because I've been punched in the face, and I've punched in the face 2 or 3 times.
What's more fun?
Punching someone in the face. But Preston, again, with everything, the way we perceive it as we see it in television and movies, it just, the guy who attacked me with the box cutter one time, I punched him in the face and I laid him out.
Right.
But I remember even like looking at my hand going, wow, that didn't, it just doesn't jibe with the way we think it's going to be.
Right.
That's why you always think of these elaborate fights that you're going to get into.
Yep.
And the fight is usually over in seconds.
By the way, in the survey, how many physical fights were you involved in? 38% said none. So the majority of people don't fight.
Yeah.
11% said 1, 21% said 2 to 3, 10% said 4 to 5, and 5% for both 6 to 10 and more than 10 fights. Interesting survey. Real quick, though, let me go to June. She wants to mention a bully story here. Hi, June. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, June?
I was picked on quite a bit from a girl in school for years, really. And we ended up moving near a park. And every time I went to the park, she would chase me away and I would run home. My mom would say, oh my gosh, like you got to stick up to this girl. You have to stand up. You have to defend yourself. And I didn't want to. I was petrified. So one day she's like, you know what? We're going to go take care of this right now. And I'm thinking she's going to take me over and have a talking to us, like, stop picking on my daughter. No, she made me fight her.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
So she's like, all right, you guys got to take your shoes off. And I'm bawling my eyes out. Like, I don't want to fight this girl. I'm not a fighter. I was very quiet.
Right.
Always picked on. So I hurt her pretty good. My mom stopped the fight, but she never picked on me again. And I know there's a lot of people that say that it's not the greatest thing to do with your kid, but
Probably not recommended, but let me ask you, June, were you a different person after that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think organically, if you say next time you do that, I don't think you become Don King, and but I mean, still, it's still yes. I think that's a life lesson.
June, how did your bully's parents feel about you kicking her ass?
They didn't really care.
That's probably why the daughter was that way.
I think that was part of the problem was her parents weren't really a good example in her life. So
yeah.
Are you guys best friends now?
We did become best friends for a little while.
Isn't that crazy?
Then she stole money from my mom, who was a single parent with 2 kids and no child support.
Oh, well, to pay to cover the cost of the fight.
And at that point, did your mom give you a gun and take you over there to go kill her?
Well, I actually just went to her door by myself, which I never would have done.
There you go. Okay. You're a new person.
I went to her door and I'm like, you stole money from my mom. She can't even pay her bills and you're stealing money from my mom. And then her mom actually did. It was back when wigwams were really popular. She bought like $200 in wigwams.
Oh my God!
And her mom did pay the money back. Her mom did give the money back. Yeah.
June, where are you from, by the way?
I'm originally from Cape May County. I live in Burlington now.
Oh, Jersey. Okay. Casey had the Delco jingle ready.
No, I had the Bucksco ready to go.
Oh, we wouldn't.
I thought it was.
All right, thank you.
Good for you, though. Good that it worked out. Yeah.
Appreciate
You know
it.
what though? That sounds like a tough situation, but like I don't shy away from saying that if somebody is bullying you, punch them in the damn face, and guess what? It's going to stop. And it's terrible to tell your kids that, but like you're going to be these people that bully these kids. The kids get traumatized. Like it's a lifelong thing. Like you don't forget about that
Now,
stuff.
do you say don't do it at school though, because you can get yourself in some big trouble doing it at school?
What's going to happen? You get suspended. Deal with the suspension. If you're going to be bullied for your entire life, punch the damn kid in his face. I literally had this conversation with a mom yesterday, and she's going through it, and I'm like, your kid needs to punch him in the face, and then guess what? The bullying is going to stop.
So in elementary school now, if this were to go back earlier, I got into fights, and there was twice because I was always the new kid in town, and it was always that issue, and so I faced down 2 bullies, and I did. They were always coming after me, so I finally laid down the law and was able to get the upper hand. But yeah, as you get older, you really shouldn't be in multiple fistfights all the time.
Yes.
Yeah,
Probably a good
there's
idea.
a character flaw there.
All right, so anyhow, we're going to move on to a different survey, and I know there's calls coming, but
Well, it's a family feud, man.
This is survey says, so I have a variety of surveys that we need to go to. All right, in a survey of 2,000 U.S. homeowners, when it comes to what is important in a home,
Lots of fighting.
75% believe it's important that their yard or home's exterior look impeccable. 46% of Gen Z are likely to purchase their home based on its architecture and style. And 61 say curb appeal makes a good impression on guests and neighbors.
I wish I could do the exterior of my house right now. It's the only thing when I walk around the house, like the siding's chipping off, and I almost said the S word, and it's annoying. And it's one of those projects where like I'll get around to it eventually. When I look at it now, it bothers me.
Yeah. All right, so I know what you mean. Yeah. And also, does it bother you going, oh, my God, I don't even know where to get started
That's
on how
exactly
to do
right.
this. Yeah.
I think I have to start with a roof, and I talked to you guys about this a while ago, but like we're moving forward with a solar project, and when you get solar panels put on, you have to have a new roof. So the new roof goes on first, then the solar, but then, like any home project, one home project begets like 12 other home projects.
With this, when it comes to maintenance on your home, 42% focus on their home's exterior, such as patios. 42% turn to YouTube videos when they dare tackle do-it-yourself projects.
Yes, I do that.
And number 62% would call the pros for a home improvement project over immediate family.
That's what I do.
Yes,
So-
and that's what I do.
Yeah.
Here's what
Yes.
happens. A lot of my immediate family are pros. They're
Well, that's
contractors.
beautiful.
So that helps.
Yeah.
Listen, a lot of this stuff can be expensive, so you got to find the right pros and stuff like that. I'm just telling you, like,
Use inferior supplies.
well, no. So my friend Steve is a landscaper,
Yeah.
and I needed a lot of stuff done to our flower beds, and I could have called this company, and there's a company that I do use for like my lawn. What's the word? Not lawn maintenance, but
ornaments.
Landscaper?
No, like
hardscaping.
No, it doesn't even matter. But
Okay.
but this guy Steve is a one-man operation. You can save a lot of money when it's a one-man
Like
operation,
a handyman.
when they don't have to pay other people and stuff like that. But
Contractor?
yeah, no.
Okay.
This is landscaping. This is but the
Protestant minister.
The other company that I use, they're like my lawn was in terrible shape, and they were bringing it back to life, like fertilizing it and all that sort of stuff. And we have used them in the past to clean out flower beds, but again, they send a whole team of people,
right?
And then that costs money because you're paying each of those people per hour, blah blah blah. So this guy, when he comes by himself, it's a lot cheaper because I'm not paying multiple people by the hour. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. But but a lot of this stuff is so cost prohibitive, and also it is. Listen, I could do the flower beds, but it is such hard work, and I am such a pussy that I can't. You know what I mean?
Flowers are scary.
No, not flower. No, flower beds.
Oh.
Like it's not planting the flowers. It's weeding it and getting all that stuff up, and then laying down the weed barrier.
There's something to be said. If someone's an expert at it and can do it the right way, or at least even to just reset it, and you can maintain it or try it now and then, that does make a difference. But again, I think if you just make a modest effort to make sure that your lawn is tended to, it doesn't have to be like the Versailles, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
You just make an effort. Also, I think you owe that to your neighbors to not have a dump of a house. Because you bring down property values.
Yeah. I do have a mild disdain for the yard fanatic as far as the grass and freak out if anybody were to dare have their dog run across their yard or something like that.
Well, that's insane.
That person.
Yeah.
I can't stand that.
It's also really wasteful. Like at the end of the day, it's terrible for the environment. Lawns are just a huge waste of energy, of fertilizer, and at some point I'd love to move away from it because it's a waste of time.
Speaking of maintenance, have you guys noticed the dandelions? Like an explosion in dandelions all over the place. Like, I mean, way more than I've ever seen before. It's actually kind of pretty, to be honest.
If they weren't
use
considered a
natural
weed.
lawn, so we don't get the dandelions.
No, I'm not talking about in my yard, but they're like fields and stuff.
Oh,
They're
really?
just
No, I have
all
not seen
over
that.
the place.
Yeah.
What makes them a weed? Why do they get categorized that way? I think they're pretty too.
Yeah.
And I don't know why they.
It's probably the invasive nature of them.
I guess, but like, who cares?
Are daffodils a weed? Because they kind of come up
No.
out of nowhere.
No.
No, they're nature's tampon.
They're a perennial. You have to plant them. They're bulbs.
So anyhow, that's another survey. I have a different survey I'm going to mention for you now. All right. I told you some of these are really, really stupid.
Oh, that's what we love about them.
And that's why I bring them up. Okay, when it comes to replicating artworks, 6% said they could definitely replicate the self-portrait with straw hat by Van Gogh. 36% said that they could definitely replicate Composition with Red, Yellow, and Blue by Piet Mondrian. And 72% think that they could not replicate Michelangelo's David.
Yeah, I don't think I could.
Yeah. I told you it was stupid.
Right.
Well, I mean, listen.
How many thought they could replicate the Mona Lisa?
Nick's fiance is an artist, and she, Nick, after you guys had gone to the Chicago Art Institute, and I remember you telling me about things, these little subtleties that she was noticing about artwork, about how, certain colors were used to create a shadow. And it's like, oh, when you look that close, this shadow is not gray. It's a series of purples and blues,
Sure,
and,
right.
that's, those. So to answer that question, no, none of us could replicate any of that stuff.
Yes, Steve, you mentioned Picasso this morning because I think it's his daughter's birthday.
Yes. Yep.
And, what artists like that are geniuses and revolutionaries do is they create, there's so much work and genius behind it. It's really, really hard for me to understand that. I don't quite get it. But when you talk to an artist and they explain it to you, I sort of get it a little bit, but you really need to be guided through it. It's like if you get a guided tour at the Rodin Museum.
Yes.
You're just going to understand it much
All
better.
those Toho monsters are amazing.
I meant Rodin the sculptor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The Rodin the monster should have his own museum.
He really
He's
should,
earned it,
honestly.
Which one is he?
Yeah, the large pterodactyl-looking creature. Then there's Ghidorah,
And Mothra. That's the main one that I know because it looks
Gamera, which is the large turtle. You got them all.
You got them all.
And then certainly to fill out a museum.
So they could have spots in the Rodin Museum?
I would insist on it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So how did Banksy become so famous? And he was a graffiti artist, right? And then somebody
But he was creative.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I remember seeing those works of art, before they became outrageously over the top and going, well, that's kind of cool.
Well, he caught traction. Something took. Like, remember the guy Christo who used to do he covered an island in purple whatever or pink wrapping.
Yeah.
Did those events and so he built to that level and then I guess you have that pivotal work that jumps out and captures the attention, and then you're for Andy Warhol, it was the Campbell's soup.
Yeah.
Can.
So there is, when you're driving down 95 around Chester, I think just past Chester, right before 322 Commodore Barry Bridge, if you look over on the wall, so you're driving southbound, it would be on your left. Northbound, it would be on your right. There is something, I was like, that could be a Banksy. For all I know, it really could be a Banksy. Just the way it looks, because it's not like your classic piece of graffiti that you see when you're driving down 95. It's a gorilla. It's black and white, and the way it looks, I'm like, I wonder, really who that is. And I haven't seen anything like it, so it's not like a tagger, if you will. Have any of you guys seen that?
I haven't seen it. I want to, though.
Yeah. Well, I have my son take a picture. He's at school right now. I don't know if he's going to be able to send me the picture.
Get him out of class.
Yeah. Yeah. Call the office.
Who's not Joe Pesci? Who's the tagger?
Female Joe Pesci.
Female Joe Pesci.
Yeah.
She
By the
might
way,
know.
and I've mentioned this before, that because I was driving my dad through the city yesterday, and he was, checking out some of the murals that you see on the wall, and I let him know that Philadelphia has more murals than any city in the world.
Yes.
There are no
any city in the world.
In the world, there are the most murals in our city. So we've got plenty of public art to look at.
They just did a new one down in Chinatown that they dedicated, and it's pretty amazing. And it might actually, believe it or not, if they go through with the Sixers arena, it might get demolished. Yeah.
All right, I have another survey, and this is by far the most stupid one of the morning. In a survey of 2,000 parents with school-age kids, they asked the question, why do kids like certain foods? 53% said they taste good, 46% said they smell good, and 45% said they're shareable.
Oh, man. That's a winner.
They taste
Why do
good.
kids like food? Because it tastes good.
Oh my God.
That's horrible. And we'll get sent these things like, here's some topic starters for your show.
Is there any other reason you would like food other than it tasting
good.
good or smelling good? There
come
are no
on.
other reasons, right?
No, there's no other reason. I mean,
I really love
there's
that
small
because-
percentage, maybe color or texture.
But that doesn't make you want to
Eat it,
eat it.
dummy.
Okay. That's the really stupid one I thought.
All right, well,
I should-
I will have to agree. I like food because of taste and smell.
All right, I do too. All right, in another survey, when it comes to catcalling.
Catcalling.
Yes.
I have 8, so it's very elaborate.
Does
Not
it
that-
not work?
Well, no. So this is what they said. 40% said they don't know what to do when they see people getting catcalled. 72% they have experienced or witnessed this harassment firsthand. And 52% of people surveyed said that they have been harassed in the past.
So the appropriate thing to do if you see that happening is for you to go, Haruga! Right?
I mean, honestly, if you're confident enough, the best thing to do is to acknowledge it and, kind of strut past them because what else? Otherwise, it's awkward.
Yeah.
What's it? I assume you've been catcalled before, Kath, right?
Jeez, yeah. So
It
many
happens to
times.
any 30-year-old.
Do you just ignore it?
Well, like I said, if you're confident enough, you have to acknowledge it. No, so what I do with anybody that does that, it's a compliment. They're meaning it to be, most times, they're meaning for it to be a compliment. So I will smile and say thank you. I don't know if they're screaming and yelling and whistling.
Excuse me, where can I purchase a menstrual cup?
Yeah, from a construction site. I don't know if I'm going to do that. But if somebody says something to me on the street, I'm like, oh, thank you so much. And just keep walking.
What is the most, I can't imagine that there is, but what is the most acceptable, benign way if someone legitimately thinks, wow, I don't know you, but I just wanted to say you're brightening up my day with your, with this lovely frock.
There's that.
Yeah.
Is there anything?
No,
that
not
would
really, because
work?
it depends on the person. Because something that's not going to offend me will probably offend
Right.
Marissa or,
Right.
you know what I mean, somebody else.
Right. I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure what would be accepted. What would be a universally accepted? I don't think there is.
I think
If you're nice about
keep
it.
quiet and gesticulate to suggest you're pleasuring yourself.
No, don't do that.
Right? That's acceptable, right? Yeah, just do the one-handed Preston.
I mean, that clears.
and then do the flick at the end.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
Did you guys see that report yesterday? The public guy that was doing that, wearing the bright yellow neon pants?
No,
Yes.
what?
Yeah.
All right, I'll see if I
Yeah,
can
call that up.
Yeah.
The public guy. What do you mean?
There was a guy doing that in public yesterday, what Steve was just talking about, out in public at a playground, and he was wearing bright yellow neon
Oh, my
pants. And so the
God.
neighborhood alert that went out was be on the lookout for this guy, and that's
Dude.
how they described him.
I saw on Walnut Street. Is it yesterday? Yesterday or the day before? Because I've been going to some medical places. And anyway, but I'm walking by, and the dude is lying on the sidewalk with all these notebooks laid out, which is no big deal. I didn't know what he was doing. I didn't know if
Cramming
he
for
was
a test.
collecting money or whatever. But I kid you not. You know how some people will have their pants hanging low.
Yeah.
Dude had them. I mean, his ass was fully exposed. No underwear either. Fully exposed. His junk was covered up, but that is it. The rest of it, you could see like it going down into where his
Everything.
I was like,
come on,
dude, you're naked. You're sitting there naked on the sidewalk.
Don't tease us. Let's see some scrote.
I didn't know what the deal was.
Yeah, here's the post, Preston. It's on an Instagram account called Watch Out Philly, and this was at Von Collin Memorial Field, which I'm not familiar with.
In Fairmount, it says.
What kind of freak does that?
I had 3 testicles.
Wow. Okay. That's crazy. Nut job. All right.
But at least wearing loud clothing helps the authorities.
Yeah.
So, by the way, this also says, where do Americans believe such harassment occurs, the catcalling? 52% said in the workplace, 38% in bars and restaurants, 35% in public transit, and 32% college campuses. I'll bet you see it on public transit a lot.
Yeah. You know, and I can't. I've seen it happen, and I've commented. The people doing it are always so skeevy, you know?
my God, yes.
And the worst is when they look around as if they're right, you know?
What was that movie, Promising Young Woman?
Yes.
where she would walk
Yeah.
by, you know, the typical construction site, and the guys are really goading her, and she just would stop and turn and just stare at them for a while.
And then they would
And
like,
eventually they'd start getting pissed, embarrassed, and then mad. Afterwards. But,
I don't know. I haven't seen a real cat calling or wolf whistling in public in quite a while.
Yep. All right, Case, I think I was going to say, do we need to wrap it up here? Or
Well, maybe that's in one of your surveys. Do we need to wrap it up?
No, let's do
40% said yes.
This one. About 1/3 of Americans forget their leftovers as soon as they're out of sight.
Yeah.
I'm in that boat.
A survey of 2,000 U.S. adults on groceries and food waste found that the average household spends $248 a week on groceries, 10% spend upwards of $500. And when it comes to food waste, 70% of respondents throw away unused food because it goes bad before it can be used.
So here's the deal. I've gotten very good over the past couple of years of making sure that, I get to the leftovers, if I've gotten them from a place. Some get away from you now and then. My wife had leftovers that she forgot in the backseat of her car.
Oh, man.
Yeah. But for the most part, because we end up getting a lot of leftovers.
So what's the timetable? I'm sorry.
I make it like a day.
I was just saying, my family does that regularly. They'll bring stuff home, and just I know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I will be the one to throw it out because I will remember that it's in there. And they don't. I do not bring home anything unless I legitimately have the intention of eating it.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm like, this is just going to be a waste of space. We're going to end up throwing it out. And so I won't do it.
But don't you get that craving sometimes for the thing that you brought home? Like, to me, there's a cool anticipation every now and then of like, oh man, I got that thing waiting for me in the fridge.
That's when my wife eats it.
Before you get home and have
Oh,
it.
dude,
Yeah,
I'll
the
come home.
intention is to always eat it.
Right.
That's the point of bringing it home. But then you just, I forget about it all.
Do you think there's some people who just reflexively just take it, even if they had it at the restaurant and they didn't even like it that much? They just, I'll take it with me.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I absolutely
and
do.
I don't get that.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is, Nick, I might do this. I've now set the timetable. It's either the day after or the day after that. So I'll give it within a 2-day range.
2 days max.
To take a break from eating the same thing 2 nights in a row and then go back to it.
I was so proud of myself because I had leftovers twice this weekend. I got pizza on Friday night, and I ended up eating it for lunch and dinner on Saturday. And then on Sunday morning, we had bacon, and I had used the bacon later on that night for a BLT. I was proud of myself because I'm normally not good at eating leftovers. So, I'll put something in the fridge and forget about it.
If it's something like if it's something we made at home and it's a meat or something like that, I try to incorporate it into another dish.
Into your fantasy
Into my
life.
fantasy life. I apologize for incorporating my leftover chicken into my fantasy life. So you
I'd
guys.
like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
You know what I won't do leftovers anymore? I won't eat leftover.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer.
Chinese food. I just don't feel like it.
Oh, man, really?
Yeah, I don't.
You don't feel like it what?
I don't like the way the chicken microwaves, and I can't eat it cold.
Oh, that's
I eat
the
it
best.
cold.
That's the best leftover. I'll eat it cold too.
No way.
I would microwave a microwave and eat it. I know some people recoil in horror at
It gets
microwaving
rubbery,
things.
man.
I tell you what, the air fryer is another option.
Yeah, I can't air fry
You
Chinese.
can't?
Well, I don't air fry Chinese food.
Case, I'm with you on the microwaving the chicken.
Why don't you put it under a terrarium light and heat it up that way?
No, because I don't have one.
Damn it!
I don't have a tray.
I know you would be too impatient to do this, but you can throw it into a pan and heat it up that way.
That's the best way.
Or you can throw it into the oven as well. So that's another way to heat up.
We will go to places based on and with the foreknowledge that really we're going there to get the leftovers that we will enjoy much more on the reheat. So we assign a high value to the reheat factor.
All right, you can only pick one. What is the best food that reheats in the microwave?
For me,
not pizza.
None.
Definitely not.
I'm fine with pizza in the microwave, though having it done properly is much better.
Yeah.
Maybe nachos?
In the microwave?
But then the chips are soggy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Clams? What about clams?
Not clams. What if you put new Here's what you do, Kathy.
A Newfoundland?
You put fresh chips underneath and then new cheese on top and then some
This is so dumb. This is awful. Just make new nachos.
Nick, I could do nachos in a microwave.
Okay.
No problem.
No way.
I could do French fries in a microwave.
You need a fork.
What? French fries?
Absolutely.
I'm bucking what Casey says. I think Chinese food is easily microwavable. I think I think it's one of the best.
Yeah, because there's so much flavoring in it. I feel like it masks the rubber chicken case.
Yeah, no, I would go with spaghetti. I think spaghetti probably heats the best.
Here's my. I'm going to give you another food purchasing tip here, Kathy. When you go to a Chinese place, if the chicken they use in the chicken lo mein or the chicken chow mein is the same as they use in the chicken and broccoli, that's a top flight place.
Is it different chicken sometimes?
Because they use different. They use rubbery chicken for the like chicken chow mein,
right?
But you can't get away with that for the
broccoli and chicken.
Yeah.
Well, now I want Chinese food.
Chinese food is bizarrely high in calories, but I love it.
Oh, it's not bizarrely.
Yeah.
It's blatantly.
So many. I guarantee you, so many people think, well, that's got to be healthy, right?
Why? Because it's Chinese?
Yeah.
No, I don't. I think people can recognize that it's.
I don't know. I know what you're saying. It's vegetables and it's meat.
I read an article. It was the foods that people most often associate with low cal, and that's where the notion of the Caesar salad came up. And yet, though, we did a little extra investigative reporting here and found out it's actually not that bad.
And why are water chestnuts not used in more dishes? I mean, they're used in Chinese meals all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it is, I think, by far the most unsung vegetable out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
He has spoken.
I have spoken.
All right.
I love pine nuts.
Those are really high in calories.
Is that a vegetable?
By the way, very high in calories. No, it's not a vegetable. It's a nut. All right,
macadamia nut, chestnut,
all right,
pine nut.
I need to shut down the survey. It's got to close. Yeah, we're done because we have money to give away, and we have tickets to give away with MMR's Concert Cash. So we're going to take a break. We're going to come back with that and the bizarre file on top of that. And don't forget, we have a secret text word today, the Metro Diner dining card. So make sure you text word secret to 39333. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Oh, that has to be worth it alone.
He thinks there's humor about his daughter's genitals. I'm like, why? How can you write that?
Does that bother you?
No, you know what's funny? I said this to someone. I ignore it all, but like, the thing is, it doesn't bother me. It just I do still get an emotion, like involuntary.
Okay.
When someone writes like, this ruined my day, boycott Netflix and all these hashtags will start about it. And you're just like, I swear to you, the intention of this was just to make you laugh. Understanding it might make some people go, it's not my thing. But that's fine. But when someone's like, they have such like hatred for, and I said that what's funny is the complaint is always very personal.
Yeah.
Like I've done nothing personal. I've just made like a broad spectrum joke that somebody can twist to make it, he's talking about this. And
so we've had sometimes we're good. We don't get bombarded, but occasionally, like if someone will complain about something that I've done, I say, okay, but everyone has a personal thing that's their thing. You make fun of this, but did you laugh at this? But
I did point that out. I wrote back to one person, and I was like, I'm not going to write back to anything else.
Yeah.
But the person
if the person is thoughtful, you'll do it.
Well, the transgender joke was the one that caught some heat, which I saw coming. And then someone said where I made a joke about wishing it legal to beat your children, but with like a focused reason, not just like crazy abuse.
Yeah.
Again, it's like a joke. And someone wrote, as a victim of domestic abuse, it was like as a victim of domestic abuse, I don't think it's appalling you would make a joke about that. And when I wrote back, I was like, again, that has nothing to do with what my joke's about. And I was like, sorry that happened to you. But I was also like, isn't it interesting that you complain about that only, and like the other complaints I got were about this trans joke. And I go, and both of you only complained about the thing that affected you personally. You know what I mean?
Right.
That person didn't go and this and then it's always like it's just the one joke that hit them personally, and no one sees that before they start taking to the computer to be like, how can you say this one specific thing? And you're like, you got to either be mad at all of it or none of it.
Right.
Well, you're not out to hurt anybody. That's what gets missed.
That's the bummer. That's the bummer when people get upset.
You're trying to make
wow,
you laugh.
My thing was to make you laugh.
Yeah,
I understand that you might not laugh, but to have somebody go like, it's inspired you to go write like a 4-page letter to Netflix seems pretty like,
You know,
it's awesome to some degree.
what kills me, Jay, is that and we always bring this up. Then there's about 45 million other shows on Netflix. Stop watching. Go move on to the next thing.
Really?
Or
I like
don't
you're
listen.
making me look such a bad boy in front of these chicks. Yeah, that's right.
They're lining you up. Yeah.
You know, I was thinking about it on a long ride on my motorcycle the other day. I don't even know how to turn on a motorcycle. I've been on a motorcycle 2 times. Both times we're behind with my arms around a man's waist. And both times I burned my calf on the exhaust pipe. 2 for 2.
2. I think the most telling thing was you said, I don't know how to turn on a motorcycle.
I don't.
Turn on.
Is there?
Is that what you do? Do you turn it on?
You start it up.
You can make the sound.
I know there's something where I have to go like that. Right? I don't understand like the thing. It's all like the YouTube celebrity.
No.
You know, a social media celebrity. I don't know how that kind of came out of nowhere. But sometimes like that Post Malone's got a song or two that like, you're like, it's producers though. It's smart. That the Cash Me Outside girl, I've gone 180 on her. We went from like just crapping all over to think to I'm almost a fan. I bought a new Explorer yesterday, and you have to name it. You have to nickname it in the Ford app.
Yeah.
And I named it Bad Baby. That's her name. That's her rap name.
I thought it was,
I love her. And
isn't
she's,
it Bobby? Like Barbie? Bad Barbie?
No, Bad Baby.
Okay, all right.
Bad Baby.
Okay.
She is garbage, but I love her. I've picked sides in the Whoa Vicky, Bad Baby argument.
Well, you know, she's fighting now Iggy Azalea.
Yeah. Well, you know Whoa Vicky?
that's who
you want
that
to put a good
is.
side by side? Look at Whoa Vicky and Lamb Chop. Remember Lamb Chop? Sherry Lewis's Lamb
Sherry
Chop?
Lewis's
I just
Lamb
really
Chop.
dated myself for all these hot chicks. You guys remember William Catt from America's Greatest Hero? The Greatest American Hero? We on the bonfire we do a thing. There's they Whoa Vicky and some dude she was hanging out with got into they insulted
They threw shade.
Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
And then came back with an apology video that's like 30 seconds long, and whenever we have to apologize in the bonfire, we had our producer like verbatim write it down. Their sentences. Can you play it, by Jay?
See if you can look that up. It's Whoa Vicky.
It's Whoa Vicky apologizes Snoop Dogg. It is. There's sentences that go nowhere. It goes, nah, I'm saying, because we don't even know be like when it come down. That's no exaggeration.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Marissa's going to try and search that and bring that audio.
I believe in Marissa. She can do this.
At the end of the day, we respect Snoop Dogg because he a real OG, you know.
Yeah, shout out to Snoop. Like I'm sorry for everything I said. I didn't mean it like that. I make people happy, like do funny videos. That's what I do. And I'm sorry for everything I did, like towards you and towards everybody that's with your shit, whatever. I'm sorry for everything.
Yeah, for real. Like we really ain't know like what we was saying. Like it was really off of the camera, no cap. Like you know.
All right, it ends there. And by the way, that's like twin speak. By the way, that's
Yes.
like
When twins share a language.
Yeah, nobody else knows what the hell they're saying except for those two.
I have no idea what they said in it all, but we have it written out. So whenever someone gets, and they get mad at us, it's serious a lot. But we always gonna go. I like to say to John Fugelsang, "You a real OG. I'm sorry for everything I said and what I said be like, because it sometimes be like that, and then you know I ain't know what I says and that stuff and you says." But we just like to say the name. He goes, "I'd like to apologize to John Fugelsang." Say, man, sometimes our sincerest apologies to Radio Andy.
I love the concept of John Fugelsang being known in the hip hop community.
All right, thank you, Big J Okerson. Let's hear it from everybody. Thanks, bud.
Love you guys. Thank you so much, man.
The holidays are nigh, and Meghan Markle is about to celebrate her first Thanksgiving and Christmas as royal. But by all accounts, it's going to be pretty weird.
Sparkle Markle?
Well, first up, Thanksgiving. Some question whether the American-born Meghan will be allowed to celebrate the holiday, seeing as it commemorates that time many English-born pilgrims set forth on a long and dangerous voyage to flee political and religious persecution in their homeland.
I thought she and the royal family were going to go visit with the dad here in the States.
Last year, Meghan celebrated with her mother, Doria Ragland, in California. What's going to happen is to be determined, but the Queen reportedly hasn't forbidden the celebration by royal decree, and Meghan and Prince Harry don't have any events scheduled for the day, so she may be indulging in turkey and stuffing behind closed doors. Now, for Christmas, meanwhile, we want to hope she doesn't eat too much gravy because, listen to this. I've never heard of this before.
All right.
She will have to be weighed before her Christmas meal, per a juicy new report hailing from the royal expert Ingrid Seward. Apparently, every member of the royal family, including Harry, Prince William, and Kate Middleton, must be weighed before and after dinner on Christmas Day.
All right. After dinner, and do they get to poop first?
I don't know about. But
what is this about, this bizarre thing?
It's a tradition. Okay, apparently the Queen asks guests to weigh themselves to ensure they're being well fed.
Oh, okay.
And once weighed, the guests must enter the dining room in order of seniority. Once seated, the head chef carves the turkey, and paper hats are donned, but not by the Queen. So everybody has to wear
wearing our paper hats, and it's so much fun. Where is the scale so we can see if we've put a lot of food into our tummies? Oh, look, I folded a flap on my paper hat. Oh, what fun.
So much fun.
Yes. Later on, we'll go out to a pit and murder some peasants.
Oh, my God.
Damn. I've seen the paper hat thing, though.
Christmas.
I love Christmas. For the annual slaughtering of the peasants.
In a pit.
In a pit with our paper hats. And the one who catches my paper hat will be spared.
Oh, that's a nice tradition.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you and your family. Congratulations on your adroit paper hat catching skills.
Oh, my God.
You're free to go.
Now for the rest of them, line up.
Really, the only way to enjoy Lorenzo's Pizza on the whole is to have some assistance. And we are doing that via a dental device, correct? Yeah. Okay, so Casey and Nick are going to put these lip spreaders in. That if you've ever gone to the dentist and you have to get some dental work done, they do this so it pulls your lips up and your cheeks out to the side so they can get in there and work really well.
Yeah.
So it's,
And for eating purposes, Preston, it gives you maximum coverage of the pie.
Yeah, and my favorite is pepperoni pizza.
Your favorite is
Pepperoni pizza.
pepperoni pizza.
I like pineapple.
You like pineapple?
Pineapple.
Okay.
I also like mushroom.
Excuse me?
Mushroom.
Mushrooms.
Mushroom. Yeah, mushroom.
All right,
like
so
mushroom.
is this, Preston, the specifics of this contest, are we talking the quickest to eat one slice fully?
I don't know.
I don't know.
How about the entire pie?
Let's just see how it goes.
Let's just see how it goes.
All right.
And we'll see who ate it best.
All right.
Okay. You guys ready?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, lick your lips.
All right, raise your pizza case. We're ready.
We have a split screen shot. By
Dude,
the way, you can watch this on Facebook.
Don't make me laugh.
All right, do what, Marissa? All right, cheers your pizzas.
cheers.
All right, cheers. And
Cheers.
on your mark, get set, and go. All right. First
3 WMMR. Everything that rocks.
Oh, my God, I'm looking at the clock. It's 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock. We got to do this now.
MMR's Concert Cash. Now, here's your Concert Cash keyword.
All right, the word is lead. Or it could be lead. Spelled the same way. L-E-A-D. Nonetheless. The word is L-E-A-D, and you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it either on the contest page, WMMR.com, through the MMR app, or text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. And one random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. And all MMR winners will get 2 tickets to the MMR Barbecue Saturday, September 16th. Tickets are on sale now. Winners get a call from Beasley. So make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available, WMMR.com. For MMR Barbecue details, text the word finally to 39333, and we will send you a link to the information. And it is sponsored by Meineke. Again, the word is lead, L-E-A-D. Let's do that now. We have a final look at traffic, so why don't we get that while we get ready for the B-File. Kathy, what's going on?
We're jammed on the Schuylkill.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Painting Pups. They deliver the highest quality craftsmanship and service when painting your home. Ask about 0% financing options, and you can book a free estimate today at paintingpups.com. Well, 2 men were arrested Monday on charges that they helped establish a secret police station in New York City on behalf of the Chinese government and about 36 officers with China's National Police Force were charged with using social media to harass dissidents inside the United States.
I was just reading an article about this. There are a couple of those across the country,
A
Preston.
secret police station.
Yeah.
The
There's
cases
a map.
are part of a series of Justice Department prosecutions in recent years aimed at disrupting Chinese government efforts to locate in America pro-democracy activists and others who are openly critical of Beijing's policies and to suppress their speech.
It's effed up.
One of 3 cases announced Monday concerns a local branch of the Chinese Ministry of Public Security that had operated inside an office building in Manhattan's Chinatown neighborhood before closing last fall amid an FBI investigation. The 2 men who were arrested were acting under the direction and control of a Chinese government official and deleted communication with that official from their phones after learning of the FBI's probe in an apparent effort to obstruct the inquiry.
Their names were Starsky and Fong.
Oh, no. How did they not pick up on that? Though China is believed to be operating secretive police outposts in countries around the globe, Justice Department officials said that these arrests were the first of their kind anywhere in the world. A man revealed how he felt something moving after sleeping the night with a massive spider hanging in a very vulnerable place. The brave lad took to TikTok to share a chilling video of the huge huntsman spider nestled in his underwear. While sitting on the toilet, he showed 240,000 followers the big brown spider tucked away into the waistband of his boxers.
I love your balls.
The Aussie said, I woke up this morning with something moving in my pants, and this huntsman spider was sleeping against my gonads.
Those things are enormous.
Remaining surprisingly calm and still, the man slowly zooms into the giant body of the scary arachnid. He said, I thought I felt something moving. The Nightmares clip has been viewed more than 4.5 million times. And viewers were understandably left their jaws on the floor as the huntsman spider is one of the largest in the world, and they are also venomous. Their bite can cause heart palpitations, swelling, nausea, and heartaches, but are not often fatal to victims. Huntsman spiders live in warm tropical climates across the world in places such as Australia, Asia, Africa, and the Americas, and the Mediterranean basin. A German photographer has turned down a prestigious prize after revealing his winning photograph was created using artificial intelligence.
This is happening more and more.
Boris Eldigson was named the winner in the Creative Open category of the Sony World Photography Awards with his black and white photograph called Pseudomnesia and the Electrician. The image shows a young woman standing in front of the camera while an older woman stands behind her. However, a week after he won the prize, he shared in a statement on his website announcing that he would not accept the awards. He has said, I applied as a cheeky monkey to find out if the competitions are prepared for AI images to enter, and they are not.
Oh, mister, there's no room for cheeky monkeys here.
He said, we, the photo world, need an open discussion, a discussion about what we want to consider photography and what is not. Is the umbrella of photography large enough to invite AI images to enter, or would this be a mistake?
There's a whole series of questions involving art and what is art, and if AI is simply containing artistic things done by humans and then regurgitating them back into new art, is it then still art once removed?
Yep.
I don't know.
Eldigson said that, who specializes, by the way, in photo and visual art, said that he hoped to speed up this debate by refusing the award. In North Carolina, Carowinds Amusement Park officials say a 13-year-old boy got stuck in a claw machine on Sunday.
Oh, my gosh.
The teen was attempting to steal from the claw machine located in the thrill zone.
This happens every now and then?
Yep. Usually it's some kid trying to reach in there to get something trying to snag something.
Trying to steal. They're still trying to steal.
The boy climbed into the machine and was unable to exit, prompting a response from the medical response team. The child exited the machine. We're looking at a picture of him. The machine shortly after and was given first aid before returning to his guardian. It's unclear if the teen faces any further action.
There was one
from Carowinds officials.
Like a classic, like a real small one you'd find, almost impossible to figure out. You remember the classic pictures from years ago we reported on it, and I did like a Michael Jackson thing, but the kid somehow managed to get to the small compartment that the prize comes out of.
Listen, I get it. They're so frustrating that sometimes you're like, I'm going in there and getting it.
Yep. We should put Marissa in one sometime.
Yeah.
She's our smallest staff member. Just see if people can get her out of there. All right, and then finally, one more story, and we'll end with this. A man is facing charges after police say he illegally practiced dental work in a hotel room.
All right.
Danbury police said that officers responded to the La Quinta Hotel for reports of dental work. The officers found a man who said that he was conducting dental referrals. And listen to this. So, when officers entered the occupant's room, they found an impromptu operating setup with dental drills, suction machines, portable x-ray machine, bottles of amoxicillin and other medications were also found. And authorities said while officers spoke to the suspect, a man left the bathroom with gauze in his mouth.
Oh, my God.
He told police he just had dental procedure. I'm sorry, I just got it done. And he's running out of there. Hugo Moraz.
Do you know where the ice machine is?
De Lima was arrested and charged with practicing dentistry without a license and illegal sale of prescription drugs. He's being held on $350,000 bail.
Jesus.
And that's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right. You got roughly 5 minutes left to enter our special word for MMR's Concert Cash. And that word is lead, lead, L-E-A-D. Either one works.
Yes.
L-E-A-D. So you have 5 minutes left, so make sure you get on that now. In the meantime, if you've already done that and you want to make sure you win something, there's another shot for you to grab something for free now. We have a $50 Metro Diner dining card. And it's a secret text word. Kathy, what number call are we going to take?
7.
7th caller at 215-263-WMR. If you know the secret text word, you get the prize. Give us a call. Come back with it. Trash and music news, too. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Let gravity take effect, right?
Oh, my God. Look at if Nick couldn't get any more gross when he ate.
Because your lips are not assisting.
All right.
I love you, Sarge. I love you. Yeah. I love you.
Start eating.
He loves you. He loves you. Nick looks like he... Oh, my God.
Don't make
He can't lick. Nick is laughing his ass off. Oh, my God.
This is
Casey,
disgusting.
do you need something to drink?
I got it.
Okay, you got it? All right, so... Oh, Nick, did you take it out?
No.
Oh, okay, all right. Casey's going to take a drink. It's like a sprinkler.
It's disgusting.
Nick, here's some water if you need it.
All right. Thank you so much, Preston.
Try not to get any of it on the,
Don't laugh, Nick.
on the equipment. Don't get it on the equipment.
That was... Casey looks like he's looking at a UFO.
Hey, Maris.
Oh, my God,
I don't want him to
Jesus
knock
is
that
up
over.
there.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Excuse me for 1 second.
Okay.
Nick's wiping his
He's
mouth.
wiping his mouth. Casey, I noticed
Okay, sir.
you're using the gravity method. You lean back.
Yes. Yeah, this is not her radio.
Yeah, I agree 100%.
Nick is leaning forward, which I find kind of wild. All right, now he's tilting back. You got to let gravity take over. This looks like an inspiring story
Oh, my God. It's
of two guys born without lips.
Oh, my God.
It actually, Steve, it looks like the sequel to Hellraiser.
You know what, though?
What?
It's really delicious.
It is delicious.
Yeah.
It's Lorenzo's, of course.
How far along are you guys?
I'm almost done, Steve.
Now, Casey's about halfway. He's eaten more than you think he has. So
we want to do it to completion because I think they might hemorrhage.
I don't know. Case, what do you think?
Don't talk with food in your mouth.
Have more water, Case.
Actually, that'll help a little bit.
Yeah.
So Case is going to get a simple water.
Kathy, do I have anything in my teeth?
I'm sorry we're doing such a visual thing on the radio, but
Man,
this is just hilarious.
this
Casey,
is my hair sweatshirt.
it's his favorite sweatshirt.
Did you get some on your favorite sweatshirt?
Damn it. It's an absolute mess. I tell you what.
It makes you really appreciate.
Keep going.
Oh, it fell out.
I know the guys say hi every now and then.
What?
I have no
They
idea.
kind of slip out every now and then. They slip out of your house.
like this-
Yeah, slip out of there.
Every now and then.
Say, you say?
Yeah.
My dental device.
It doesn't affect your yoga cards.
It doesn't affect your what?
Your yoga cards.
Yeah, your
Your
yoga
yo-
card.
Yoga cards.
Yoga hearts?
What?
Yoga hearts.
Yoga cards.
Oh, your vocal cords.
I thought you said yoga fans.
All right, keep it going. I think actually Nick is closing in on perhaps
I was
finishing.
so hungry.
Yeah.
I think are Casey's lip spreaders a little bit bigger than Nick's? yeah.
No, I think
His lips are almost pulled back to his ears.
I thought maybe Casey's mouth was a little smaller than Nick's, so it looks
No,
like that.
Nick is like a wood chipper.
Ew, Nick is drooling all over the place.
You can actually feed full pieces of lumber into Nick's mouth.
Not a delicate flower.
My lip spreaders, I got from a dentist.
He got his lip spreaders from a
Like,
dentist.
this is legit.
All right, we're closing in.
You know what, though? I would pay good money to see Kathy do this, to be honest.
Oh, that,
I would pay
with her perfect teeth.
good money. That's a pair. They're clean. All right, just going to put them in. Why not? And have at least a bite. All right, Kathy. Oh, I can't believe you agreed to do this.
All right.
All right, she's taking a bite. Let's see.
Kathy's teeth are perfect. Look at
They
that.
are perfect. They're absolutely perfect.
This is like that. This is like that special prom night, Kathy.
How does it taste?
It's stuck.
It's because you can't assist the swallow.
She actually sounds very articulate with that. She's shaking her head to try to get it down into her throat.
Yeah.
And there we go. Nice job, Kath. Not bad at all. That's
You want some
yeah,
water?
I can't believe she did that. Did you guys finish? Casey's finished it.
No, he's not. He cheated. I called no fair.
What did he do?
He threw it in the trash.
Oh, he
can.
did.
All right.
Look at this. Look at this. That's a cheater.
We're going to Secaucus for the film.
Oh.
All right.
Preston, it looks like a fish striped pants.
Yes, it does. Stand up. Let's see that.
Preston,
There you go.
I pissed on her.
You did piss your pants. Okay, well, that's, you know what?
Declare a winner, or is it a tie?
I think it's a tie.
All
What do
right,
you guys
there you
think,
go.
right?
I mean, they both did a phenomenal job. Though Casey's human sprinkler impression was quite impressive.
Oh,
I think
that
you
was
guys should
amazing.
kiss. I really do. I think it's. Oh my God. That is
Food
repulsive.
all over.
Oh man. You all right, buddy?
Yeah, you know what, though?
What?
I got to take my hair sweatshirt off to reveal my favorite pizza.
Oh, it says Delco.
We're happy to have him here, ladies and gentlemen.
Tony Rock is here.
That's how I'm coming on stage tonight, right there.
That's your song, right?
That's going to bring you out on
Take the
stage.
yeah.
I like it, man. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Welcome back to Philadelphia.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
of course. You enjoying your butternut squash soup over there?
Butternut squash soup. Who knew?
Yeah. For
Right?
breakfast.
What's the restaurant downstairs? Harvest.
yeah.
Oh my God, butternut squash. Kind of tastes like sweet potato.
Yeah.
It's really good.
You know, now there's endorsement deals available.
Yes. Hey, I'm Tony Rock here for butternut squash.
Just in general.
Nothing gives you comedy cred like butternut squash.
And this is how you sell it to men. And fellas, she'll dig it too. Have you noticed that every commercial
Yeah.
when they want to sell something to men, it's like it'll do this energy, vitality, whatever, and then it's fellas, she'll dig it too.
Well, what
And
I
the
love
guy's
is
like, oh, girl's gonna like it. I gotta get it.
I love it when they do you'll be a stallion in the boardroom and the bedroom.
They did like those the Just for Men hair color things.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I used to color my beard because it's totally different color than my hair, and it turns out I was allergic to it. So I get these rashes on my face. But those commercials were like,
ladies will love it too.
You'll have a rash on your face, but chicks will dig it too.
yeah, I'd do it in a heartbeat, man.
That's funny.
Wow. So you're in town. You're doing Helium Comedy Club. We are happy to have you back here. We were just off air talking about the show, and
Yes.
Steve, you and Casey.
It was Living Biblically was the show. It was on CBS. It was produced by one of the members of the Big Bang Theory,
Johnny Galecki.
Johnny Galecki.
Yes.
And I thought, and Casey thought as well, it was based on a popular book about a guy who decided to live a year of his life based on the Bible.
Like 100% according to the Bible for one calendar year. Yes.
Right, and so you were in the cast. I thought it was a really solid cast, likable ensemble, a fun show.
But it's an amazing cast. It was
Cameron Manheim, Ian Gomez, Jay Ferguson.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Good people.
I just think people weren't ready to have the Bible in their face every Monday at 9 o'clock at night. Like every episode was the Bible says, and that was the episode. The Bible says, and then the show got canceled after 13 episodes. And then CBS came right back with another show.
God liked me on Facebook. Friended me on Facebook
like
or something. Yeah. It's almost the exact same show, except it's a drama.
Yeah.
So
that always happens though. One show has to take the bullet so that another show can get through.
Well, let's see how this one does. It's doing well, but I thought that's got to suck because you've been in the business for a while,
right?
Everything seems to be firing. You have a good slot, and CBS is known for their
CBS. Yes.
CBS.
My last sitcom was on CW. Totally different world.
Different world.
CBS, man. I was thinking I'm looking forward to Super Bowl tickets. I'm like, I'm gonna be with the cast sitting there like, hey, we're on the big screen at the Super Bowl. I was looking forward to all of that. They pulled it. No Super Bowl for me.
I mean, but now you're used to obviously shows, that come and go. It's the nature of entertainment in the business.
Right, yeah.
But I would be, and I think you have every right to be pissed because I also think you give it a little bit more. You give it a little bit more breathing room. People forget, and you don't see it anymore these days. Seinfeld struggled for like a year and a half.
Seinfeld was like damn near canceled. And then they said, let's give it a few more weeks. And then for some reason it turned around.
It turned around.
I really think that show biblically would have been a super hit.
By the way, couldn't you port that over? Couldn't you give that a chance on perhaps, I don't know, on the Hallmark Channel or something where you maybe would find an audience?
Oh, after an all-new Touched by an Angel.
Touched by an Angel.
An all-new one. And fellas, she'll dig it too.
That should have been the same, right?
I brought Dave Chappelle on stage one night in L.A. I do a birthday show every year in L.A. at the Laugh Factory, and Dave Chappelle stopped by, just came by.
Oh, wow.
Rooms packed, and people are like, hey, the Laugh Factory has a great show going on. It's Tony's birthday, and Dave pops in. My idol, Dave
State
Chappelle.
of the art.
And I'm like, could you please go on stage? And he's like, yeah, sure, I'll do. And he goes on stage and goes, well, I first have to let you light his cigarette, and he takes his time. First, I have to let everybody know that I didn't even know Chris and Tony were brothers. I thought it was a horrible coincidence. And then I see you do stand-up, and I said, the kid's going to be okay.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Man, it's amazing. Yeah.
Pregnant Meghan Markle's sartorial choices.
Yes.
These are clothes?
Clothing, yes.
Okay, sartorial.
It's what she likes to eat at the food court.
Oh, okay. No. Frequently give fans a double take, generally for their stunning elegance. But some are wagging their fingers at the Duchess of Sussex for the skirt that she chose to wear on the final day of her royal tour of New Zealand, Fiji, and so on.
It was a full cooter shot.
Well,
it was up above her waist.
No, it wasn't. She paired a stunning royal blue Givenchy sweater with a sheer blue pleated skirt. So there was some see-through to it.
Well, you know what? She has.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, I see it. But she has had a higher than they usually like the skirts worn with members of the royal family, but nothing outlandish. Whenever she's out, but she still looks elegant.
You can see the shape of her panties.
Yes. I mean, that's a little sheer.
Debuted earlier this morning. Foo Fighters, brand new music. It is called Rescued. And there you go. It's great. Another great Foo Fighters song.
As I described it earlier, it really is. It has a nostalgic feel or sound to me. I just love it.
Album's coming out June 2nd, and it is called But Here We Are. Dave is playing drums on that track. I don't know about the whole album right now, but so we got new Foo Fighters. Fantastic. Jack's band member will play that for you if you came in the tail end of it there. He will have it for you a little bit later on this morning, so happy to have that. All right, we're going to go to the phones. We're looking for caller number 7 to give away the secret text word, and it's James that we go to. Hey, James, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, James. All right, so we gave you, we sent out a secret text word. I need to know what it is. What is it?
Eggs Benny.
Eggs Benny is correct. Yes. Hang on, James. We'll get your information. I know I don't have the sound effects.
Casey's not in here. Sort of thing. I scream.
go upstairs.
He had to go upstairs?
We had to go long, and then we had to go upstairs.
Are you kidding? To the bathroom.
down the hall was being worked on.
All right.
Guys.
So we're going to set up James with a $50 Metro Diner dining card. And then our random texter was Tara Curtin, who is from Warminster, PA. So Tara will set you up with that too. Metro Diner dining card. Congratulations to you. All right, now we're going to give away something else. Today's lesson question. The prize we have is a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. And the question we will ask this morning is, what is the newest prison euphemism for cocaine? 215-263-WMMR. Do you know the answer? What is the newest prison euphemism for cocaine? We had a caller called in and enlightened us to this. 215-263-WMMR. We'll do the trash while you call.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers, Viraggio Bridal Sale, April 27th through the 29th. New inventory and brand new designs. You can save hundreds, even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, rapper and OnlyFans personality Bad Baby got her new boyfriend LaVon's name tattooed on her chest. This tattoo is forever, Bad Baby shouted to reporters as she entered a clinic to have it removed.
Hey!
Kylie Jenner and not-so-secret boyfriend Timothy Chalamet were spotted sharing a taco in her car after attending an art show on Friday. Chalamet was reportedly seen on his stomach eating the meat, while Kylie laid on her back holding the lettuce out of the way.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Will Smith was all smiles on the set of Bad Boys 4 as they officially began shooting the movie on Wednesday in Atlanta. Smith says it was a joy to see so many familiar faces and then slapped them.
No.
And that's Hollywood.
All righty, we'll see if we can get someone on the line who knows the answer to this question. What's the newest prison euphemism for cocaine? 215-263-WMMR. I'm going to go to Jack, see if he knows. Hey, Jack, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Jack, the newest prison euphemism for cocaine is?
Diet powder.
Yeah. Diet powder.
I think I want to try me some of that cocaine.
Jack, hang on a second. We're going to get your info, and then we're going to give you, my friend, a $50 Bonefish Grill gift card. And Sunday brunch is on the menu of Bonefish Grill. Feast on new savory selections like frittatas and Grand Marnier French toast sticks that pair with a collection of shareable sangria and margarita pitchers. And you can visit bonefishgrill.com for all the information.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I done pass a miss alive.
Fair enough. All right, so it's brought to you by Horizon Services. They made over 20,000 air conditioner repairs last year that could have been avoided with a Horizon tune-up. You can avoid repairs and lower cooling bills with Horizon's no breakdowns guarantee. Book online at horizoneasybook.com. Bruce Springsteen is finally getting his own official day in his beloved home state of New Jersey.
They've never given him an official day?
Not that I know of. Governor Phil Murphy confirmed this news over the weekend at the American Music Honors event. This event was held at the Bruce Springsteen Archives and Center for American Music, which is located on the campus of Monmouth University in West Long Branch, New Jersey. By the way,
I want to say it's an honor to have it on the same day as National Crouton Day.
Bruce was actually born at Monmouth Medical Center. So, really? Yeah. Appropriately, Bruce Springsteen Day will fall on September 23rd, which is the music icon's birthday. The official proclamation of the day highlights Springsteen's many accomplishments. Among them are selling 150 million albums worldwide to various awards, including the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Governor Murphy noted that when announcing Bruce Springsteen Day, he said, "Truth be told, I know my place in the hierarchy of New Jersey. After all, I may be the 56th individual to be called governor, but there will ever only be just one boss."
Yeah, I'm surprised it took this long to do that.
Yeah, me too. Fans are already raving about Metallica's just released new album, 72 Seasons, and guitarist Kirk Hammett spoke to Guitar World magazine and gave a track-by-track breakdown of the entire set for fans. When discussing the tune Chasing Light, Hammett revealed his love and deference to his early inspirations. He said, "Players like Jimmy Page mean so much to me, so I was definitely tapping into that. And it's going to be a sad day for me when he's gone. I hate to bring up Jeff Beck passing, but it hit me hard. I had a relationship with Jeff. He was one of my favorite players. And I've realized that very soon what's going to happen is that what happened in the 1960s with all the jazz giants who left us. I'm kind of preparing myself mentally for times like that. All I want to do is carry on their legacy through my playing, and you can hear that on this album. Regarding the song You Must Burn, Emmett shed light on the power of James Hetfield's playing and writing. He said there's a melodic riff in there with no singing over it, and it's just so great and so effing beautiful. It's one that James came up with, and when we first played it, I actually said to him, bro, I think this is one of the greatest riffs you've ever written.
Thanks, bro.
He said, honestly, it's the best riff I never wrote, and I love it so much, and I'm so happy that at least one of us came up with this, he said. Steve, you mentioned Timothy Chalamet in The Trash.
Yes.
He will star as Bob Dylan in the upcoming biopic titled Complete Unknown. The movie is based on Elijah Wald's 2015 book Dylan Goes Electric, which focused on Dylan's historic July 25th, 1965 electric set.
I mean, I'm sure they get confused all the time.
Yeah.
Chalamet will walk into a place and they go, Mr. Dylan, your table's right here.
And A Complete Unknown was the name of the film, which began shooting in August, will feature Chalamet doing his own singing.
Wow.
James Mangold will direct the movie, reveal the key figures in Dylan's story, such as Joan Baez, Woody Guthrie, and Pete Seeger will be part of it. And the Searchlight Pictures project was first announced 3 years ago. The script is to be written by Jay Cox.
Do you think they might switch their roles in the new Dune, the third movie? Have Dylan play Paul? Might be kind of interesting.
Yep. Have him.
Yeah, it's a big worm.
Age dramatically.
The worm just comes up with his saying. It's like that movie Tremors, Kevin Bacon.
All right, and I'm going to throw this in here, and it's not really MMR music, but I thought the players on the show would appreciate this. Boy George with Culture Club are hitting the road this summer with special guest Howard Jones and Berlin.
Oh, that's right up my alley.
For a 25-city tour dubbed the Letting It Go Show, and they are going to be in Philadelphia July 30th at the Pavilion at the Man.
So I've seen Culture Club, and I've seen Howard Jones. I have not seen Berlin.
Yeah, so tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. Local time at livenation.com. So I just thought that's kind of a fun throwback show.
That is pretty cool.
All right, and there you go. That's what I have in music news for you. All right, we're going to go to a caller on the line here real quick. I'm going to go to Gabe, first of all. Hi, Gabe. How you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Wonderful. Gabe, I hear there's reason to celebrate, right?
A little bit, yeah.
What's that all about?
Well, I just won $1,000.
That's fantastic, Gabe. MMR's concert cash and tickets to the MM barbecue. Hey, Gabe, hang on one second. Stay right there. I want you to meet somebody, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go to the phone line. Hi, is this Alex?
It is.
Hey, Alex, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic.
Excellent. Alex, can you do me a favor? I have you conferenced on with Gabe. Can you tell Gabe what happened to you at 8 o'clock this morning?
Yeah, man. I got a call from Beasley, and I, too, won $1,000.
A twofer. They both got in touch. Oh, my God, that's crazy.
So it must have happened when we were doing the Foo Fighters thing, right?
It happened mid Foo Fighters, so we didn't get a chance to go back to them. What? Okay. What? All right, first of all, Gabe, where are you from, man?
Deptford.
From Deptford, New Jersey. All right, Alex, where are you from?
I'm from Bellefonte, Delaware.
Oh, my God.
You're right next to each other.
Jersey and Delaware. I love it. So, listen, we just wanted to say thank you guys for listening and congratulate you. We have $1,000 for you. So, what can and MM barbecue tickets.
First two members of the $1,000 Club.
I know.
Yeah,
I love it.
For today.
Yeah, Gabe, do you want to congratulate Alex?
Congratulations, Alex.
And Alex, you want to congratulate Gabe?
Congrats, Gabe.
I think we started a bromance.
These guys are best buddies.
I think this was meet cute.
Yeah,
That's what
it's
this
absolutely.
was. All right, guys, way to go. $1,000. That easy from MMR's concert cash. And we just gave away $2,000 and 4 pairs of tickets to the MM barbecue. And everybody's happy.
We're changing lives here.
What are we doing over here? So, yeah. And now they're best friends. They are best friends for
Hey,
life.
Do you remember when we met on the Preston and Steve show? Do I, everybody?
All right, so the next chance to win is coming up at noon. Jackie Bam Bam's going to have your opportunity. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Hang out, all right?
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Yes, and it's excellent.
And the whole family received a portfolio of all of this stuff and said, "Here's what we're dealing with."
She's a beautiful woman. If you need me, I'm going to be reviewing these photographs in my chamber.
How long is that going to take?
Wappa. Fwap.
That's it.
The fappening.
Wappa.
By the
That's
way,
the royal family version of fap.
why does this all have to rest on her shoulders? Like, why doesn't she have people looking at her going, "Yo, dude, I can see your panties"?
But she makes the final choice.
Yo, dude, I can see your panties.
By the way, Shake Shack,
Yep.
love their burgers, but I might as well eat them while I'm sitting on the toilet because that's how quickly they go through me.
Just for some particular reason?
Yeah.
Do you get the special sauce?
Dude, so
He makes the special sauce.
I literally ate it one time, and I was driving home. I ate it by Helium. There's one right there.
Oh, no.
And I ate it.
Oh, no.
And I had to race. Oh my God! I'm trying to get home. I was trying to get home.
Yeah.
And it was late. It was probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night. I can
make it.
And by the time I got to about Route 1 on 76, I was like, there's no way I'm going to make it. So let me get to the radio station. Quick.
Oh.
Stat, right?
Yeah.
Got to the radio station. Couldn't make it to the fourth floor. I had to dump by outside next to the...
Dude, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did you take a dump?
You crapped outside of the building?
I had to.
How long ago was this?
This morning.
God.
Kathy,
I
it was either that or in my pants. What do I do?
Sometimes I don't know.
Right? So I had to do it next to the...
Couldn't you at least pick a competing station?
Yeah. Well, no,
I mean,
because
I'm also just so open to tell the story. It's amazing.
not right away. I had to wait a couple of years before the security footage was deleted. You know?
Hey, more FM's right over there.
Right.
Well,
Q102 is right down the street.
Q102 is down the street. They crapped there.
Oh my God.
The story does get a little bit better.
Funny.
How?
How could it?
Ow.
But could you have imagined had he been stopped at another radio station simply because it was an emergency?
Yes.
Right.
Local broadcaster in a clear attempt.
Like a superintendent of a school.
Right, exactly.
Right?
He would have been raised to heroic levels here.
Now, how does the story get better?
Oh, man. I think I'm just going to end it there.
No. You started down the path.
Just say it quietly so we can't hear it.
Just whisper it.
They're not listening.
Yeah.
So I had to
smeared it on someone's car.
I had to leave it there in the grass.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it with me.
Right.
Oh, you didn't want to take it with you?
No. I couldn't. So what
You
ended
take
up.
your dog for a walk.
So.
I left it there.
All right, so a little bit did end up in my underpants. So I had...
That was just like a bingo.
So I had to luckily I had... Nobody can hear this, right?
Right, no, we're good.
So luckily I had all these T-shirts in the back of my car.
Did you fashion a makeshift underwear?
I literally wore a pink T-shirt as underwear on the drive home. Oh, no. It gets better. Okay. So then I'm on my way home and I'm thinking, there is like T-shirts and poop and all this stuff next to the building. All right. So I can't, like, if security goes and they see that on Monday, they're going to go, well, who pooped here
and look at security.
They're going to look at security and they're going to see me like all ashamed crouching next to my car. So on Monday, I came back to work with a giant trash bag and I had to like collect it all.
Oh my God.
And then throw it in the dumpster.
So he cleaned his spot.
Yeah, I cleaned my spot.
I hate you.
I hate me too, Kathy. When I got home.
And this was all because of what?
Freaking Shake Shack.
Oh, Shake Shack.
No, not Five Guys. Don't you talk
They're
bad about-
fine.
Yeah, they're fine.
Where in the building was it?
On the over
By
at
the
the
loading docks. Well, you unloaded.
Yeah,
Wait,
I had to go. What's that?
Why didn't you come inside?
He couldn't get in.
I couldn't make it. I couldn't make it. I do. Believe me. I'm not. This is not a proud moment here, Kathy.
Though you would assume it could have been a proud moment.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad you came back. And, that's noble.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily noble. It was self-preservation.
The last thing you wanted is that footage to end up. But what's worse, the footage of you doing it or the footage of you collecting it back up in the bag?
They watched both, and they were like, okay, well, he came back and cleaned.
You know,
we'll erase this.
All right, so you should eat your hamburger upside down.
On the toilet.
That's what we got.
That's all. That's all I noticed. I didn't. There's
That's
it. I can't top that.
No, it ends there.
I will not be able
like
to.
a derailing train.
Right.
I see nobody heard that, right?
Nobody heard that. People magazine is named its 2018 sexiest man alive.
Yeah.
And it is Idris Elba.
Kathy?
The British actor says the honor has given him a boost of self-confidence.
What do you think? Are you an Idris Elba fan?
Pull up a picture.
Okay. You don't remember?
You don't know what he looks like?
No, I do, but like, let me just look at.
Let her drink him in.
I don't like. Is that the picture they use?
Let her take a sip of that chocolate.
Yeah,
milk.
that's from people.com.
I don't love the picture that they use. I wish they used a different picture, but yeah, no, he's good looking for sure.
He was surprised after being crowned this year's winner. I was like, come on, no way, really? He told the magazine.
You guys.
He said, look. Here, there's the cover picture.
Yeah, he's kind of like he's like Lovey.
Well, like Lovey from Gilligan's Island?
No, like not where you would look at some of them and be like, oh my God, he's so hot. Like this guy's like, he probably would give you a good hug.
Part of it is his voice and his demeanor. He is planning a wedding with his fiancee Sabrina Dahor. No.
Yeah, well, I don't
Sabrina
know.
Dahor?
Dower.
Dahore?
Dahore.
Oh, you mean Dahor?
Dahor. It's all the same letters.
Who are you marrying? Sabrina. Oh, Dahor?
Dhowre.
No,
and at
not Dahor.
If you move the W to the beginning or in between the D and H, it looks like Dahor.
No, it's Dahor.
Dahor? Dahore.
No.
Anyhow, the actor has
I'm not marrying a whore.
A 16-year-old daughter named Isan and a 4-year-old son named Winston. What a great name.
Yeah, I almost named my dog Winston.
From previous
Let him know.
relationships. Elba told people about his upbringing.
Yes, Idris. My name is Casey. I produce a show in the States. I almost named my dog Winston.
When you said let him know, I thought you were talking about let my dog know.
I did too. Come here, buddy.
Come here.
You're almost Winston.
Reggie, I almost named
dog. I don't understand what you're saying.
We began Wigapalooza.
I'm very excited.
If you just tuned in, we talked about this a while back. What would Steve look like with a head of realistic human hair and not goofy looking wigs? Actual hair. We want to see what Steve would look like with a realistic looking hairstyle.
These wigs are usually fitted to people's heads, so Steve's got a bigger head. I actually thought his head was a little bit smaller than that.
Should we bring him in?
Yes.
All right, let's have Steve come in and see what the actual. Wow! Oh my God!
You haven't seen it?
Kathy's got to have a mirror.
Get the big mirror from the office.
Steve, you look better bald, man.
Casey, that does look good. You fixed the sides.
Yeah.
Do you know whose hair I immediately think of for some reason? Because
Oh, Jesus Christ.
he looks like Danny Briere's hair for some reason.
Wow,
Am I not wrong about that?
That's
Danny
absolutely
Briere,
right.
Dude,
formerly of the Flyers.
No,
What? Who are you thinking of? Here, move your microphone over, Steve. So I can...
from bachelor party and
Adrian
Med.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey,
It's
come
the
no
profile
sideburn?
that I love.
I guess you have to. Well, I look like a 60s pop star. Hey, everybody.
Yeah. All right. Anyhow.
This is one that's for the ladies.
Yeah.
It's what you call a panty dropper in the biz.
Yeah, Steve, we need a voice with that
That's right,
wig.
yeah.
What is that the voice?
I need
you
it.
think,
Yeah,
or-
I think that's kind of the name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
or kind of the voice.
The back looks good too, like
Does
the
the
neckline.
back look good?
Yeah, the neckline.
Yeah, the back looks real.
Am I making you wet, baby?
Looks totally real. Somebody says you look like Paul McCartney. Yeah.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody says Phil
I know.
Mickelson or Ralph Macchio.
Well, a little Ralph Macchio.
A little bit.
The Karate Kid on Hard Times.
And by the way, you'll need.
Hey, Mr. Miyagi, how are you?
You'll need.
What the hell happened?
There you go. Yes, Steve's doing the dance moves. And we'll put.
I could walk you home.
Makes me feel fine. Oh, Steve. The hair. Oh my God. Summer breeze makes me feel
Oh, you've got to watch the webcam. Steve is singing directly to you.
I thought that was beautiful, actually. I have to go pleasure myself.
Hi,
I'm
Bree.
so turned on.
All right, well, let's bring him in and see what we have next. Let's have Steve. He's been out of the studio when he gets... Okay. The color is better on this.
Yes.
I think she likes...
I like the dark.
Hey, I'll help.
You look like a stock boy a little
Right,
bit.
yeah. I'll get that for you, Mr. Jones. What do you want me to do with the canoe?
Just put it in the back. Put it in the back.
I'll move that around for you, Mr. Jones. Hey, can I take lunch now?
Every wig has to have a voice.
Right, yeah. Hey, how you doing?
Wow.
My name's Toby. This is a Toby, right?
Yeah,
That's a Toby.
Yeah.
Toby.
Is that
Hi,
what
my
it's
name's
called?
Toby.
Is that what it's called? Seriously?
No.
Oh.
It's the Toby.
Oh, no?
Yeah. It intermatches with the Kunta Kinte.
Well, what was the last one? What should that have been? That was the Danny?
The Danny or
Yeah.
the Ricky.
The Ricky.
I like the Ricky.
That was Ricky. With a song for you.
No, it's
Toby.
Toby. Hey,
Yeah.
Toby.
Hey, you need any yard work?
93.3 WMMR. Everything Zen. 10:44 Wednesday morning. Coming to a close on the program. We just gave away a whole bunch of money. Had a couple of great callers buzz in and let us know they won $1,000. That continues on today, obviously, in the rest of the week. So don't miss MMR's concert cash. And we had a chance to play some new Foo Fighters music for you today.
We did, twice.
And it was really, really good. Solid music. So we're happy to have some new stuff that we can premiere for you here on the Preston and Steve Show. A lot of times it doesn't happen during our program. It happens later in the day. But so we got that little treat today.
Yep.
Very, very nice. Jackie Bam Bam is here. How do?
How we doing?
We doing good. How you, man?
I woke up to that great news. I heard the Foo Fighters. I'm like, who is drumming? So, yeah, it broke
Dave.
today. That was
Yeah.
great. Was that Dave?
That's Dave.
Yeah, that's the word.
Yeah, I
Wow.
don't know who's... Dave's on that track. That's all I know.
Okay.
I don't know about the rest of the album or what the tour is going to mean or any of that as of yet. But before we get to Jackie, I do want to mention this. Marissa found this out tonight. Do you remember the guy, Tyler, from Coco's Pizza in Aston that we had on?
Yeah.
He's a guy who stopped the car thief.
Yeah.
So he is also a bartender. He's guest bartending tonight at Coco's Pizza. And 10% of all the bar and dine-in sales are going to go to the Brookhaven and Aston Township Police Department. So they're doing a fundraiser tonight.
That's awesome.
So it's from 5 to 8. And Tyler joined us for a live chat about the incident. If you missed it or you want to watch it again, we have it posted now on PrestonandSteve.com. He was hilarious.
He's great.
So tonight at Coco's Pizza in Aston, 5 to 8, stop by, meet Tyler. And some of the money is going to go to Brookhaven and Aston Township Police. So I just wanted to mention that real quick. All right, dude, you ready for the letter of the day?
We are ready.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter is Y as in yummy.
All right, and we have 2 more letters to go, and then we give away our prize. $500 from the Bagster.
The Bagster.
The Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. And you can go buy it at any home improvement store, fill it, and then simply schedule your collection, and it is gone. Clean it up with the Bagster. Dumpster in a bag. Besides new Foo Fighters today, what else you got cooking, man?
Also in my bag, your next chance at $1,000 and the barbecue tickets. So we'll do that at 12 noon, concert cash word, and we'll do it again at 3 when Brand arrives. On the docket for Workforce Blocks, it's the Doors' 52nd anniversary of L.A. Woman.
Wow.
We'll track through that. We'll talk about Jim leaving during the recording session. It's the 4th anniversary of Cage the Elephant Social Cues. It was a Pierre Presents at the Ardmore Music Hall. We'll dig into the massive vaults in the MM archives. And what a story. I spoke to Billy Idol last night from the Hard Rock in Seminole, Florida, is it? Or the,
Yeah.
And what a story behind that. Bill gives me the number. Like, you're going to call this number, you're going to ask for this room number, and you're going to ask for this fictitious name. I'm like, are you kidding me, Bill? No. So, yeah, we're going to speak to Billy Idol. And Stoked, of course, co-headlining the MM-barbecue. We'll play a block. We'll play back some of my interview. And we have Greta Van Fleet tickets.
You texted out him recording some IDs.
Yeah.
And he was clearly having a blast. So
he was.
I'm looking forward to that interview.
He's like, I can't say MM-barbecue or something. I said, don't worry, I'll cut and spice it up for you. But he was super stoked.
All right, so you're going to hear some of that today on Jackie's show. Thank you, sir. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you by Sequoia Outback, making backyards beautiful all over the Delaware Valley for over 25 years. DeckSupplies.com. Also brought to you by Duncan. Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. And brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal, veteran owned. Visit jdog.com. Tomorrow on our program, it's 420. I'm sure we'll chat about that. And we'll also have more chances for you to win money and tickets. MMR's Concert Cash Contest continues. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day. And we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.